Good morning, everyone. My name is Jessie Sunner, and I'm the MLA for Surrey Newton and the chair of the Special Committee on Democratic and Electoral Reform, a parliamentary committee comprised of members of the government, opposition, and opposition members. I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting today in Vancouver on the traditional ancestral territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. There are two parts to our committee's mandate. The first part is to examine democratic engagement, voter participation, and electoral reform. The second is to review the administration of the 2024 provincial general election. The committee is currently holding a public consultation for the first part of our mandate. Over the next 2 weeks, we'll be hearing a number of presentations about democratic and electoral reform in BC. In addition to these presentations, our committee is also accepting written submissions until July 25th. To participate, please visit our website at bcleg.ca/consultations. After the consultation closes, we will carefully consider all the input provided and make recommendations to the Legislative Assembly. I'll now ask the members of the committee to introduce themselves, starting with the Deputy Chair.
Good morning, Ward Stamer, MLA Council North Thompson, and critic for forests. Good morning.
MLA Anderson.
Good morning. My name is George Anderson. I'm the MLA for Nanaimo-Lantzville and Parliamentary Secretary for Transit.
MLA Botterill.
Good morning. My name is Rob Botterill. I'm the MLA for Saanich North and Islands and also the House Leader for the Green Caucus.
Thank you. MLA Shaw.
Good morning. My name is Amna Shaw. I'm the MLA for Surrey City Centre and the Parliamentary Secretary for Mental Health and Addictions. Nice to meet you.
MLA Clare.
Good morning. Thank you for being here and showing such an interest in this important aspect of our democratic processes. I'm Sheldon Clare. I'm the MLA for Prince George North Caribou. I'm the Conservative Caucus Deputy Whip.
Emily Toporowski.
Hello, I'm Deborah Toporowski. My traditional name is Quiltis Donat. I am the MLA for the Cowichan Valley and the Parliamentary Secretary for Rural Health.
Thank you. And assisting the committee today are Karen Riar and Kayla Wilson from the Parliamentary Committee's office, Danielle Suter, and Dwight Schmidt from Hansard Services. So thank you to everyone for being here today. We'll get started with our presentation. So thank you and welcome to our presentation today, Adriane. Just a reminder that you will have 15 minutes to present and then 10 minutes for questions. Do you have any questions before we get started?
No, just a surprise to come first.
Yes. All right, we'll get started now, so thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, as introduced, my name is Adriane Carr. Some of you may know me through my role in the Green Party. I was a co-founder and the first leader of the Green Party, and then leader again. Was the first Green Party in North America. And I was very active at the Wilderness Committee and campaigns like Saving Clayoquot Sound with my husband, Paul George, who is here, and then was federal deputy leader to Elizabeth May, and then finally elected, after 7 elections, elected to the Vancouver City Council for 4 terms. I really want to thank the NDP government for pursuing this particular focus on democratic and electoral reform. To the Green MLAs, thank you, Bob and Jeremy, for putting that into an agreement with the NDP. We've done a lot around electoral reform, but I absolutely believe, even though a vote hasn't passed yet, that the public appetite for electoral reform is strong. I got my start with in really focusing on this with the 2001 election. I think many of you will remember that election. There had been an NDP majority government in place at the time of that election, but then it was a big switch, and the Liberals formed government with 55% of voter turnout. They got 57% of the vote, but they won 77 out of 79 seats. The NDP, which had been government, was reduced to 2 seats, Joy McPhail and Jenny Kwan. And I think people at that point thought, what is wrong with our voting system that there can be such skewed results? So the appetite was there, certainly for me. I thought voters would go for electoral reform. And I thought, how can I play some role in encouraging voter support for electoral reform? Thank goodness the NDP had already brought in a form of legislation which allowed citizens' initiatives. Actually, it was maybe the Liberals that put that in, citizens' initiatives, and I thought I had some experience with that only through the Wilderness Committee. My husband had put forward an initiative for stopping the hunting of bears in the province, so I knew the sort of mechanics of it. What was important to me was you have to have legislation under initiative, so I had to be very specific about what I would be educating the public about and gaining public support for. That required, in my mind, doing thorough research. Luckily, a UBC professor who recently retired from the planning department offered to do research for me. It was very, very comprehensive research in which he concluded that the system most suitable for British Columbia, largely because of our geography and the fact that for proportionality under many systems, you have to have large ridings with at least 5 to 7 members in order to achieve proportionality. And to do that would mean half the province, all of the north, would be one riding. That certainly would be problematic and unfair for any of the MLAs from that area. I decided to examine MMP, but also single transferable vote, which was another popular system. So I went to both New Zealand and Australia. New Zealand had recently brought in their electoral reform, which was for a mixed member proportional system. It was one that was very popular. I mean, it really won when it was brought in by a large support. What I found was that people who were implementing it said it was, if you didn't implement it thoughtfully, it could be a problem. For example, one of the conservative parties in New Zealand decided to create its list of candidates in a mixed member system. There's a local representative and representatives elected from a list, decided to just put in, the people who'd been, I guess, working hard within their party. Some people might say party hacks, but these were people devoted to the party. It tended to be almost all men, and that party got decimated at the polls when people saw sort of that kind of preference system. The Greens thoughtfully decided to put for every 10 of their positions on their list, half women, so a man, a woman, a man, a woman, regional disbursement, so from each area, and expertise in a particular subject matter as well. So it was a very balanced list, and they did very well. I did go to Australia as well, and in Australia they have a single transferable vote system. What I learned is that unlike what later on I'll talk about it, the Citizens' Assembly proposed and was educating around STV, saying that it didn't have as much emphasis on parties. I found in Australia it very much emphasized the role of parties. People could rank candidates under the STV system, but typically people did not want to rank candidates because there might be, I think in one case, 160 candidates to rank or something like that. And people, so they just voted in what they called above the line, i.e. you just accepted the party's list. Below the line meant you had to rank. When my husband and I went to meet with the Chief Electoral Officer in Australia, he said most people just will not take the time or be bothered to re-rank people, so that sense of voter choice diminishes because of the complexity of dealing with that system. He said he remembers one woman who so hated one of the people that was going for election that she was willing to rank so she could rank that woman last. And it took her an hour and a half in the polling booth to go through the ranking procedure. So a more complicated system, and as I say, coupled with the geography of this province, it seemed to me that MMP would be the way to go. The initiative required a lot of effort. It was more than full-time for me, my husband, a whole range of people. We had over 1,500 volunteers across the whole province. You have to get 10% of the signatures of registered voters in every riding of the province. So I toured the province, met with people at the local level, had canvassers at all the local levels. We did receive the help of some organizations like the BC Nurses Union, for example. But generally speaking, it was just grassroots mobilization that collected signatures. We got the 10% in a number of ridings, but we did not meet the threshold, despite the fact that we did bring Rod Donald, the charismatic leader of the Greens from New Zealand, up, and I did a tour with him. People loved him, and lots of people came out, and we were canvassing all the time. But it is a hard thing to meet the actual necessities of getting a citizens' initiative through. It may be that certainly I helped prompt by that effort the establishment of the Citizens' Assembly. If you read my speech online, you'll see that I actually was called in after that 2001 election by then Premier, who said, you know, if we could have a choice, we could do a citizens' assembly, we could go with a quick electoral reform system, we could go with finance reform. And I said, you know, a citizens' assembly is a really good idea for getting the people on board, because getting people knowledgeable about a voting system, prepared enough to motivate them to vote for it, I think is an incredibly important part of this process. The vote was very close on the recommendation of the Citizens' Assembly, and that vote, which was in 2003, achieved a 57.69% support of voters at the poll, but the threshold had been a super majority of votes, so a 60% threshold. That was dissimilar to some other countries like New Zealand, which went with 50%, but it was what we had in BC, and so it failed. And I don't need to probably repeat for you, but we had two other votes on STV in the province, and the second vote on the ballot only received 39% support, so it really had dropped by then. It was a few years since the Citizens' Assembly, which had kept it in high public profile. Again, my point about public being knowledgeable, aware of, and understanding what they would be voting for. And the final vote, I think also due to a confidence and supply agreement with the BC Greens, put it on a ballot again, but it was a mail-in ballot, which of course usually means lower turnout, and it ranked three choices, and they were pretty complicated. It was, I mean, I know there's these systems, and it was even hard for me to figure that out. The conclusion I draw from the process that we went through with the Citizens' Assembly and the three votes on STV is that STV really isn't the right system for this province. It's important to get the system right that matches our geography, that matches the desire of people to vote for something that is fair, where their vote will count towards representation, so that the share that a party gets of people's votes is generally equal to its share of seats. That's what a fair system is. STV wasn't the right system for the reasons I've mentioned, because of the geography largely, and it was more complicated to understand. But I do believe people want that more fairer voting system. You know, especially after, again, in the last federal election, which we just experienced, where people felt in many cases, because of, I'll be honest, the threat of Trump and what he was saying about wanting to annex Canada, as well as I think the Conservatives who had run a campaign which, until just before the election was very much aligned around the thinking and the statements that Trump would be making. They switched their tune, but there was this fear, I think, amongst many people in Canada of not wanting to see the Conservatives get in. So they did what you can under a first-past-the-post system. They held their nose, didn't vote for who they really wanted to, voted for who they felt had the best chance to defeat the candidate or the party that they didn't want to get elected. And that is not a stellar way to approach your vote or our democracy. You should be voting out of your principles for who you think, and as an individual member representing you and as a party representing you, reflects your values and what you want to see in terms of policy in the province. I think, as I say, given especially more recently with the federal election, people are interested in electoral reform, so I'm happy that this committee has been struck, and that thank you all for serving on this committee. You're in summer break, but no, not break for you. But I appreciate that effort. I have had a number of conversations around what could be a simple system for us to proceed with in British Columbia that would put a fairer voting system on the ballot eventually again. That would be, in my mind, again, STB not appropriate, an MMP system, but instead of lists where a party prepares those lists, and if they don't get a fair share of their seats given their vote, members are chosen from the list, or they get a second vote for the party, and it comes from that list. Instead, don't do it by a pre-prepared list, but have your MLAs elected locally, which is a part of MMX member system. You get a local representative. Keep the ridings that we've got. Keep that simple. And in terms of a party getting its fair share of seats, if they don't get enough of the seats to be their fair share through their local representatives, they would be topped up. And they would be topped up by the candidates of that party who didn't get elected in order of how much vote they got. So the most publicly supported members of that party. They may be wonderful, but they ran in a riding that was a hard one to win, so they would be the ones that would fill the seats. You could top it up with not a huge number of excess seats, something between 10, 15, something like that. You don't need to expand the House dramatically, and you could achieve that without the accommodation of that within our heritage legislature in a number of ways. It's in my report. I have 38 seconds to go. So I just want to end by saying that there are things you achieve by pursuing electoral reform. One of them is the re-engagement and excitement of people in voting in a system where they feel their vote really will translate into who they voted for, the party they voted for, so there was a fair result. To me, I think that fundamental principle of democracy is worth all the effort you're putting into this committee.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your timeliness on that.
Yes, I had 1 second left.
Yes. So we have 10 minutes now for questions. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. MLA Shaw.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for your dedication, your commitment to electoral reform. I think you've spent an extensive amount of time doing this good work. I have a question surrounding the top-up. So in the event that a top-up was to happen, I'm wondering if you could comment on whether there may be specific favor to more dense ridings. So, for example, if you wanted to keep the ridings that you have, and you were to look at how many votes a particular candidate got, would that not be skewed towards more dense areas, for example, the Lower Mainland or city centre areas, compared to rural ridings?
So it's an excellent question. No, not if you work it on the percentage of vote.
Okay, gotcha.
Right, not on the total number of votes, but work on the percentage.
Percentage,
Yeah.
okay. Wonderful, thank you.
Any further questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's really great to start in this way. The question I had was in the implementation of the system that you're proposing, would you see the need for a referendum, or would you see implementing the system and then trying it out and having a referendum afterwards? Or how would you see the implementation of this recommendation?
I think that to have a referendum first has shown to be quite it takes a lot of time to go through that whole process, and I don't think mail-in referendum ballots work. The turnout tends to be very low for that, so at the time of an election is appropriate, but that would mean 2 election cycles. And frankly, and I will be frank, I'm really worried about a number of key issues that we are facing. Most important to me of which is the climate crisis. And I think that moving forward in as timely way as possible to get a fair election result, which often will result in minority governments or more coalition governments, which leads to more collaborative politics in my mind. My experience at City Council in Vancouver was clearly that collaboration across party lines achieved the best results. Some people say, well, our third term, 2018 to 2022, was a term like that. Well, it didn't start that way, but a party that had the majority of seats, which was right of center, people crossed the floor. So they sat as independents, and in some of those independents worked with the Greens, worked with One City, Christine Boyle, who's now a member of your government. And between that coalition, that collaboration, we moved forward phenomenal legislation at the local level. I'm seeing that it's really, if people vote in terms of how you implement it, if you move forward with it to implement it at the next election and offer people also the chance to say, do we want to continue or not with this, implementing it is important. Timeliness is important. So no referendum beforehand.
Thank you. Any further questions? MLA Clare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you not see an irony in imposing a system of democratic reform on people without having them, giving them the ability to decide whether or not they want such a system in advance? Yeah. And further to that, do you also not see the fundamental rural-urban divisions on many significant issues? For example, the areas where resource extraction is a significant part of economic development, and that money from that resource extraction being spent largely in urban areas when the rural areas do not tend to get similar benefit. I mean, I have examples in my riding where there are significant needs for infrastructure replacement and building, and yet, despite the significant amounts of resources going from those areas, the money tends to get spent in larger, more dense urban centres without regard to significant issues in those areas. And I think there's a problem there, and I just wonder what you have to say about those points.
You've got 2 questions. So apropos of the first, I believe that this province has put an immense amount of effort into engaging the public on the issue of electoral reform. The Citizens' Assembly was a hallmark piece of work, and it received global recognition, and a lot of people started to understand the electoral systems that way. And then the subsequent 2 votes also helped engage people around electoral reform in this province. So I don't think we're starting with a blank slate. I do think that there needs to be continued public education. I firmly believe that the more information you give that explains a system, and if it's especially a simple system, the better for democracy. In terms of the second question, and the what can be perceived as north-south, interior, coastal, big city, rural dichotomy within this province, from my study of proportional representation systems, especially mixed member proportional, those conflicts get diminished, partly because parties end up working together. That is almost always a hallmark of a mixed member proportional system. So that collaboration leads to you talking with other people from other parties and from other parts of the province to jointly move forward on issues. So it has not been a urban, rural, well, in most of Europe, they don't have that same problem. But in Australia and New Zealand, for example, it's not an urban-rural problem. They really are much more, as I say, in tune with each other.
Madam Chair, if I could follow up. For example, we'll look at the grizzly bear hunt, which in areas which I'm very familiar, grizzly bear populations are strong, and there are negative interactions. There was just a situation involving a grizzly bear recently. A person was injured, and I have friends who were mauled. I have one friend who was killed by a grizzly bear, and I've been involved with ranching communities where grizzly bears are a clear threat to livestock. And yet, decisions on such things as that tend to be made by a dense population in the lower mainland or the island that affects people outside of that. And I'm not sure that that collaborative approach would work on a this or that type of issue.
We have a place on the Sunshine Coast and had a grizzly bear cub walk through the property this spring, although there's more black bears than grizzlies, of course. And we have grandchildren that are very young, so there was a concern, but I certainly am not one that's worried about bears in my neighborhood. No, I'm not worried. But the point is that that really, when parties collaborate across party lines on issues, they tend to focus on their priorities. They don't go with their whole wish list, they go with their priorities. And I would warrant to say that would probably not, the grizzly bear hunt, stopping it would not be a priority compared to when you look at housing, economic development, the nature of our industries and jobs and housing in this province.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question. Deputy Chair.
Thanks very much, Adriane, for the presentation. I just want to back up a little bit when you talked about obviously, foremost in your mind, you're believing that climate is the #1 issue that comes to your presentation, and I think MLA Clare kind of hit it also on the head, in as much as that part of the issue right now isn't just so much climate, is how much we're actually responsible for climate. And when you look at some of the things that are happening in our process with disinformation and, some of the things that are occurring in our elections, how do you see a collaborative approach if I can argue that people aren't being informed the way they should be informed on actually what's going on? So how do you think, how would you be, I'm just looking at some of the other examples around the world. I mean, Canada, we don't have anything other than first past the post. And England has basically first past the post, but some of their portions are added too. How can you see going forward, if we seem to have so much more misinformation out there, how is the public going to be able to actually form an opinion without having a strict set of guidelines or policies? How would you be able to have a collaborative approach going forward in government without having a clear majority?
Yeah. Do I have time to answer? Okay. Sorry, my clock says I'm done. I think that, first of all, it's important to realize that priorities are talked about across party lines, such as with the confidence and supply agreement. That's when your priorities come out between several parties, but in any kind of system, MMP, for example, or most proportional systems, tend to have minority governments. And so you absolutely need to have conversations about what the shared priorities are. Your point around misinformation, disinformation, et cetera, is one well taken in today's world. It worries me greatly to know that some people receive their information in an echo chamber that doesn't necessarily have any grounding in the actual information that scientists or people who are knowledgeable will provide. So starting with shared, accurate information is incredibly important. I mean, when I was on council, I must admit, I kept putting forward just basic information. I tell people the latest thing I read on climate change is this, just so you know the potential impacts here around rising sea level or whatever. So think of it as, when you collaborate with somebody, you both want to be well informed. You both want to share information. And if somebody has a counterpoint of view, you can discuss it and say, well, what's that information, or where's that information from? So, your point, as I say, is a really good one. And collaborative politics is more the result, obviously, with proportional representation in voting reform. The countries that have got MMP, European countries, there's African countries, South Asia, South America, etc. But the countries that have had it the longest are all in the leadership on climate action. They also have virtually no homelessness. They also are tackling quality of life issues for people, and they have strong economies.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Adriane, and for answering our questions.
A real pleasure talking with you, and thank you for your time on this committee.
Thank you. Do they know about themselves? Next up, we have Chris and Heidi. Thank you and welcome to the hearing. So you have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by 10 minutes for questions. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you so much for having us. I'm Heidi Tvorek. I'm a professor of history and public policy at UBC, where I'm a Canada Research Chair, and I direct the Centre for the Study of Democratic Institutions, or CSDI. At CSDI, we understand the past, analyse the present, and train for the future. And we focus on primarily platforms and media. And our work includes examining online abuse and harassment, generative AI in elections, and health communications.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm Chris Tenove. I'm the Assistant Director of CSDI and a Research Associate and Instructor at UBC's School for Public Policy and Global Affairs. Today, I want to discuss research we helped conduct that examined the information environment during the most recent provincial election. And then following that, Heidi will provide 3 key takeaways and conclude with 4 recommendations. The information environment is important to consider, and of course was a topic of the last question and for your previous speaker. Important to consider because it's crucial to democratic elections. It shapes citizens' discussions and voting preferences. It influences how candidates run for office, including whether they are targeted with threats or abuse when they do so. And it contributes to the trust or distrust people have in the electoral system. The information environment in BC, as in the rest of Canada, is in flux. Social media platforms continue to evolve and change media habits. According to the Reuters Institute at the University of Oxford, about 46% of Canadians get news on social media, even though, and that's the most recent finding, even though links to professional news media are banned on the popular Instagram and Facebook platforms. So there's a continuing shift away from legacy news media and towards online influencers. And the rise of generative AI looks to further reshape this information environment. So we wanted to look at how the information environment was shaping people's opinions and the kinds of narratives that could be seen during the 2024 British Columbia elections. To do that, we worked in collaboration with it's called the Media Ecosystem Observatory, which is based at McGill University and the University of Toronto. We're giving an advanced preview of a report that they will be publishing later this month, and we'll be happy to share it with the committee as soon as it's out. The Media Ecosystem Observatory used 3 research approaches to understand the diverse content that British Columbians encountered during the campaign and how it shaped their opinions. First, they conducted regular surveys before, during, and after the campaign. Second, they collected and analyzed posts across different platforms by prominent entities in the province, candidates, political parties, media outlets, and influencers. And the third one, researchers created what are called avatars on social media platforms and used these to investigate how diverse individuals might encounter information in different online spaces. And that method allows us to get a sense of how the platforms, their algorithms, and people's different interests and ideologies shape the information they encounter. So here are a few key takeaways from that research. One, there's increasing fragmentation in the online information environment. Different parties and influencers are using different platforms to get their messages out to different groups. Mainstream media provides some widely shared information, but they did not fully bridge partisan divides. And this fragmentation suggests a digital landscape that may amplify information silos and hinder deliberative dialogue. Relatedly, survey respondents were highly polarized, with BC Conservative Party supporters expressing strong dislike for the NDP and vice versa. The Media Ecosystem Observatory looked for, but did not find, significant evidence of foreign interference, foreign information manipulation during the election. However, there were some limitations in their methods, including their ability to see closed messaging platforms or to research extensively platforms and languages other than English and French. But foreign interference is important to keep our eye on it and investigate. In their surveys, they found about 41% of British Columbians said they were very or extremely concerned about foreign interference in BC politics. A similar number, about 43%, expressed very or extreme concern about online misinformation. And an even higher proportion, or about 50%, of British Columbians surveyed expressed very or extreme concern about AI use in elections. I'll now zero in on some of the findings specifically related to electoral integrity and trust. The election itself unfolded without major controversy during the campaign period, but the post-election atmosphere was quite different when we're looking at the online information environment. Online speculation escalated on the final voting day. We saw narratives circulating online that accused the BC or Canadian governments of cloud seeding to cause intense rains, which some online accounts suggested might change voting outcomes. Other accounts shared misinformation about ballot tabulators, building on false claims, false narratives about voting machines in the 2020 US election. Some accounts spread misinformation that directly targeted Elections BC and its staff, accusing the agency of bias or collusion. two real electoral administration issues fueled that speculation about electoral integrity. In the Prince George Mackenzie riding, a ballot box was not initially counted, and some uncounted ballots were discovered in the Surrey-Guildford riding. So despite those real issues and some of the more extreme narratives that appeared in different online spaces, opinion surveys suggested that British Columbians' trust in elections BC and the voting process remained generally high, but there were some troubling signs. There was a small but significant decline in trust between the pre-election and post-election period. The proportion of surveyed British Columbians who said they trusted elections BC declined about 3%, and the trust levels had become more polarized. So in that post-election period, supporters of the BC Conservatives were 19% less likely to trust elections BC than were NDP supporters. And a final matter, as mentioned at CSDI, we've previously researched harassment of candidates and journalists. We did not closely examine this issue in the recent BC election, but our prior research suggests that online and in-person abuse undermines people's safety, mental health, and their willingness to run for and serve in elected office. And these challenges may be particularly impactful on members of underrepresented groups. So taken together, our research suggests that significant proportions of British Columbians have serious concern about the informational threats to elections, including foreign interference, online misinformation, and the misuse of artificial intelligence. We do not think these forms of information manipulation had major impacts on the recent provincial election, but the spike in rumors about electoral fraud in the post-voting period demonstrates how long-term changes in the information environment have created vulnerabilities and challenges. These need to be addressed in order to maintain British Columbians' trust in the electoral process and to deepen their participation. So I'll turn it now to Heidi.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to provide three major points of analysis to consider and then 4 recommendations. So first, it's really important to focus on what researchers call data voids. And this means spaces where there's little or no high-quality information available, so it's much easier to spread conspiracy theories or problematic content. So too often what we focus on is disinformation and how we address that, not about how we provide high-quality information preemptively to prevent data voids, for example, on something new like electoral reform. We find that data voids often occur when issues arise suddenly, like the issue of ballot counting after the provincial election. So providing information in more formats, languages, and on more platforms may have helped to stem some of that questioning that arose around electoral processes. We also find that data voids are not necessarily universal, so sometimes they appear for particular communities, whether geographic, say rural, or demographic. Or, for example, high-quality content might exist on a topic, but not on every platform. Let's say not on TikTok, frequented more by younger users who are much less likely to turn to a government website for information. Second, what about the rise of generative AI? We found in a CSDI report in 2024 that generative AI has exacerbated problems that already existed, but not created substantially new ones. We found that in elections around the world in 2024, Gen AI was pervasive, but not necessarily persuasive. And it worsened 3 major issues, mainly that of manipulation, pollution, and harassment. So by manipulation, we mean it's just easier, much easier to create fake news websites or scam posts, such as those AI-generated posts that purported to show Mark Carney hawking various fake investment schemes in the recent federal election. By pollution, we mean there's simply much more low-quality text, images, video, audio online, makes it much harder for voters to find reliable information. That's also true on chatbots as well, as other researchers have found looking at elections around the world. And finally, what we find is these informational questions don't just affect voters, they also have dramatically lowered the barrier to creating deepfakes. That particularly affects women, and this raises the concern that it might reduce the number of women willing to run for office because they're worried about harassment through deepfakes. Final point of analysis is these informational issues affect all electoral systems. We've collaborated with researchers around the world who are looking at questions around platforms and elections. We find that proportional systems in Europe are similarly vulnerable to problems of informational integrity and foreign interference. So we see different tactics depending on the electoral system, but ultimately these platforms' architecture allow for potential manipulation regardless of the electoral system. So at present, we don't see any pattern in any particular electoral system being less vulnerable to informational issues. So now let me turn to 4 recommendations. So of course there are many policies that might be used to address these issues, many of which are going to happen at the federal or the international level, so we'll focus on thinking about the province here. So first, the province can continue to invest in media literacy and broader public communication, seeing media literacy as a lifelong pursuit, not just in schools, but also in other places such as community centres or civic spaces. Public communications means focusing on providing that high-quality information that I talked about, requiring investment by Election BC and others to ensure the presence of high-quality information in as many languages and as many formats as possible. Proactive work to avoid data voids. Second, as far as feasible at the provincial level, it is important to address online harms. Now, BC has already started to do this through the Intimate Images Protection Act. It may, though, be appropriate to consider further measures during election periods to try to protect candidates and electoral officers from potential abuse and harassment. And the province might also communicate its regulatory needs clearly and regularly to the federal government. Third, any resilient electoral system relies upon the capacity of civil society to understand the information system and to evaluate new policies, such as the voluntary BC Political Campaign Activity Code of Practice. There are no significant funding streams that enable independent researchers to analyze information flows in elections, particularly if there are snap elections. So our collaboration with the Media Ecosystem Observatory, for example, relied upon our own initiative. But more stable and specific funding would be crucial to ensure we can monitor the next election and actually understand long-term trends rather than doing one election here, one election there. And finally, the province can push platforms and also AI service providers for transparency. And that transparency enables researchers like us to actually understand what is happening online. At present, ironically, researchers have less ability to explore the online world than we did 5 years ago. And that's because many platforms have either shut down access to data or they've made it prohibitively expensive. So without legislation, unfortunately, researchers' answer to many important questions may simply become, we don't know, and we don't have a way to find out. Thank you so much for inviting us to present our work today, and we're really looking forward to answering your questions.
Thank you so much, Chris and Heidi, for your presentation. Are there any questions for the presenters? Please put your hand up. MLA Shaw.
Great. Thank you for your presentation. You made a comment that in your review, or from what you can see, there are many electoral systems that are equally vulnerable to some of these issues that you've mentioned. I'm wondering if you have seen anything from any jurisdiction across the globe which is attempting to currently address these issues, or a specific issue within the broad issue that you think is successful or could be a model for what we could pursue?
Sure. I think one thing that's clear from the research is that misinformation is often a demand issue, one in which, particularly when groups are interested in advancing their position regardless of the truthfulness of claims, and that this is a bigger problem in polarized political systems. And we see very mixed implications for polarization of different electoral systems. In some cases, it does seem that a proportional system is mitigating potentially some polarization, but in other countries that have proportional electoral systems, we see intense polarization and these same issues. So regardless, I think the political leadership around addressing some of the issues of both true and making false or misleading claims. It's critical for the leadership in parties and party leaders to address that issue. And also leadership around avoiding promoting disrespect or even kind of enabling harassment of people on other parties. So I think that's at a political level. At a regulatory level, I mean, we've seen a range of different approaches around the world. I would say, what we see in Europe is the real policy leader in this area because they have a clear system that facilitates the takedown of illegal content on platforms and holds them to account if they don't quickly do so. They also have a set of processes to improve the transparency of platforms, providing researchers data and other sorts of things, and to require platforms to develop best practices, including specifically to elections, to address all the issues that we talked about. So there's a lot to learn from looking at there. Again, whether this is an issue that a provincial jurisdiction could take on is challenging, but that's one observation.
Yeah, maybe just a couple of small things to add is that we do see different ways that people try to address this more as a holistic issue. So whether it's, the classic is Finland, and media literacy is something that's happening as a whole of society approach, so not just during elections, or somewhere like Taiwan has an approach where it's less about takedowns and more about trying to proactively provide information. So I think the useful thing about looking globally is you actually see plenty of different models, but I will say while Europe has regulation and regulation on transparency, the problem is enforcement, and enforcement happening fast enough. And then the second thing is, even though they have archives, there's only archives for 7 years of things like ads, and that's just not long enough, right, to be able to really look at change over time. So it's something that I think we can already learn from looking at what Europe has done. There's improvements to be had.
Go to the Deputy Chair next.
Thanks very much for your presentation. Can we just add on to that a little bit, because I'm just reading a piece from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. So can you elaborate why there seems to be more pressure from the elected officials in Europe to try to deal with this situation by identifying what's occurring with disinformation and the algorithms and all the other things that are going on? Why does there seem to be a political will there to actually do something with that, not only with their laws, but also with the financial penalties, which are significant, up to 6% of their revenues, which is a lot of money? Why doesn't the federal government in Canada, because ultimately that's who we're talking about, not provincial, because of the way our information goes, why isn't there the political will? Why are we different than the Europeans? Why aren't we pushing back and realizing that, yes, we're losing legacy media, we're losing the opportunity to hear both sides of the story, we're allowing this to spread? Why isn't there the political will at the federal level to do something about this?
Oh gosh, it's an interesting question. I'll take it, and then Chris can jump on.
I'm just curious, because we can only do so much at a provincial level. We're looking at the different ways of voting opportunities, but I think all of us in this room realize the effects of disinformation and how it's growing, and how would we try to get ahead of that. But it's more of a federal responsibility. How come the federal government isn't identifying that the way that the Europeans are?
Yeah, I think part of it has been a push by certain European countries for historical reasons, being very concerned about this, and the EU being a quite regulation-focused type of entity. Those have been some of the reasons. I will say, though, it still took a very long time in Europe, and we can also look at the UK as another example. The UK has an online safety bill that took 7 years, so it still has taken a long time for Europe to put regulation in place. But I think then there's arguments for Canada taking inspiration from some of that, learning what we might call, third or fourth mover advantage at this point, seeing what's worked with European regulation. Some of it has been very slow in terms of enforcement, like privacy regulation, GDPR. It's taken many years for cases to even make it through the courts. So while there's regulation on the books, sometimes its actual efficacy is questionable. So I think there's things that Canada could certainly learn from that. But I think one reason for Canada is the ongoing trade negotiations have made this much more complex. So the question is, should Canada be looking to work with Europe on these kinds of issues to have a little bit more of a coalition when it's trying to push for digital regulation?
Can I ask a submission or a supplement on that? Do you think that part of the reason why is because of our close proximity with Americans and their freedom of expression and speech, and that includes hate and whatever else because of the First Amendment? Do you think that has some bearing on it because of our close proximity with our American cousins to the south of us?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does make a difference. Even if we just look at Canadian information environment online, a study a few years ago showed that of the people that Canadians were following on Twitter, about 50% were American and 20% were Canadian, right? That's very different than, say, looking at France. And of course, as I said, these questions of digital regulation have obviously been wrapped up in trade issues. We saw that with the tax that was repealed just a week ago. And it's also true that the US government has shown some displeasure with European regulation as well. So that's where thinking about some coalition with Europe might be one way for the federal government to go.
Good, thank you.
I actually had myself on the list next. I have two questions. One is with regard to you talked about the echo chambers that exist and different, where you fall in the political spectrum, you're looking at different information areas. So to fill these data voids, how would you do so when there's an echo chamber already of where you're getting your information from? How do you actually break into those echo chambers is one. And then do you have you talked about addressing online harms and the potential for legislation or something to have further measures during election periods. Could you just elaborate a little bit more on what that might look like?
Sure. I'll start with the online harms. As mentioned, we do have the Intimate Images Protection Act, and I think that's a model for enabling, people who are targeted to be able to make legal claims and have action on them, both securing takedowns of material and damages. And I'm sure there's work that can be done similarly around defamation more broadly, and exploring whether that model might work for other types of harms. But as mentioned, I think the federal government has to take the lead more broadly on that issue. And I'd add just around, we did see the changes to the BC Election Act that enabled Elections BC to be able to require stop transmission on types of misinformation in election context. And that's something that I don't know how much that was employed or whether it was in the recent election, and be very interesting to hear Election BC's perspective on if that is the right regulatory tool for dealing with certain types of pernicious information that needs to be acted on quickly. From our perspective, being able to actually access the platform data to understand what kinds of content might need to be targeted with such measures, and then what happens if they're put in place, is something that we see as important.
I know we're out of time, so I'll just say very, very briefly. For data voids on platforms, part of it is just putting on information on as many platforms as possible and understanding the different formats within them so you can reach as many people as possible in as many languages. And that requires capacity. A post on LinkedIn is not the same as a post on X, as a post on TikTok. So it's something that requires investment rather than being an afterthought. And then in terms of online harms, having swifter enforcement is another question there as well in terms of deepfakes. And as we said as well, pushing at the federal level for regulation on this is also crucial.
Thank you. I know we had a couple more questions, so if we'd like to ask them, we can take the time. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, doctors, for your presentation. I very much appreciate seeing people from my alma mater here. One of the words I didn't hear in your presentation is propaganda. And misinformation seems to have substituted for that word in a number of different aspects. But I also wonder about the efforts of various national actors, state actors, in terms of pushing out propaganda messages to fulfill their own national goals. And I'm thinking specifically of China and Russia in the modern era. I think there is plenty of evidence that they do have very strong efforts being made to push particular agendas on various platforms. I think TikTok is one that's treated quite differently in different countries in what's allowed to be online and what's not. And I wondered if you looked at motivations for misinformation and propaganda in part of your analysis when you were looking at this, because I think editorial policy in terms of what goes on platforms is part of it. And how do you balance opinion and legitimate dissent when it is in conflict with governmental policy objectives?
Yeah, very, very challenging. Two observations. I think the emphasis in the analysis we were talking about on the recent BC election was focused on information manipulation in that election context. So that doesn't focus on the long-term, beyond any particular election, promotion of narratives, often combined with, stuff that's beyond communication and that states pursue, China and others, in order to get their interests addressed. And so I think this is, an ongoing issue that is not limited just to that election context, needs to be addressed as such. Maybe I'll.
Yeah, I think maybe this speaks to the transparency issue as well. So here we were talking about transparency in terms of data, but it's actually an even bigger Pandora's box, right? Because there's so much that we don't know about the policies or the algorithms and what is being prioritized or deprioritized. So for example, one of the researchers we work with who is in Germany called Christian Katzenbach is actually collecting all of the policy changes from the major platforms, because it turns out there was no database on something as simple as that. You didn't know, right? So now we have one, but it was actually very complex to set up. And those are only the public-facing policies. Then we can go and analyze them. But there's, of course, so much that is happening that is not necessarily public. And a lot of transparency regulation is only addressing the data rather than these more qualitative questions that you're raising, which are sometimes very hard for us to answer, especially because some researchers used to be able to get interviews with people in companies, and that's become increasingly difficult over the last few years as well.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one last question from MLA Botterill.
Thank you so much for your presentation. The earlier in the presentation, you flagged the importance of responding quickly or immediately, and we saw that in the post-election period. And you mentioned a number of examples where the word got out on a variety of platforms that there was major problems and so on. And we've talked a lot about Europe, and we've talked about federal government, but provincially, what would you see, or could you see, for example, Elections BC being given a much stronger mandate and greater capacity to do that immediate type of reaction? I realize it's one part of a much bigger problem, but I'm curious about what you see BC could do next spring when we pass some legislation.
Yeah, in the federal election, we saw Elections Canada have a kind of ongoing fact-checking capacity where they were very quickly identifying narratives, posting responses to them, and then working with news media and others to spread those. So I think that's one model of quick response. But I think and certainly, Elections BC could have capacity, or could increase its capacity to be able to create content that's ready to go out on different platforms and be easily shared. But you're always going to need additional voices that are trusted in different communities. And so that's a really long-term issue of a resilient information system where there are lots of different types of voices, legacy news media, and then these new perspectives from different types of influencers, and thinking about how to engage them, maybe set some rules around how influencers operate, but also see them as often beneficial voices to share information to different communities.
Maybe I'll just add one separate perspective for us to think about, which is this question of Gen AI and chatbots, because we've seen increasing research on that, and there is some really concerning results about how much of the information that is being provided in answer to questions around elections specifically is either false or in many cases was true at a certain point but is no longer true at the moment of asking. So for example, if a candidate changes, the chatbot may be giving you the information of a couple months ago, but that's really problematic if you're going to the ballot box tomorrow and you're being told that there are a couple of candidates and it's the wrong ones. So I think really trying to think about that element as well, whether it's trying, and also then in the provincial level, trying to figure out, is there some way to ensure that you actually can get responsiveness from platforms? Because this is really a huge problem. That goes to the online harms and abuse question, as well as that sometimes the issue is that people register a problem, something that goes against terms of service, and there isn't swift enough response. In an election, swiftness is crucial. So I just throw that out onto the table to think about as well, because it's truly concerning. In some cases, up to a third of answers not being correct in some fashion from a chatbot is not what we want to see in an election when increasing numbers of people seem to be using these.
Thank you so much for your presentation and for your insightful answers as well. I really appreciated it.
Thank you.
So next we have Maxwell Cameron from the University of British Columbia. Thank you so much for joining us today, Maxwell. So just a reminder that you will have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by 10 minutes from questions from members. So please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak here to you today. But more importantly, thank you for the work that you're doing as a committee. I think democracy is always a work in progress, and this kind of reflection is important. My name is Max Cameron. I'm a professor of political science. I teach in the Department of Political Science in the School of Public Policy and Global Affairs at UBC. And I want to begin by sort of reflecting on the current moment that we're in. We face unprecedented uncertainty and threats to our democracy today. We're not alone. Many democracies around the world are beleaguered. But we're particularly threatened by the attitude of the administration of the U.S. government south of the border, which has threatened our sovereignty and threatened our prosperity. And in response to this, Canadians have shown a remarkable degree of patriotism. We've seen elbows up across the country. And this, I think, has had a transformative effect on our politics, on our sense of political community. And governments have responded to this, and we're seeing governments across the country, provincially and federally, trying to tackle the kinds of issues that are of greatest concern to Canadians, whether it's the cost of living, affordability of housing, getting national projects underway, and so forth. And I welcome all of this. However, I think it's important that we not lose sight of one of our greatest assets in this present moment, which is the fact that the public is keen to be engaged and wants to be engaged. And I don't think that we should take the strong support that Canadians have shown to our federal and provincial governments as an indication of a blank check, or that we don't want to see traditional checks and balances in place. Those are also important. And the way that governments, if they want to enhance their power and their capacity to respond to this threat, is not necessarily by further concentrating power here in Canada. Already our premiers and our prime ministers have a good deal of political power, but it's by mobilizing the public and getting the public behind them. And that requires public engagement. That requires working with the public. I don't think it's the case that our institutions are incapable of this. We have robust parliamentary institutions in Canada. We have strong political parties. We have a highly educated, sophisticated public. We have a strong, albeit challenged, media ecosystem. We face some polarization, but by no means as much as we see south of the border. It's not the case, then, that our institutions are broken, but I do believe that they are insufficient on their own to meet this moment. And that what we require is a willingness to innovate and to adapt, a willingness to experiment, a willingness to do something that we have done in the past with the BC Citizens Assembly, and that is to show leadership in innovation around democratic participation and democratic engagement. I think that while we have been a leader with this remarkable experiment with the Citizens Assembly, which has been replicated in many other jurisdictions across Canada, but in other countries, in Europe and around the world. Notwithstanding the fact that we have in the past been an innovator, I think we've been slow to adopt many of the participatory innovations that are out there. I'm thinking of a range of things. And if you're interested in learning more about any of these, the website Participedia is a wonderful space that's curated around democratic innovations. But there are things like participatory policy conferences, citizens' juries, deliberative polling, participatory budgeting. None of these are substitutes for parliamentary democracy, but they can supplement democracy in the same way that things like referendums and town halls supplement electoral democracy. I tend not to be a supporter of referendums, at least in the way in which they've been organized here in this province. I think there are countries that use referendums effectively, like Switzerland and Uruguay. I don't think we do. What we do with referendums is turn issues over to the public without providing sufficient information, without a process of public education. What we did with the last referendum, I think, was gave the voters a complex set of options to choose from, didn't prepare them, gave $500,000 to one group to say, go sell this idea, and $500,000 to another group to say, go debunk it, and what we got was what you would predict, which is nothing. We got nowhere with that. So process is often the thing that makes it hard to innovate in a democracy, to improve incrementally our democratic system. And so I think that we should focus more on process. I'm today less animated by the possibility of achieving electoral reform. I'd love to see us change our electoral system. And I think as long as we have the electoral system we do, with its lack of proportionality, with its tendency to produce artificial majorities, with its invitation, its ongoing invitation to strategic voting, to the ways in which it ensures that our legislature doesn't really reflect what the public wants. As long as we have the system, there will be pressure for reform. I'm not optimistic, having gone through 3 referendums, that we can do this in the near future, but I do think that one of the things we can do is invest in process, invest in better processes for engaging the public. And so the idea that I've proposed in the submission to your committee is to start with something that the Brazilians have done extraordinarily effectively, which is to create what they call national policy conferences. These are extraordinary events, and they've engaged hundreds of thousands of people. They've organized dozens of them. It dates back to the 1940s in their country, but they've been used with some regularity under certain governments in the recent past. And what these essentially do, or rather let me describe how it would work in BC, is create policy roundtables at the local level, encourage the kind of nonpartisan debate that can happen in those spaces, bringing people together, civil society, government, a range of stakeholders, around a specific concrete issue. And it could be any issue. It could be health, it could be education, it could be electoral reform. After a process of discussion to try to generate ideas about what the public wants at that level, they elect delegates that then go up to in the case of Brazil, it's up to the state level and then up to the national level. In the case of BC, we could have policy conferences in municipalities and regions across the province that would elect delegates that would then go to a provincial policy conference that would then propose legislation to the legislature. The legislature would have the final word, of course, on whether it wanted to adopt this or not. This kind of process of deep engagement with the public, I think, shows tremendous promise. It's entirely compatible with our system of parliamentary democracy, with the separation of powers, and the rule of law. It's entirely consistent with our electoral system, with our political parties. It takes the matter partially out of the hands of political parties, which in some cases is exactly what you want to do, but it embeds this all within the context of the legislature. It's convened by the cabinet and by the executive, but it feeds into the legislature. The legislature can then decide whether to take up what comes out of this process and put it into legislation. This is the kind of process, I think, that could actually generate deep and broad engagement, resulting in pressure for political reform that could be channeled through, I think, our system very effectively. Now, with respect to proportional representation, that could be one of the issues, but it wouldn't have to be the only issue. As I said, I think that we should change our electoral system. I believe that for a long time. I think there are very powerful reasons for wanting to do it. I think if you turn over the matter to the public can come up with a better system than the one that we have. I think we did that already in the Citizens' Assembly. I think we could do it. I think we could do it again, but it wouldn't have to be just the issue of proportional representation. We've got a host of challenges in our democracy. Parliamentary reform, empowering committees, more free votes, more opportunity for private members' bills, more opportunity for ordinary members of Parliament to be involved in collaboration inside and outside the legislature around legislation. We have a system, I think we have a good system of public funding for parties. I would tag that to better representation of the grassroots. Civic education and engagement. I think we've not done enough around civic education, particularly in our schools. I noticed that the BC Green Party has recently suggested lowering the voting age to 16. I totally embrace that idea. I think engaging our citizens when they're still in school is a great opportunity to combine participation with civic education. Creating spaces for public deliberation, whether it's setting aside a day for conversations around public policy matters, exploring the challenges that we face in terms of use of technology in government, programs that prepare people for public life, such as we have pioneered at UBC with the Institute for Future Legislators. Local democracy is another area. I mean, look at the way our municipalities are functioning today. There are clearly some serious problems, right? So how can we improve the functioning of our municipalities? How can we improve the quality of the people who are recruited and the way in which they function when they're in office, and perhaps empowering the local government leadership academy to do more to help prepare people for work at the municipal level. But also, I think I want to reiterate what people have already said around this table about the importance of the rural-urban cleavage. We need to find spaces for dialogue between urban and rural constituents. And I think that could be done at the municipal level. Finally, workplace democracy. I'm a believer that an important arena for democracy is the workplace. Giving workers the opportunity to participate in public policy matters that affect them directly is important. Building support for policies that empower workers both in the workplace but also that ensure that we have an equitable distribution of income in our province, limiting the power of corporate lobbies, particularly the ways, I would say, the extractive industries and the ways in which they are continuously lobbying for their activities, linking corporate taxes to the gap in CEO compensation with the wages of workers, encouraging worker self-ownership and management, and other programs for capacity building among union workers. So there's a whole suite of measures that we could be undertaking if we were serious about strengthening democracy in our province, from the workplace to the municipality to the sort of broader public institutions. I want to thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today, and really welcome your comments and questions.
Thank you, Maxwell, for your presentation. I have a question for MLA Clare.
Thank you for your presentation, Doctor. One of the things you proposed in your submission and your presentation was the creation of a national policy conference and having this at different levels of government. In any structure, there needs to be some means of determining who the participants are in that particular structure. And if you're creating these policy roundtables, I'm wondering who gets to be part of that particular table? How is that determined? And how is the time allocated to provide sufficient participation? I mean, if we go back in history to some of the earlier structures of the basis of democracy, you see the plebes would have much more of a say. However, in the types of environment we're living in, where we have large numbers of people who may not have the time to be fully engaged, how do you determine who is engaging? And how do you determine whether or not that is truly representative of the greater mass of the people? I mean, I was involved in the reform movement, Manning and all of that, and getting that set up back in the 80s and 90s. And I saw the grassroots that you referred to so fondly, and I'm not sure that I see how this structure would work.
Yeah, and that's an important point, and I want to acknowledge that there are legitimate reservations that you could have about a process like this, which seems to be different from the kind of one person, one vote electoral system that we have. And this is a process that could function in a variety of different ways, and here the design issues would be critical to think through in advance. It could be structured in part around existing organizations. So one of the things that the Brazilians do when they gather in these policy conferences is they provide a lot of space for, let's say we're doing education, for teachers. And so that the teachers' union, the professional associations associated with the teaching would be involved, as well as people from the government ministry. So you create a space for conversation directly between government and civil society. How much you then broaden the tent? Do you create opportunities for some self-selection as well, so it's not simply existing organizations, but also ordinary citizens? I think those would be sort of design questions that would be important to think through, and it wouldn't necessarily work the same way in every space, right? But I suspect that if you put in place a process whereby you invited people to step up and encourage them to do so, you would find a lot of interest in it. It would require, I think, a certain tolerance for the possibility that the discussion won't go in the direction that government necessarily wants. So governments have to be willing to stand back a little bit and allow this process to have some autonomy. But by the same token, government can also be involved in the conversation. And I think that in the context of BC, something like this could be done in a way that was very constructive.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thanks.
Thank you. MLA Shaw.
Chair, and thank you for being here today. My question is, I suppose, maybe similar to MLA Claire's, in the sense that maybe it might have to do with the design, but how do we ensure that in the organization of these provincial tables, that there is not a hyper or there's an increased weight of partisanship in, for example, the selection of ambassadors that will go onto this provincial table, so that, you know, it doesn't cloud the overall intention of the table, because as you know, partisan groups are quite effective in organization, especially in some cases in the grassroots level, and sometimes that drowns out the voice of maybe individuals who have an alternate opinion or you know, thought on a particular item. And I would say that component is concerning, and I'm wondering if that's simply a design issue or maybe a potential setback that you may experience by having a table like this.
Yeah, no, again, I think very, very important point. You know, partisanship, I think, is important, but it's important that it be moderate. In other words, partisanship can be helpful, but it can also be destructive. I think what you are doing when you create a space that is outside of the normal sphere of electoral politics is you have an opportunity for conversation that doesn't necessarily have to be driven by partisanship. But you're right, you're not going to be able to eliminate it entirely. And so the most successful examples of these policy conferences happen when they are really focused strongly on a particular issue, which you invite as many stakeholders as possible around the table, and the focus is we have to make a decision to act. How do we move forward on this issue? And I think that while partisanship can be a challenge, there are ways of tempering it. There are ways of ensuring that it doesn't swamp the conversation. And part of the way that you do that is by making sure that it isn't just partisans around the table. I mean, there can be a place for people who, we all have our partisan affiliations, and we, to some degree, bring that to the table in any conversation. But I think if you ensure that the participants include folks that are involved in, for let's say, other organizations and civil society as well as government, I think it's possible to prevent that from degenerating into simply a partisan brawl. Yeah, thanks.
MLA Claire.
Do not political parties, by their very nature, bring together people with common goals and sets of objectives to achieve policy by means of discourse, going to conventions, accepting a policy platform and package? Does not that process in itself serve the purpose that you're advocating for?
I wish it did, but I'm not sure that it does today in the way in which it might have in the past. In the sense that I don't think we see today political parties performing the same functions in terms of having deep roots in the society, having conventions that are genuinely meaningful spaces for deliberation and decision making, having riding associations that are active, not just at election time, but actually are really part of the core of the party. We have nominations processes that are controlled top-down, that are not, in fact, particularly democratic often. Candidates parachuted in from one place to another because the leaders want those candidates to win and be in the cabinet that they're planning. And so, in fact, our political parties have become increasingly hollowed out and have become vehicles for the ambitions of individual politicians, to the degree that we've seen in British Columbia, a political party simply disband itself by the leadership, which I find, I'm as a political scientist, I can't think of another example of a political party that was the leader, that was the opposition to the government prior to an election, simply throwing in the towel and saying, that's it, we're not going to run in this election. Never seen anything like that happen before. What does that tell us about the nature of political parties in the province and the degree to which they are, in fact, organic representatives of the public?
Perhaps the grassroots just didn't like the way things were going.
Well, that's one interpretation. But it strikes me as implausible that the leader could simply say, we're done, and people would accept that unless the party had become a hollow shell. And so, and it's not to sort of focus just on that party. I think it's true across the board that our parties have become less and less instruments of internal democracy, and more electoral vehicles for politicians. So if they were performing those functions, I don't think we would have the same need to engage the public outside of the context of parties and elections. But even if it were the case that parties were performing those functions well and had deep roots into society, I think that the number of people who are actually partisans in our politics is very small. Right? It's a tiny percentage of people who are actually members of political parties, either federally or provincially. So parties alone, while they're important for fighting elections, they're not necessarily going to be effective vehicles for the kind of broad public engagement that I'm proposing.
It'd be fun to have an extended conversation about this.
Which we won't have right now, but thank you. MLA Botterill.
Thank you for the presentation this morning. The question I had really follows up on MLA Clare's, in the sense that I think there's a range of parties and their connection to the grassroots, and I just wondered if you could reflect on how you would see this being implemented over the next year or two. If you've made a pretty clear recommendation, how would you see this happening?
I think what I would suggest would be to begin at the municipal level and to say, we'd like to convene a broad policy conversation on, pick your topic. Let's say, just for the sake of argument, that it's electoral reform. We're going to invite in every municipality in the province of British Columbia and in every region of the province a roundtable conversation. It could start out like this, in which you would invite people to come in and to sit around the table, and over the course of several days to engage in the kind of conversation that we're having right here, with the aim of trying to identify what kinds of issues arise from the local community, to identify who are the trusted spokespersons from that community, and then to invite them to come to Vancouver or Victoria for a broader conversation on the same issue, with the goal of being to produce legislation that could be submitted to the legislature. Now, I think that what this would do is, the reason why people are not engaged in our politics is because they're not invited into the conversation in a meaningful way. People don't feel like they're being asked to actually have a say in decision making. The whole goal here would be to produce a decision that could be taken to the legislature. The legislature can still say, we don't like this, we're not going to do it. But by the time you've built up the momentum behind something like this, I think the legislature would be likely to want to do it. And since you would do the same thing in every municipality and region of the province, there would be a pretty powerful incentive that would fight against partisanship and divisiveness and polarization, right? Because the goal is to get to an outcome that can be accepted by as many of these delegates as possible, so that it goes to the legislature with the backing of a fairly substantial commitment on the part of those who have participated in the process. In other words, what you're trying to do is you're trying to generate participation that is aimed at producing a decision that would have a very concrete material effect.
MLA Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation as well, and also the wonderful resources that I look forward to reviewing later on. I do have a question with respect to these national policy conferences. They sound like great ideas and great opportunities to have individuals be involved in the democratic process, but I would ask that you just look around this room for a moment. I suggest that you do, and I notice that right now, do you notice who might be missing from that conversation? It might be Indigenous individuals, it might be people of color, it might be, fortunately, we have a number of women here, so that's fantastic. I guess my concern or question to you is, in trying to bring these groups of people together, as MLA Clare had mentioned, as well as the word that I heard you say was trusted spokespersons, is how often young people end up getting left in that conversation. So I guess if we're to develop a system where we were to look at these type of national policy conferences from a provincial level, how might they encourage people who are not historically part of the democratic process in these discussions?
I mean, that is, just such an important question, and such a legitimate observation, right, about this process. I think that what I see missing, so you're certainly right to say that there are elements of diversity that are missing this picture. But also, I'd say, elements of class, right? That is, this is an elite conversation. This is a conversation among folks who care deeply about a set of questions around the institutional design of our system and how we make democracy work well. It's not the sort of thing that, folks in small communities across the province are thinking about first and foremost as they confront the challenges that face them in their lives around things like housing and affordability and so forth, which is actually one of the reasons why I suggested these policy conferences should be on topics that people really care about, right? Public policy matters that are urgent, like, for example, how we find a balance between resource development and the protection of Indigenous title and rights. So that would be an example, I think, of a kind of issue that we could use that would create conversations around the province in communities right across the province, and then bring those conversations together so that we actually do engage the public, youth, diverse communities, Indigenous peoples in that conversation. I see this as a mechanism that actually could potentially, again, this would be there would have to be careful design of the process, right? But this is more likely to tap into that rich diversity of the province than electoral democracy. I mean, we have seen improvements, right, in the legislature in terms of its representativeness, particularly in this last election. But there's still a ways to go in terms of our electoral institutions.
I just have a very quick follow-up. This public hearing is held between 9 to 5. If you're a student, probably not showing up. If you're a single parent who has to take care of your kids or has to work, you're not going to be here. If you're a small business owner who's trying to ensure that you meet payroll, you're not going to be here as well. And so, again, I guess perhaps you might be willing to send this to the committee later about how those voices could be incorporated, because I think one thing that you had mentioned earlier is that this is a very elite conversation that's happening right now. We have a former city councillor, we have researchers, yourself as a professor, people who have the time to be able to be engaged in this process. I think it's very important that we also consider the voices that may not be able to be part of a process such as through a national policy conference or a provincial policy conference, and just how we can actually go about doing that, because otherwise it's again, to use your words, an elite conversation that is excluding many other voices. Thank you.
For the final question, we'll go to the Deputy Chair Steamer.
Thanks very much for the conversation. Part of what you were saying about partisan politics, and also we talked about a little bit about municipal candidates and those kinds of things. Do you think that we get a fair representation of what people want if that MLA has more of an opportunity with free votes in our legislature and having more stringent rules when it comes to non-confidence votes? And I'll frame it in as much as that if there are areas of the province where, let's say, there's bad legislation, that's for a better word, and the leadership of the caucus or the party would lose some of that control because there would be strict rules on non-confidence votes. It could be budget only, there could be extenuating circumstances, but I can argue in our last session there was some poor legislation that probably should have spent more time being worked out, but because of the non-confidence vote, there was probably a reluctance of the governing party to take their chances in another election if that non-confidence vote failed. Do you believe that that should be something that we should be looking at, trying to tighten the rules so that MLAs do have the ability to represent their constituents, and if their constituents believe that it's detrimental for their riding on that particular policy, to be able to vote in conscience with their supporters and not just toe the party line?
With you 100%. I think you're elected to represent your constituents. You have to operate within a political party. That's how our system works. There's value to party discipline. It ensures legislature functions. But at the end of the day, you have to respond to your constituents. You have to get elected by them, and their voice should matter. And so the Confidence Convention, which was intended to be a source of accountability on government, has been turned by government into a cudgel that's used to whip votes and to prevent Parliament from being a meaningful space of public deliberation. We want Parliament, I think, to be a place where there's meaningful discussion and conversation, opportunities for changing legislation, for amending legislation, for challenging legislation and questioning it. I think more free votes is an important part of that. I think having private members' bills be given more space is an important part of that. But the way that the current system functions, I think your hands are far too tied by our system than they should be.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Maxwell, for your presentation and answering our questions. We will now take a short break till 10:30. So members, if you could return by 10:30. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Welcome back, everyone. So we will continue with our presentations. If we could have Alton Chung, please. Thank you. Welcome, Alton. And just so you are aware, we have 5 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions. Please start when you can.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Alton Chung, and I'm a worker in the city of Richmond and one of the union rep there. I'm a union activist with deep interest in seeing our electoral system to be better. My first involvement with electoral reform was actually 20 years ago when I was taking a course in university about BC politics, and I worked the election the same year. So I have first-hand information as to how little information was communicated at that time to our citizenry about the reform and how disappointed I was. And then I do know that there was the next one, 2018. This one I have a little issue remembering it because it was I'm sorry, because it happened so fast. The questions were very complicated, and we only had a short window to respond, and the public wasn't largely aware. So after 20 years passed, and our system stays the same. At the same time, a lot of other countries in the rest of the world have already adopted proportional representation, and they are doing well. So because of all the data that we have, we can actually put the idea that electoral reform and proportional representation will lead into some kind of political chaos, put it to rest. For example, Germany has always been, still is, the industrial heartland of Europe. Spain, also using PR, was in a deep recession in 2008. And last year, it was growing at 3.2%, while Canada, we are only growing at 1.6%. So by no means, economics and political system are causing one another to do whatever they want. But rest assured, they do not cause chaos. They do not cause further damage. So, and also, if we look at Europe, they tend to have better protection for workers. People, generally speaking, are having very, very well life, very good life. We can make a guess as to why. Maybe it's just that their political system is more responsive to the citizenry, and people have more choices, and the system encourages parties to come together to form coalition and work together. So I hope the committee will be serious in researching better options and to propose significantly more democratic electoral systems for BC, and maybe looking towards to extend it to the whole Canada. I hope there will be results coming from this exercise. I hope there would be a transparent and lengthy discussion about what the committee is going to propose and how are we going to implement that, instead of just throw the questions out there and let the voters decide. It's very difficult for people to understand what the proposal would be if there is no lengthy discussion. There are a few points I would like to make as well, other than proportional representation. I think we need to increase public participation and engagement in elections, particularly the younger citizens who are outrepresented by older workers. We should look into extending the voting period into 2 weeks and end on the final voting day. We should explore more options for vote by mail or telephone voting, and maybe we should lower the voting age to 16. And also we should look into improving assets from the candidates to voters. The voter list should be kept up to date, and candidates should have more knowledge about their community, and especially in those high growth and high rental tendency areas. Voter collection should be made available to candidates, including phone numbers and email in addition to address, so that those voters can be actually reached out during the election period. And we want to ensure all the candidates have and their representative had access to the apartments building. And we have to better enforce that rule. Once again, regarding proportionate representation, I personally believe that a mixed member proportionate system would be preferable. But again, the matter is not, it is factually better, but we have to get the information out there so people actually understand what we are proposing so that they can vote with informed decisions. I thank the committee for taking what I said into consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Alton. Are there any questions? MLA Clare.
Madam Chair, one question I have is about security. When you're saying you should improve the amount of telephone and phone voting, well, how do you see dealing with the security issues that are around ensuring that someone who's voting is actually entitled legally to vote in the particular election?
Okay, we have telephone voting in our system already, so it's basically make it more robust. And just to expand it, we don't have to adopt a whole telephone program for everybody in the first go. So we just want to make sure that telephone access or vote by mail can be reached, can be people aware that they have these options, and if they can show that they are not available on in person, then they have options. Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Alton, for your presentation.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. Okay, next up we have Claudia Cornwell of the North Vancouver Capilano Green Party of Canada. Welcome, Claudia.
Hi.
And just a reminder that you will have 5 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I live in North Vancouver. I'm a writer, the author of 7 books. My most recent was British Columbia in Flames, Stories from a Blazing Summer. I attribute my keen interest in politics to my parents, who fled fascism in Europe. They found refuge in Shanghai, where they stayed during the war and for a while afterwards, until 1949. Then the communists took over, and my parents were no longer welcome in China. They fled again and immigrated to Canada. When my parents became Canadian citizens, they thought it was extremely important to vote. My father, in particular, found it almost inconceivable that anyone would not exercise this important right. He didn't want to see what had happened in Europe happen again in his new homeland. I know not everyone shares my father's enthusiasm for voting. I think that our first-past-the-post system, sometimes called the winner-take-all electoral system, is to blame. Antiquated and long past its best-before date, it leaves many people feeling unrepresented and frustrated. Often the number of seats a party wins is not proportionate to the share of the popular vote it receives. In 2024 in BC, with first-past-the-post, 8.4% of voters chose the Greens, but they only got 2% of the total number of seats, just 2 seats in fact. With a proportional electoral system, the Greens would have elected about 7 MLAs. First-past-the-post is fundamentally unfair. Some people come to the conclusion there's no point in voting. Our low voter participation rate is a consequence of that. In BC's last election, 58% of eligible voters cast ballots, but 42% did not. A 2022 survey of countries that are members of the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development found that those with proportional electoral systems had much higher voter turnouts than those with first-past-the-post. Sweden topped the list with an 87% voter turnout, almost 30% higher than BC's. First-past-the-post frequently creates a situation that favors strategic voting. This is when a voter who prefers candidate A will hold their nose and vote for candidate B because they really dislike candidate C or candidate C's party and believe their best chance of defeating C is voting for B. Strategic voting is an excellent way of ensuring you will never get what you actually want. In our recent federal election, I canvassed for the Greens, a phone canvass for the Greens. I talked to people who were planning to vote strategically. They told me they had supported the Greens in the past. They liked our current candidate. However, because this time round they really wanted to defeat the Conservatives, they would be voting Liberal, as they thought the Liberals had a better chance of winning. Strategic voting makes it harder for smaller parties to gain traction. I think it is important to address this. Why? Don't smaller parties make it less likely that we have a strong majority government that gets things done? Actually, in Canada, groundbreaking legislation was passed when a minority government reached across party lines and cooperated with a smaller party. Our beloved universal health care is a perfect example of the benefit of listening to more voices. We have it largely due to Tommy Douglas. When Douglas became the leader of the federal NDP and was elected as an MP, he championed a universal health care program. Earlier, as the NDP Premier of Saskatchewan, he had introduced the first universal hospital insurance program in North America and demonstrated its feasibility. In 1965, Prime Minister Lester Pearson announced that the federal government would pay half the cost of any provincial medical plans that met the criteria of universality, comprehensiveness, portability, and public administration. Pearson had a minority government. The legislation passed in 1966 with the support of Tommy Douglas's NDP. Canada was the first country in the world to provide government medical insurance for all its citizens, an innovation we can really be proud of. Today, BC is facing extraordinarily difficult problems. I believe the only way we will find solutions is by electing representatives with a wider variety of opinions and backgrounds. When over 40% of eligible voters do not participate in an election, we all lose. We lose access to potentially fresh and creative ideas. Same old won't cut it in today's world. It's time to move on from winners take all to all are winners. We need to be more inclusive and collaborative. Fortunately, there are several proportional electoral systems that can ensure that the number of seats a party gets reflects its share of the popular vote. The problem we have is eminently fixable. A proportional voting system would allow the public to choose a candidate they really preferred, ensuring that democracy and the public good are protected. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Claudia, for your presentation. Are there any questions? MLA Clare.
Presentation. I'm wondering about the problem of regional representation in an electoral system, not just popular representation. We have a province that has large rural areas with sparsely distributed populations that are over very large areas, and I'm wondering how your system would represent people who are sparsely distributed and yet are in areas where there's large amounts of resource extraction, which bring prosperity to areas with large urban populations, and how those voices would be properly heard in such a system.
Well, I know there is I didn't select a particular type of proportional representation system or proportional electoral system because there's so many. I know there is one called urban-rural split, and that is supposed to address that, so that the urban areas where you got dense population would be treated somewhat differently than the rural, and that might solve that problem.
Deputy Chair.
Thanks very much. Thanks for your presentation, and I'm curious on the books that you've read, that you've written. I'm just going to have to go and check that out. So a couple of things that you brought up about. Number one, you talked about the percentages of the voters that are coming out to our elections. And I would offer that it's not fair to be comparing us to other jurisdictions because, like as an example, in Europe, they don't drive with their cell phones. Mm-hmm. And it's not because of their strict laws, it's because it's unsafe to do so. Mm-hmm. So they have a different mindset on a lot of different things than we have. So I think it's a little bit unfair when we start comparing the amount of people that vote. And I can also offer up, there's other jurisdictions like our First Nations that typically only get between 20 and 30% of their people to vote on any given time for whatever they're doing. So I would suggest that I think we need to do a better job of educating the public and making sure that there's less disinformation out there. But would you think, if part of the reasoning behind proportional representation is people not having their voices heard, whether it's from a regionalized area or even if it's in a municipality and there's certain, neighborhoods that have certain, needs and desires and that kind of thing, that previously we were talking about having more freer votes in our legislature. Do you think that that's something as an effective tool to help get us to the point where MLAs would have more opportunities to be able to represent their constituencies more from an on-the-ground perspective than a party perspective?
Well, I think, I don't think that electoral reform is our only kit in the toolkit. I mean, I think it's important, and I do think people do get discouraged and feel that their voices aren't heard, and what's the point? I mean, I've been a firm supporter of the Greens for 20 years for minimal kind of rewards. And I'm a very determined kind of person. Not everybody is like me. And so I don't think you should, so I don't think that, I think that the, addressing that issue is important, but I don't think it's the only thing. And I think that having freer votes or other things can certainly support that and try to get more engagement with the public. I don't think electoral reform is going to solve everything, but I think it's an important step. And I think without it, I think people will continue to feel kind of, underrepresented. And what's the point? And they've got a million other things to do. They're not going to vote. Not going to spend the effort on it. Yeah.
MLA Botterill.
Thanks for your presentation this morning. I had a question, which is, as you've observed the political system over many years and how it works, and you've highlighted some of the issues, do you think that a form of proportional representation would encourage parties in the legislature to collaborate more, or do you think that that would remain unchanged from the current environment in the legislature, which we can all watch live on Hansard?
Well, you see the example of Lester Pearson, right? When I think one of the problems is that sometimes people think it's better to have, like a two-party system. And you see what happens in the United States. They're roaring towards autocracy and extremism from the government. So I think that having some strong, smaller parties that could maybe explore, different aspects of our problems, or really have good thoughts on, some aspects of our problems, can help balance things out. So that, Lester Pearson wouldn't have been able to pass that legislation without the NDP. So, I think that does encourage collaboration if you need the other guys, and also if you have people who have genuinely good ideas, and you've got some support behind it, so that it's maybe not just one or two MLAs doing it, but maybe a group of them who can then research it and make a more convincing case for perhaps some innovative idea than if there's just maybe one lone representative of a party. So yeah, I think it would help.
Thank you so much, Claudia. That wraps up our time. Thank you so much for your presentation and answer your questions.
Thanks for your attention.
Yes. So next up, we have Bill Tieleman from the No Proportional Representation BC Society. Welcome, Bill.
Things are falling apart already here.
It's only day one. We can't fall apart yet. Yeah, so welcome, Bill. So just a reminder that you will have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by 10 minutes for questions.
Thank you very much. A warm thank you to all of you for hearing our views, my views. As president of the BC Proportional Representation Society, which is the official proponent group that supported our first past-the-post electoral system in the 2018 binding referendum, and as the leader of the previous proponent group supporting first past-the-post in 2009 and in 2005 provincial referenda, you might expect me to have strong views. And in fact, I do. Having a master's degree in political science and having been communication director to Glenn Clark in the Premier's office, it kind of adds to that as well. So just a few informational notes. No BC Proportional Representation Society is the successor of the No STV Campaign Society, also the official proponent group in the 2009 BC referendum, and the KNOW No STV group, which opposed STV electoral system in the 2005 referendum. My colleague Suzanne Anton will be speaking here tomorrow, also a director of our society, and Bob Plekas will be speaking in Victoria, who's also a director of our society. The results of the referenda are clear. In both 2009 and 2018, BC voters overwhelmingly rejected proportional representation by votes of 61% for first past the post versus just 39% for one or another form of proportional representation. Then Deputy Premier Carol James spoke for the BC NDP government after the vote in 2018, and she said without equivocating, and I quote, "I think electoral reform is finished. We committed to making sure that the public had a voice. From our perspective, we now move on. The public has clearly spoken. As elected officials, you always know the public is right." And yet, here we are again. I regret that the provincial legislature is once more examining an issue that BC voters have democratically, decisively, and not once but twice strongly rejected, and not one but several different proposed forms of proportional representation. I think the reason is clear. The BC Green Party insisted on this committee examining, quote, "models for electing members of the Legislative Assembly, including proportional representation," unquote, as a condition for supporting the BC NDP government. And I get it. It's political reality, the need for confidence in the legislature. But I will say at the outset that this committee should not be, for the fourth time, examining electoral systems yet again. It's kind of ridiculous after 20 years of this, when BC voters have heard all the arguments and voted against proportional representation with what should be finality. As an aside, I'm aware that some will say the 2005 referendum was, quote, "in favor of proportional representation because STV received 57% of the vote, but not enough to win under the rules that everyone accepted before the vote." I will say that that referendum took place without a fulsome debate when the BC legislature composition was severely imbalanced with a 77-2 MLA count in the election of 2001, and when our makeshift organization had about $10,000 to spend to campaign against the BC government-supported Citizens' Assembly. Regardless, those are the rules, and STV failed, and as it did by a huge margin in the 2009 referendum, when proportional representation was fully debated and both sides were more equally matched. Returning to the issue at hand, I would now like to give you a short version of why first past the post is superior to proportional representation before briefly addressing, quote, the democratic engagement and voter participation, another part of your mandate. The reason why voters strongly supported our current first past the post system is that it is simple, stable, and successful. Simple means it's easy for voters to understand and provide accountable local representation by an elected official such as yourselves who can be removed from office. Stable means it gives stable government, which is good for our economy and jobs. And successful means it has helped give British Columbia one of the best economies in the world with good social services, strong education, and protected environment. Giving up our first past the post system and moving to proportional representation would be a dangerous mistake. By comparison, proportional representation is complicated and confusing, and it removes local, accountable elected officials. It is a foreign voting system that has chronic problems where it's used. First, proportional representation all but guarantees perpetual minority governments where multiple parties make backroom deals to gain power and decide policies. Italy has had 70 governments in 77 years under proportional representation. That is a new government every 13 months on average. Israel under proportional representation is on its 37th government since 1948. That's a new government every 2 years on average. These countries are just two examples of how proportional representation creates unstable, short-lived governments that can't serve their people appropriately due to the extremely limited time and power. But that's just one big problem. Second, proportional representation also means that very often no government is formed for months as parties engage in backroom deals to form coalitions in the minority government it creates. Under proportional representation, Belgium went an incredible 652 days without a government, from December 2018 until October 2020. And this period with no government even went well into the COVID-19 pandemic. Third, proportional representation takes power away from voters and gives it to political parties. Proportional representation allows extremist parties, whether right or left, to win seats with just a small fraction of the vote. As little as a tiny 0.67% of the vote can win a seat in the Netherlands under party list proportional representation. Currently, there are 15 different parties in the Dutch House of Representatives after the 2023 federal election, with only 150 seats in total. And I want to note that the Party for the Animals in the Netherlands has 3 seats. And to be clear, that's not the Party Animals Party, that's the Party for the Animals. But this does also mean that under proportional representation, the tail is always wagging the dog. Fourthly, and very importantly, proportional representation also means the rise of single-issue and extremist parties who gain just enough support to sit in the national legislatures around the world, usually without winning seats in geographic ridings, but giving them legitimacy and a platform for spouting hate. In Europe, we've seen the rise of far-right and far-left parties, and while there are many factors, what is clear is that proportional representation allows them to win seats in their parliaments, and first-past-the-post does not. In Germany, the anti-immigrant, anti-Muslim, anti-Semitic Alternative for Germany Party, or AfD, has been gaining seats in their Bundestag, or parliament, despite the party also having been formed by ex-Nazi officials and despite it being denounced for current members using Nazi slogans and language. The AfD won 152 seats in the 630 seats, with 20.8% of the vote in 2025. But of the AfD's 152 seats, only 42 were won in direct geographical seats. The remaining 110 seats, the vast majority, were allocated by party list candidates, chosen by and ranked by the party itself, not voters. Those 110 representatives are dependent on their political party for their seats, not local voters. In May, as CNN reported, the country's domestic intelligence agency formally classified the AfD as an extremist entity that threatens democracy. In an 1,100-page report, the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, or the BVV, also laid out its findings the party was racist, anti-Muslim, and devaluing of, quote, entire segments of Germany's population. Sadly, these results are not unusual under proportional representation systems. In the Netherlands, Extremist Freedom Party leader Geert Wilders has said that he would ban the Koran, ban new mosques, and ban asylum seekers. Wilders is actually the only member of his Freedom Party, allowing him to appoint all the electoral candidates and decide all the policies. In Austria, the far-right Freedom Party, in its election platform titled Fortress Austria, called for the remigration of uninvited foreigners and for achieving a more, quote, homogenous nation by tightly controlling borders and suspending the right to asylum via an emergency law. Freedom Party in Austria also calls for an end to sanctions against Russia and is highly critical of Western military aid to Ukraine. I could go on and on about the increased power of extremist parties under proportional representation systems, unfortunately. Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, Denmark, and Spain all have far right and or far left extremist parties, and all use proportional representation electoral systems. I focused on this aspect specifically for a powerful reason. My father and his family lived through the Nazi occupation of the Netherlands from 1940 to 45. I never want to see fascists in any parliament anywhere in the world. And I'm afraid I've only scratched the surface of these problems that many, many countries are experiencing under proportional representation, but hopefully I've said enough to convince you that it is truly a Pandora's box of problems that BC voters have strongly said should stay tightly nailed shut. Simple, stable, successful. Those 3 words sum up first past the post. British Columbia is the best place to live in the world, and that is proof. Canada is proof. Thank you for listening. I would welcome your questions.
Thank you so much, Bill.
And I finished with 10 minutes to spare.
You did. Thank you. We will go to Emily Toporowski.
Thank you, Bill Tieleman, for being here and presenting. I didn't really formulate this question, but just listening to your explanation of the no proportional reps option, I just think about First Nations, Chinese, and also the young people in our voting process coming up to that, and how confusing and complicated, as you said, this process can be. How do you see better public engagement if we didn't go this way to gain the trust of the democratic process?
Well, we've been very fortunate in British Columbia. Frank Calder was the first Indigenous member elected to the legislature way back when. We've had many other, Larry Guno, many other members, Melanie Mark, yourself, others, who have done so. We had the first Chinese-Canadian member of parliament elected in 1957. We've had many other members of different communities elected. I think that within each riding, and this is one of the advantages of first past the post and disadvantage of proportional, whatever form it is, local community gets to decide, and where there is a strong component of whether it be Indigenous, Chinese Canadian, South Asian, Filipino Canadian, those folks have a larger influence over that riding. And so we've seen ridings elect people quite early on in British Columbia. We've also seen many parties elected over the years. We have 4 parties in the legislature right now, and we have seen even more than that from time to time. So I think, our brief isn't, and we will submit a written brief as well, but what I'm saying didn't focus on that. But there are many ways, and some of your previous speakers and others to come, I'm sure, will indicate some of those. But we need to do more on registration. We need more to make elections accessible. I had to wait an hour in the by-elections here in Vancouver to vote because there were not enough staff to staff the voting stations, which was a mistake by the city and its electoral office. But there's lots of things we can do to get people out to vote and to engage them to do so. I personally, not speaking for our group, but I personally support mandatory voting, which is used in 32 different states around the world. Australia has a 94 to 98% voting turnout each election. There's a small fine of, I think, $20 Australian, $25 Australian, and people just take it for granted. They're going to vote. And that removes any incentives to basically discriminate against certain groups or classes of voters. It doesn't allow people to be basically canceled by politicians. And I think it's a one way to ensure that we have more democratic engagement.
Thanks, Bill. I have a question for you, just building on the mandatory voting. You spoke about the staff shortages and how long you had to wait, and maybe, I don't know if you can, speak to when countries that do have mandatory voting, what does that actually look like in terms of the wait times and actually having folks take part in that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's perfect because everyone's going to vote. So you know exactly how many voters there are, and they all have to vote. There are, in many of those countries, mail ballots as well, of course, and advanced polling and all the other things. But in the case of Vancouver, in that particular election, we just had by-election, they just guessed how many people were going to turn up, and then they cut the staff back from the previous one, and then there was, 1 hour was not a long wait compared to some other voting stations. But with mandatory, you know how many people are going to vote automatically when you just do the voters list.
Thank you. Any further questions? Emily Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Just a very quick question. In your view, is it that because BC has looked at this question of electoral reform in the past, it should never look at it again, even as society continues to develop and change?
No, never say never in politics is something someone taught me. So I wouldn't say never. But 4 times in 20 years, that's beating a dead horse in my view.
Thank you.
Emily Butterall.
Thank you for your presentation. So here we are in 2025. Would you agree that the political environment in North America is different than 2018 or not?
I think 2018, 2011, 2009, 2005. It always changes. The political environments always change.
Yeah, and so as a follow-up through the chair, the degree of fragmentation and divisiveness in both south of the border and in this province, I think, is documented as significantly increasing. So in your presentation, you basically said there's no reason to look at pro-rep anymore. So I wonder if you could expand on that.
Well, number one, we had a very competitive election in the last election here in British Columbia. Number two, there are much bigger issues in this province. We are facing tariffs from south of the border. We are facing challenges to our economy. We are facing enormous problems finding affordable housing. We are facing enormous problems with our exports, not just to the United States, but to China and other countries. So to be, in my view, examining something which is peripheral to most voters, and I mean peripheral, is not something that I think is a worthwhile venture at this point. As I said to Emily Anderson, I don't think that never is not the word I would use, but I would follow what Carol James said and say, this issue has been resolved, and that was only 7 years ago. I don't think there's been some substantive change after doing it in 2018, 2009, 2005 that we have to look at it again. But that's up to you.
see no further questions. Thank you so much, Bill, for your time.
Thank you very much for your time,
presentation.
everyone, and we will submit a full written brief, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions because I could talk about this for another day or two.
Wonderful.
Thanks, Kylie.
Thank you, Bill. Okay, so next up we have Rachel Gibson from the New Majority. Hi, Rachel. Welcome to the presentations. It's just a reminder that you have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by 10 minutes for questions.
All right. Thank you for having me. My name is Rachel Gibson, and I am a national organizer at New Majority. New Majority is a national, nonpartisan, non-profit organization dedicated to increasing youth voter turnout and ensuring that youth have their voices heard in democracy. We've been on the ground during provincial and federal elections all across the country since our founding in 2019, convincing young people to vote, helping them find their polling station, and demystifying the process for new voters. During the 2024 BC provincial election, we spoke to over 5,000 young people across the province, helping them find polling stations and learn what ID they need, and ensuring that they were able to make their voices heard. Even during the rains and the floods of the last few days of the election period, our team was there. Despite bursting creeks and flooded streets, our team was there. At UBC, when the University Commons Plaza was shimmering underwater, socks and bags were soaked, and the students were staying back not for classes, but to avoid the downpour. We were there, encouraging young people to brave the weather and walking them to the polls, spending our time in the downpour in solidarity with the students we helped participate in democracy. At Lonsdale Quay, we were also there when voters were getting off rough and turbulent ferry rides, walking with them in the rain to ensure they found their polling station and making sure we were there on the ground wherever we were needed. Today, I'm here to share 2 recommendations for improving how voters, in particular new and unengaged voters, get to the polls as easily as possible, and to highlight some of the very fixable issues that caused voters to run into barriers or even physical blocks that discouraged their participation. Before I begin our recommendations, I want to make a point to highlight that Elections BC has an overall fantastic track record and system of running elections, and that the 2024 provincial elections were run smoothly and effectively. One of the best and most enviable components of BC's election system is the ability for any eligible voter to vote anywhere, at any polling station in the province during advance voting and election day. This is an enormous privilege shared by no other province in the country and allows the average British Columbian to incorporate voting into their day-to-day activities the way no other Canadians are able to. With the ability to walk British Columbians to any polling station, we've convinced them to vote on their morning jog. We've convinced them to vote on their lunch break. We've convinced them to vote at the beach. We've convinced them to vote at school. With BC's Vote Anywhere model, we are able to help voters integrate voting into their day-to-day lives, not as an added chore, but as a chance to get their voices heard. Life should not be a barrier to voting, and the Vote Anywhere process facilitated and upheld by Elections BC ensures the average voter can easily incorporate getting their voice heard in their average everyday life. During our time helping voters to the polls, we considered 2 major recommendations which we'd like to present to you here today. These involved barriers getting to or within the polling stations themselves. Through all our conversations, canvassing, and election work, we have identified the primary barriers for a young person to vote are not apathy, but logistical in nature. A clear understanding of where and when and how to vote and getting to the polls easily are significant factors in ensuring a new or first-time voter will make sure that their voice is heard. It only takes one small barrier, like confusing signage, to stop a young voter from casting their ballot. Our recommendations are as follows. Firstly, to strongly consider, plan, and add guidelines for how to address construction areas and signage alongside polling stations. Secondly, develop guidelines and best practices for where a polling station should be located, directed by Elections BC to facilities on post-secondary campuses. For our first recommendation, considering the construction and the added confusion it causes to voters. We ask that construction be taken into consideration when choosing voting locations. In Robson Square, the signs directing voters to voting stations blended in with the construction walls and signs. They were often missed by voters on their way through for other reasons, leaving them unaware that they could even vote at that location. Those that did see the signs frequently struggled to find the voting location through the maze of construction work, and the many voters we approached to help reported that they had come specifically to vote, but they were struggling to find the actual polling station. Our recommendation is to consider the added confusion created by similar signage and address it with placement variations and/or a warning label on the Elections BC website that notifies voters that this polling station might be subject to construction and to add the extra travel time as part of their voting plan. The other major issue we ran into was unintuitively placed polling stations, either because of distance or locations far outside of voters' regular routine. These were a problem particularly on campuses and caused many voters to have difficulty knowing where to go. On UBC campus, while one polling station was in a great central location, the other was located on a golf course 20 minutes of walking from campus and quite far from most central locations. This made directing people there extremely difficult and caused long lines and overcrowding at the more accessible polling station. Reactions by polling staff to these resulting lines could also be a barrier. We prioritize creating a supportive and clear experience, especially for first-time voters. And it makes our job easier when the attitude of the polling station staff is jovial and supportive, rather than frustrated that we are creating longer lines. Long lines at polling stations can be construed as a bad thing, as inconvenient, or as a deterrent to voting, but we see it differently. Long lines at polling stations indicate interest. It can be demotivating for voters as well as our staff when ROs or polling station staff are obviously unhappy with our effective efforts at bringing more people to the polls. Election season is not the time to wish for a quiet day on the job. At SFU, the polling stations were located in a nearby elementary school away from where most students interacted with campus life, and a small meeting and administrative building on campus that few students interacted with, and they'd often forgotten existed. This caused much confusion when we were directing people to the location, despite the building being fairly central because they had never interacted with the building before. Now, we know that elections bodies do not have oversight and control over where or in which building a public institution such as schools put the polling itself. This small and seemingly insignificant choice is a major barrier to the first-time voters. Our recommendation is to develop a set of guidelines, rules, or at minimum best practices for where facilities can place polling stations. Our best case scenario is the most trafficked cafeteria or the student gathering centers, but we're reasonable people, and we know that those locations can be harder to secure and block off, especially for multiple days during advance voting. But what Elections BC can do is strongly recommend facilities management place polling stations in well-known, familiar, and easy-to-access areas on campus. Not the elementary school across the street or a golf course 20 minutes of walking away from the main campus. We know that trust in institutions is down, particularly for young people. While logistical recommendations to improve the voting experience might seem insignificant in the long run, making changes that make the first-time voting experience as simple and smooth as possible will go a long way to continuing to reinforce trust in our electoral systems. Finally, we also concur with Vote 16's recommendations that they have given during their presentations that more young people voting as early and as easily as possible is core to rebuilding trust in institutions and increasing turnout percentage for young voters. Overall, New Majority's interactions with polling stations and the average voter on the street indicated that the 2024 BC provincial elections are well run. I'm here today to share our expert insight into how to make sure more people, especially those unengaged or voting for the first time, get to the polls every election. We believe that the two recommendations we've brought forward, more central and commonly understood locations and taking construction into account during location selection to limit confusion, are each a crucial step in elevating Election BC's processes further and ensuring a clearer and more supportive voting experience for everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'll go to questions. I have a question from MLA Claire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your presentation seemed primarily focused on urban centres more than rural areas, and I'm wondering about getting youth engagement in the voting process in rural areas, particularly where there are places, as can be the case in First Nations reserves, where there are no internet, and limited phone services, or mail services are irregular and spotty. I mean, I flew into Fort Ware once, and the mail service was a bag being thrown onto the runway and another bag being thrown onto the plane, and the plane took off, and that was that. My youngest daughter voted for the first time in the last federal election, and I was glad to see her do that. She did enjoy some of the confusion you spoke of, and I appreciate your recognition of that. But I do wonder about some sort of focus on rural areas and engagement of particularly younger voters in areas where there may not be some of the things that urban areas take for granted. And I don't know if you have any comments or thoughts about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Clear signage, well, the rural areas might not necessarily have the exact same issues I've highlighted here. A lot of the recommendations work in a similar fashion. Again, having buildings that youth have interacted with before, and making sure that clear signage, like that signage is clear regardless of what's going on around them, are things that can be implemented regardless of urban or rural environments. Though, yes, we did focus on urban areas during our conversation. I don't necessarily have all the best solutions. What I'm an expert at is getting people, as first-time unengaged voters, to the polls. The more options and the clearer understanding voters can be given, the more that people are going to come out to vote.
I can just follow up, Madam Chair. I think what I'm hoping you'll do in your focus when you evaluate this is consider that in some areas it may be hours to get to a polling station rather than signage located right around the polling station. It might be something more about just access generally to the voting processes. And I would hope your organization would consider that and not just focus on the nuances of the large urban centers and university campuses.
Yeah, absolutely. We are here to talk about some of the things that we've seen that we think Elections Canada can do to improve. Ultimately, our intention is to prioritize the voters themselves, not necessarily the specific buildings, institutions. So we have been choosing to focus there. As I said, I don't necessarily have all the best solutions. My expertise is in getting the unengaged first-time person to the polls and the barriers that they might face in those situations.
Okay, thank you.
MLA Anderson.
Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation, and I also appreciated your commentary about how having signs in the middle of construction zones may not necessarily be helpful, or that using a golf course that is 20 minutes away is also not useful, which I think actually aligns with what MLA Clare is talking about in the sense of accessibility for young people to get to these locations. That being said, I know that you talked about how your organization is focused on young people. Similar to MLA Clare, my concern or question is that it seems the organization very much focuses on young people who are in university. So I'm just wondering whether or not your organization is also speaking with young people who aren't in university, who, for example, immediately after high school have left and gone off into the workforce or doing something else. And if you have any recommendations for those people.
Yes, absolutely. Like, young people aren't a monolith. They're not all the same person. We just know that young people don't feel heard in the political system, and awareness that an election is even happening is one of the most common barriers we run into when speaking to young people from all different walks of life. So welcoming in new voters is really important. There are many ways to show young people that the electoral system is listening to them, and the best thing we can do is prove it over and over in even the small different ways that we are able. While a lot of our recommendations do have a lot to do with the universities. We have spoken to people in a lot of various other areas. A lot of the people we spoke to in Robson Square, for example, were just walking to work sort of thing. So we definitely have spoken to a large variety of young people, but you are correct that they are not a monolith. And we are just trying to find the things that Elections Canada can do to work with the largest number of young people.
MLA Botterill.
For your presentation. I had two questions. One is, would you then support a recommendation if the committee chose to make it that Elections BC should really create a bigger focus on accessibility for young voters wherever they are in the province and overcoming those types of issues that you've identified? And as MLA Clare and MLA Anderson point out, there's in some rural or particular circumstance may be different than the issues raised. So first question is, would you support Election BC being given a greater mandate to work on this issue? And the second issue, question, I'm going to squeeze two in, is what do you think of a voting age of 16 as a way to get youth engaged earlier?
So for the second question, we're experts on logistics, not necessarily the voting systems. We concur with a lot of what Vote 16's recommendations were, because we want to get young people voting as early as possible to help rebuild trust in institutions, but ultimately that is, voting system stuff is a bit outside of our scope. In terms of your first question, our expertise is in unengaged young people and those struggling with the process. As I'm sure we're all aware, only just above half of eligible voters turned out at the last provincial election. And while we don't have demographic data for young people, we know on average only half of them turn out. So it's critically important that we solve the solvable issues like the logistics.
Toporowski.
Thank you, Rachel Gibson, for coming here today and sharing your concerns on the barriers. I just wanted to ask a question before coming here today. Had you shared your concerns directly with Elections BC or your local MLA? It's okay if you haven't, but I'm glad, I'm just going to say that First Nations communities wrote letters sharing the same concerns with their MLA to share with Elections BC. And in my riding, that was able to be changed to a location sort of like the local gymnasium that everybody knew. Some people in our area were quite surprised living down the road going, now we have to go to the gymnasium down on the reserve, but it's something to get used to, and it's became a public place for voting. But I just wanted to share that. It wasn't a criticism or anything, just wanted to see if you did or not.
Absolutely. We, as I mentioned, we as an organization are working in elections all across Canada. BC's provincial election was only one of the ones that we worked. We do have some volunteer programs as well, where we are empowering young people to speak to the politicians about things about things that are important to them. And so that may have been brought up in one of those, but you would have to talk to somebody more directly related with our volunteer programs to be certain on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Shaw.
Great. Thank you, Rachel, for being here. I appreciate the work that you do in encouraging youth participation in elections. It's incredibly important to start as soon as you're eligible to vote, and so I appreciate that work. My question's around access to information. I know you mentioned that some of the main reasons for youth to not make it to the polls may be some logistical pieces and not necessarily apathy. I'm wondering about accessibility to information. I mean, you'd be surprised at how many people do not know how to even find the location, not just physically while they're there because of a construction zone, etc., but that there are very detailed websites that are available through Elections BC, other even nonprofit organizations to tell you literally where to go vote when you put your postal code in there. And so I'm wondering if you've encountered that form of either lack of access or maybe just not knowing that those exist, and how would you recommend that we deal with that issue?
Yes, we have absolutely encountered that issue in the past. As I said, our team spoke to over 5,000 young people directly during the 2024 BC provincial election. There is a surprising number of them that don't even know an election's happening. And that is part of the reason that some of these logistical issues that we've brought today is about making sure the signage is clear and making sure it's in locations that young people are familiar with, because these are going to be places that people are passing already. If they don't, once again, one of the best and most enviable part of BC's electoral system is the vote anywhere. So I can walk by a sign that says I can go vote here, and even if I didn't know there was an election happening, oh, well, look at that. This is a voting location. I can then look it up online. I can then go in to the location that is convenient to me, that is right in front of me. I see the sign, which is a big part of the reason why we are encouraging making sure those signs are visible, not obscured by construction difficulties, and also in places that young people already frequent, so that they are not being asked to go to the elementary school across the street, because if they don't know there's an election going on, why would they ever go to the elementary school across the street?
Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for your presentation. Couple of questions when you talked about, and just what you're saying about access, being prepared. How many of those 5,000 respondents voted in advance polling?
We do not have the stats for that on hand, because we are there when we discuss it with them to talk about where, when, what ID they need. We're there to help with the logistics of voting. I do not.
Thank you for that. What is the age group that you're talking about? These people, these voters. What's their age?
Gen Z and millennials.
Okay, so let me get this straight. All you need is a piece of ID. All you need is something that says your residence on it. Elections BC has all the polling data online to determine where those locations are. And you're suggesting that people can't walk across the street to the school because they're not familiar with that location?
I'm suggesting that a lot of the time, young people are busy. Young people are a lot of the time, young people are not necessarily realizing that there's something going on that they need to do. Sometimes, they're working multiple jobs. They're trying to balance school. I'm saying that if we want to increase voter turnout among the unengaged demographics and those struggling with the process, we're going to want to make the polling stations as accessible, clear, and supportive as possible.
I have a question. So you mentioned the Vote 16 campaign. So you're talking about folks that are unengaged or, low engagement in this younger population. So how do we consolidate those two things? So let's say the age was to reduce to 16. You're already dealing with a population that's not that engaged. How do we ensure they have the information that they need to make an informed decision when they're going to the polls by reducing the age?
Again, we think that helping people start entering the process young, start entering the process when they are ready is core to rebuilding trust in institutions. We also think that young people are going to turn out more frequently. It will increase the voter turnout percentage because they are exposed more early to the process and are given more chances to understand kind of how it works.
Thank you. Going back to MLA Botterill.
Thank you for your presentation. I sort of come back to something I said earlier, which is we can get down into the weeds on specific locations and specific strategies, but am I correct that your general point is we need to go above and beyond the call of duty to try and encourage disengaged youth voters and help them in any way we can to get to that polling station?
That is correct. As I mentioned, our intention is to prioritize the voter and not necessarily the institutions themselves. We are seeing the low voter turnouts, and our mandate as an organization, what we are trying to do is increase youth voter turnout and youth engagement with democracy. And what we are experts at is getting those unengaged young people to the polls. And we find that the clearer understanding that voters can be given, the more those people are going to go out to vote. So we prioritize creating a supportive and clear experience for those first-time voters.
And for the final question, Emily Shaw.
Yeah, I don't really have a question, more so just a comment, and I think it may be related to Emily Stamer's comment about the difference between lack of accessibility and convenience. And I think, you know, as an organization, you do great work to engage. I think that's part of the reason why I asked the initial question is around either access to information or willingness to consume information about there even being an election. And you had responded and said a lot of people didn't even know there was an election going on. I also don't think that if someone didn't know an election was going on, that if they happened to be going to work and they just saw an election sign, that they would be so much more inclined just to walk in there and just vote. I think that really goes down to the core concept about being interested in elections, first of all, knowing elections, and that includes information. So I applaud your work. I think that increased emphasis on information and getting youth excited about the prospect of voting in an election and the importance and the power of a vote is incredibly important, and especially in the dynamic that we're in. And you saw from the last election that every single vote matters. So thank you for your work.
Thank you very much. Yes, we spoke to over 5,000 young people directly. These were often just people walking there for other reasons. And a lot of the times we did actually help them walk directly to the door of the polling station, and they went in and voted because we were there and because they may not have known, but once they did, they wanted to make sure that their voice was heard. And so we have had the experience of being able to get people who maybe didn't know or maybe hadn't been paying attention so much otherwise to still get interested and cast their ballots.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Rachel, for your presentation and for all the questions and sitting through this with us. So thank you so much for coming. Next up, we have Martin Kurrick. Welcome, Martin. So just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions. So go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, MLAs. So once upon a time, I also used to be hopeful that my friends would show up to vote with me. As a lifelong independent BC resident, at 18, I was excited about casting my vote for someone like any of you. So I kept voting, I went to debates, I talked to peer, friends, and family. And I kept noticing people my age were rarely there. We ask again and again, why don't they show up? So I used to think they just don't care. On the surface level, this does appear as apathy or disinterest. But I know you each have passionate youth supporters here. And when talking to non-voters, I found they care actually a lot more than you can imagine. But they're feeling powerless. They're frustrated. They're becoming polarized on all sides. They're asking me and other people, why even engage with a system where your votes can be wasted? They don't necessarily understand that there's a solution or that even there's a problem. No one taught us that Canada uses an unfair, antiquated voting system. But you feel its effects. We all do. It's causing psychological voter suppression, as votes are going wasted, and somehow casting a single vote is more cumbersome than learning the rules to Monopoly. How is that possible? And with that, growing distrust in government. And if we feel our votes are wasted, why should we show up anyways? If I vote for a party that doesn't win in my riding, thousands of similar votes quite literally amount to nothing. And if I vote for a safe seat, those extra votes have no impact. The answer is even your own supporters aren't showing up. I have a serious question. If we call BC a fair democracy, how important is it that your vote and my vote carry equal weight in choosing our government? Last year, flipping a seat in Peace River North needed 10,000 NDP votes. Kelowna Centre needing just 40. Conservatives faced the exact same gap. 10,000 votes in Strathcona versus 30 in Guildford. Does my voting power that changes based on where I live constitute a fair election? Am I not allowed to live where my political beliefs aren't competitive? Is it fair that those thousands of Conservative or NDP votes that did fall a few votes short of flipping the seat are now worthless? This voter disparity happens in every single riding, every election. As well, how can we trust the government will cater to its entire populace when it's a few swing ridings that decide who has 100% of the power? Back in 2018, I did receive the last referendum, but I was utterly confused. Why was I being asked what proportional system works best? All I know is I want proportionality. What specific system? That's not my job, or even yours in detail. It's the job of electoral experts to engineer the framework. Imagine the public wants a bridge to cross a river. So you ask us, should we build a bridge? And we answer yes in majority. Then you say, what kind of bridge is best? Then you ask us, what nuts and bolts should we use for that bridge? Quickly, people give up. They stop trusting you even know where to find bridge builders at all, and they hold on to their money. The first referendum was a resounding yes. Future referendums failed, of course. We don't want any more referendums on this. I know you all have specific concerns too, from confidence votes to numbers of seats. These questions matter, and luckily they're answerable. Other countries have already built bridges and that work for their rivers. They're safe. They carry everyone. Some countries have also built poor bridges, and that's exactly why we rely on experts who've studied them. But the truth is, you won't be able to answer or resolve details until you've commissioned a design. Every bridge is uniquely built for its river, its terrain, and its purpose. And so is every electoral system. What we need now from you is leadership. Not to design or worry about every nut and bolt, but to commission its construction. Implement the expert's best solution, because what we have now is actually the worst. Any system of proportional representation will help lead to a healthier, fair, modern democracy, and in turn, our economy. I'm not here on a work day because this will resolve every political issue, but because we are still facing the most basic barrier to voter equality. This is a baseline we don't even have, an equal voice just for everyone to have a chance in legislature. If BC leads on this now, every single party here will gain my trust. But if all parties can't unanimously work together to make a strong recommendation for equal voting now, how can my generation trust any party to lead? There are increasing votes of voter mistrust for a reason. We are losing trust in institutions, systematic trust, and no party leader or politician will be able to gain that back. That's called polarization. So please show my friends in a digital age fueling division, misinformation, that all party MLAs can work together for us to kickstart the first Canadian proportional representation plan in motion starting this next election. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I will go to MLA Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the very passionate presentation. I wish I spoken with that same level of vigor, but unfortunately I do not. I speak in a more monotone way, so you'll have to accept that. I do have a couple of questions, and I'll just ask them in a series, and hopefully that's good. First off, how do you define a wasted vote? How do you define a vote being of equal value? And I ask these questions because in your presentation you talked about how you don't feel that you can have your vote count in your community where perhaps the values are different. So I was just hoping that you might be able to sort of answer those two questions for me about what you would consider a wasted vote to be and how that might be and how equal value might arise in that discussion. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. So really in the framework of first past the post, and I'm sure many people might talk about this, is that you are creating disparity, right? So if our seats and if the voter population votes aren't equal to proportionally, right, to the amount of seats that each party gets, that is a wasted vote, right? If I live in one riding that, let's say, purely supports the Raccoon Party, right, and I want to vote for the Bears, that's a wasted vote. I need 10,000 more Bear voters in my community just to pass that seat, to flip that seat. I remember there's this story about, in the 17th century, a politician who wanted to gain the rule of power in his essentially caucus. And what he did was he implemented a first past the post system. He divided this caucus into 20 different seats. So instead of having, I think it was around the 77% of people who needed to vote to gain a majority, by creating a first past the post system, you're making tiny little races, right? And all you have to do is convince, I think it turned into 44 people. You have to convince 44 people because you only need a small, 4 of those ridings to create that majority, to gain that power. You are essentially silencing anyone in the community who does not have their political beliefs aligned with their community. You have to take the entire province into effect when considering seats.
Just one quick follow-up is, would you then perhaps assign value based off whether or not who you vote for wins, rather than the participation in what our democracy is? Because I can tell you I've voted a number of times, and I have voted, and the person that I would have wanted to win didn't win. However, I've not seen that my vote didn't count or that it was wasted. I participated in the democratic process, and unfortunately my community said that they wanted something different. So I'm just hoping to get your response on that.
I don't think it's based on just who wins. It's based on literally your vote translating to the proportional composure of the government, right? If, let's say, it doesn't win and you think that your community hasn't done it, then, what goes to your vote? And this is causing so many other effects of why even show up. So you have so many non-voters not showing up because there's no effect. That's psychological suppression, and no one talks about this. And no voter is going to say that. They're just going to be like, I don't want to vote. It's too much of my time. I'm not interested. It sounds like voter apathy because really they realize they can't do much in their community. It's not translating. They don't understand this. And also it's creating these governments of who wins majority. What we see in countries where there's PR, which is typically modern countries because our system is antiquated. It's over 100 years old. You don't see these attack ads between governments. They're working together. It creates a stable composite government of multiple parties and creates parties that aren't listening to interest groups, aren't listening to no PR reps who really those people are the ones with the money, and they will fearmonger just as they always have in politics. You've seen that in New Zealand 1993 referendum. That's where they came about to fearmonger. And really, I think this is a basic core of our missing in our democracy, which, considering this, I wouldn't even consider a democracy.
Thank you. I have a question. So you spoke about stability, and we've had previous speakers speak about how a government that perpetually is a minority government can lead to, elections every year and a half, 2 years. So how can you speak to how this would create stability and not have us in perpetual election cycles every single year?
Of course, yeah. I mean, it really comes back to the bridge analogy, right? Countries have built really poor bridges. A lot of these countries that are unstable, right? They likely implemented this when they first formed their country as well, or they just didn't do it well. We have experts. We have very smart people in this country, and by focusing on these issues, you're just never going to make a change. There are ways to get stability in government, and there are ways that experts know to get stability in this type of system. It's by implementing rules, by changing the electoral system, by taking everyone's voice into effect. It's a multi-step plan, right? When you put into a plan something this large, you're going to have every single party is going to have to give input. This is a large change to the electoral system, and all these other smaller questions and concerns about seats, confidence votes, etc. You can, in this types of change, you can voice it to whoever, these experts, to make sure that you get the stability, to make sure you don't get extremism in forming governments and or falling governments, and etc. It's really about handing it over to the experts who know how to build the bridge, the engineers, right? You can't just quabble along, it might cause stability, it might cause this, it might cause extremism. No. It's just really the voices of the people that we're trying to represent. Everyone needs an equal power in deciding their government seats, and we don't have that.
Thank you. I know how much MLA Claire likes bridges, so I will get
Thank you, Chair, for correcting me on my bridge comments, but yes, not all countries build good bridges. Some of them build them to last. Anyway, I think I've sung enough about that. Martin, thank you for your enthusiastic presentation. I really do respect your interest in this process. I do want to point out a couple of things, though. That Canada generally has proven to be one of the most stable countries on earth in the last 158 years. We've seen empires collapse. We've seen countries reform their entire processes and be completely different than they have in this era. And so I think we have demonstrated tremendous stability, even though from time to time my colleagues and I might argue about some of the effects of that and some of the outcomes that we've seen. We may not agree on them. I think one of the principles that we're probably getting into the weeds with here is the point of majority rule. In a system we have, which is a constitutional monarchy with a parliamentary system and a Westminster parliamentary style, we are based very much on majority rule. The minority must be heard, but the majority must rule. And those majority rights must be protected. And this is why we have constitutions and so on, to try to ensure that the wolves can't vote to eat the sheep, that sort of thing. If there's lots of wolves, they vote to eat the sheep. Well, no, hang on a second. We have rights to stop that kind of thing from happening. And I just wonder, how do you feel about majority rule and the ability of a community to determine its best course of action for itself, despite that there may be dissent on a number of different aspects? And I think there can be broad dissent in a number of areas, but there can also be majorities that coalesce. And I know in some of the electoral areas that we have, there were very strong majorities. Some of them were were not majorities. They were pluralities. And there are complications about determining who wins. But again, when you have majority rule and you have a first past the post system, which is the one we now have, you get outcomes which are clear to the voters very rapidly. And I'm just wondering how you would put that together, the whole concept of majority rule, minorities heard but protected, with what you're postulating.
So if you're talking about majority rule regarding separate ridings and communities, yes, you'll get majority rule, right? You'll pass that seat. But then what about those, let's say you get 90% of people in one community voting for a particular candidate, right? Those 40% of people who did show up to the poll, their voices are also silenced. They don't go to making the composure of the government. If you're talking about majority rule on BC as a whole, as a province, yes, sure, definitely, as long as the voters of BC have voted as a majority. We are talking about a BC government, right? We're not talking about municipality. We're not talking about a small city, right? They have their own mayors and leaders within those ridings and to make decisions upon themselves. But you are having a system in first past the post where you're silencing the people who are voting past 50% and you're silencing the people who are voting below 50%. Because let's say you have a whole bunch of rural ridings who are really, there's so many people there voting strongly for one party, but you have some ridings in the city who just, barely pass 1%, right? You're now, and this somehow creates like a majority government from the people in the city, You're not giving those extra voices who voted in surplus for this community a voice. It's disappearing because it really only focuses on that one goalpost, which is the majority in that riding.
If I could just quickly respond, Madam Chair. I recognize the time, so I'll try to be brief. But you see, in the process, are you, like as an MLA, all my colleagues and I all represent everyone who elected us. That's our job, whether we think they may have voted for us or not. I think I posted this on Facebook yesterday in response to someone's retort about who I was meeting with, and they weren't happy that I was meeting with a particular group. And I'm hoping we all take that very seriously. And I appreciate your comments and concern about making sure that people are engaged. And I want to thank you for bringing them forward.
Thank you.
I'll go next to the Deputy Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. I love your passion. It's great. You made a comment about first time being able to vote and being excited. I remember when I was 18 and I was able to vote. And again, I voted for a person that I didn't know that much about, but had already been elected in our riding. And that's the last time that I voted for somebody without actually finding out exactly what that person does. Because at the end of it, I shouldn't have voted for that person because it was determined that they were more into it just for themselves than actually for the riding, and they were reelected many times. But having said that, politics is a compromise, and that's one of the reasons why I brought forth about having opportunities with more free votes, because yes, it would be incredibly frustrating to live in a riding that might be predominantly one political party. For whatever reason, it could be, it could be a union town where there's a couple of big mills or a pulp mill. That's the #1 employment driver, and they end up being NDP. Or it could be another riding that's more resource extraction based, and it could be conservative, or whatever that case may be. But don't you think that it's a fair system, as MLA Clare has described, where we have the checks and balances? We do have an opportunity through our laws to make sure that the minority is held. And again, just because one community is a particular represented by, say, MLA Clare, doesn't necessarily mean that something may come up that the constituents may want that person to vote against a party line. And that's why I'm trying to push more for free votes, so that people would appreciate the fact that if the majority of the people in his riding want him to go against his party because it's detrimental for their riding, he should have the opportunity, or I should have the opportunity to vote against it. That's why it shouldn't be a non-confidence vote, so that you can either adjust the legislation, change the legislation, do whatever you're going to be doing. I think that's a fair way of trying to modify our system and make it more fair than just flipping everything right upside down and trying something different. Would you agree to that?
I disagree that you think that's going to work very well. Because our current system encourages us not to have free votes. And honestly, if you were to do this sort of electoral reform, which is really needed, there were points in our history where people didn't have the right to vote, people had inequality in voting, and we needed to make those changes, right? And this is a large electoral change, and in that you can talk about and discuss free votes, and this system will actually help encourage free voting. You see, I mean, we talked about stability of 150 years in our system. I mean, our neighbors down south also had stability, but things are changing really rapidly. We can see, we're talking about Gen AI, things we don't understand, right? And we need a system that's more stable, that modern democracies do implement, and that we can use. And I totally agree with free votes, because we shouldn't be held to party lines. You should be held to your constituents. And that's the problem right now. The first past the post system allows more for lobbying, allows more for people not to be held to their constituents, but to party lines and to other outside influences. And we need to really move towards a system that just considers the person and their vote and representing the person and citizen in BC.
Emily Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two very quick questions. One, you mentioned the Raccoon Party. Let's say there's only 5 of them across BC, but they don't end up in the legislature. How would that work in the sense of proportional representation, especially when they're not in a party? They don't run candidates in every single riding. And the second question, I know you said you're not an expert on it, but is there a proportional system that you prefer out of the many proportional systems that exist?
So in terms of your first question, so if they are running the Raccoon Party, right, and there's not that many people to essentially make a seat in the government with this proportionality into effect, unfortunately that's a threshold that they weren't able to pass, right? But under proportionality, let's say you have sparse communities of these raccoons, right? And there are enough of them to gain a voice. They would never, ever gain a voice in the first past the post system. They would never have a voice in legislature. And you see that more with, let's say, in the New Zealand change, when they changed to PR, they had more Indigenous people showing up, having a voice in legislature. And that's just an effect of having a proportionality in the government. And then, sorry, your second question?
A proportional system that you were in favor of in light of the many proportional systems that exist.
Yeah. So people will come here today and start talking about the proportional system. They might be experts, right? I'm not going to talk about, one system over the other, because every culture, every system, every country is a very complex system, just like every bridge, right? I don't know if we need an overarching bridge, we need supports. Do we need boats to cross under that bridge? Doesn't need to be an opening bridge, What do we need to support in order for that to happen? These are all things that happen when you decide to commission the bridge and start the plan. But we can't actually discuss those things because there's so many systems out there that are in effect and aren't in effect, haven't done well, have done well for that specific country, that you really need to ask the experts. And then, once you ask the engineers to come up with a plan, then you can start asking them on details, But if you start asking right now, we're just going to be talking about this for another 100 years, like it's been working in the federal government. They've been promising a federal electoral reform for 100 years. It's never, ever happened because it requires you to make the decision, multi-party plan to actually implement this. Because even if one party doesn't agree, it's over, right? This is something that every party needs to agree is unequal in our democracy, in the way that we vote. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Martin. We have one last question from MLA Botterill.
Great, thanks for your presentation. I would note that the Green Party in BC is the only party in the legislature that is not whipped, that has free votes right now, and it would be really interesting to see the NDP and the Conservative implement free votes. You don't need legislation to do that, you could do it tomorrow. But coming back to the issue of pro-rep, my question is, how would you see a pro-rep as designed without getting into the specific model? How would you see that addressing the issue of the type of divisiveness we see in the legislature right now, where there is no collaboration between the main parties, where they don't actually? How could, from your perspective, pro-rep help to address that
Yeah, in terms of free votes, I mean, again, that's the problem when you have every party governing themselves. You know, you can't. It just because of how the first past the post system, you're going to encourage that kind of thing. You might have, right, a smaller party saying, well, we don't have free votes. You know, maybe when they become bigger parties, they might start free, or they decide they have free votes and they won't have free votes anymore. You know, you don't know how that's going to evolve as a party. And in terms of divisiveness, I mean, I think it's really this large, grand kind of coming together. Like you see down south, we have these two parties. People are realizing, regardless of what party they vote for, it's kind of the same thing, right? And that's bringing that polarization in there, right? Luckily, we're a little bit better. We have multi-party parties, but the problem is the first past the post encourages that two-party head-on divisiveness, right? And it's this, you know, battle, a tug-of-war battle between them. And unless you change that system, you can't have someone just go and be like, I like this party, I'm going to vote for them. No, you have to be like, all right, how many people in my party riding support this? What's the history of votes in my party or in this riding? What's this party going to do? What's this party saying about this party? You know, there's so many factors at play that it makes a single vote just too hard to make, you know, instead of just being like, yeah, I like this party, even if this party is small or maybe this party is very stable. It's had a very strong track record. They can just go out and make the vote for who they want, right? And typically PR systems also come with two votes, which is a party vote and an individual vote, right? So you can still vote for your favorite MLAs. And you can say, oh, I also favor this party's policies as well. So you can get your individual, you know, representative in while also voting for a party whose policies you like more. So really, I feel like it's just this grand kind of psychological effect that first past the post is pushing towards, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse with how the digital age and manipulation is going ahead. This is a change that if you don't kickstart it now, I don't know where we're going to end up, at least in my lifetime. So, yeah. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you so much, Martin, and thank you for your passion and your presentation today. Next up, we have Jack McDermott. Welcome, Jack. So just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions. Please go ahead.
Great. Thanks very much. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee. I'd like to acknowledge, first of all, that I live and work on the traditional unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and I raise my hands in honor to them. I'm committed to learning about Indigenous people where I live and elsewhere. It was my privilege to teach in Vancouver elementary schools for more than 25 years. I've also been an elected officer of my union local and a staff member on the BC Teachers Federation, external communications, and in fact, political action. I am, however, speaking from my own perspective and not behalf of any organization. I should let you know that. I've had a long time interest in political reform and political systems, dating back to my political science studies in the 1970s at UBC. So I continue to be interested in that topic. In preparing my lesson plan, well, speaking notes, I guess it is kind of a lesson plan, actually, as I always fall back on that. I focused on some of the reasons why democratic and electoral reform matter so much for the young people of BC. Ongoing concerns about voter participation in many democracies are justified. I'd argue the best way to change this narrative is to engage young people in discussions of public policy and to help them learn about why they should vote. And this starts as early as elementary school. So here's our lesson. Well, we're going to start with vocabulary. Can somebody tell me what budger means? What a budger is? No, general blank looks. Good. That's generally what I get, and I get it from my secondary colleagues as well. In elementary schools, especially in the primary grades, it's one of the worst crimes you can do, which means you butt in line in front of somebody else. So you're called a budger. And teachers and other adults, we minimize that at our peril, I will tell you, that kids are very serious about this because the point here, and I'm making it kind of in a humorous way, but it's hard to overstate how children at school and in general value fairness and why fairness matters to them. we rely as teachers on their innate sense of fairness to help them to get along with each other and to learn social skills. I think that's really important, that their great radar for what's unfair is something that we need to address. So I'm going to move on to a math lesson. Hopefully I can get through this in time. I want you to picture, and this is based on the kind of problem-solving questions that we might have in a math class at elementary level. It's a very small ice cream parlor. It has 4 tables of 3 seats. It's so small that they only offer 2 flavors, vanilla and chocolate, and only 1 flavor per table. So what about strawberry or other flavors? No, not enough people ordered it, so they can't afford to carry it. So 3 tables decide by a 2-to-1 vote to have vanilla, while the 4th table votes 3-0 for chocolate. So the questions I would ask the students about this would be, how many voted in total? Nice simple lesson, 4 times 3 equals 12. Okay, we got that one out. How many voted for each choice? And the answer is 6 each. What did they get? 9 vanilla and 3 chocolate. Is this fair? According to the rules it is, but is it actually fair? How could this be changed? Each flavor group could sit together so that everybody could get what they want, or they could serve both flavors at each table. As you can imagine, students easily grasp that this situation is not fair. Unfortunately, it's realistically mimics our current electoral system in some ways. We have had situations like that. The logical extension, I would say, would be that the 3 vanilla tables decide that it would be cheaper just to have vanilla and don't even bother with chocolate, so everybody has vanilla. But we won't go down that road. So in our classroom, this leads to discussions not only about math, but also decision-making processes. Finally, I'll get to social studies. It was my pleasure at the BCTF to work with the organization Civics, CIVIX. They may have already presented to you. If not, if you haven't heard about them, I urge you to look at them. They are the organization that runs Student Vote, as well as a number of other things like literacy, media literacy. Civics Works shows that students are very interested in learning about elections. Beyond the school environment, many of them went home and not only discussed election issues with their families, but were often a strong factor in getting their families to take an interest and ultimately to vote. 99% of educators said they would participate in student vote again. 90% of students said that it's our responsibility as students to vote in elections after participating in the program. 90% of parents said the program gave their family an opportunity to learn more about politics. 77% of students said they plan to vote when they're eligible. I won't get into the slide I've got here because I see I'm just about out of time. So what I would say is that one of the things that has created a barrier for people who, and I know you've already heard this, that if you vote in your first election, you're more likely to vote and become a lifetime voter, become a long-term voter. We know that the evidence is clear on that. One of the things that discourages people is if they feel that their vote will not make a change. It's been shown that where there are PR list systems, young people are more likely to vote because it's more likely that they will get somebody that represents the viewpoint they want. It also, in those systems, shows that there are more likely to be younger candidates running who people can identify with and feel that they should vote for, and more elected, actually, more younger people elected, because parties can choose from a diversity of candidates rather than one candidate per riding, who often tends to be somebody from a dominant group with advantages of economics and or experience. I see that I'm out of time, so I will stop at that. I did have a few other points to make, but perhaps they'll come up in the questions. I do note that a recent poll that some of you may have seen from Mario Canseco at Research Go noticed that 58% of people in an exit poll of the last federal election were in favor of moving to a PR system, 15% against, and 25% weren't sure, and that number goes up as you get among younger people, the number of people in favor of moving to proportional representation. And polls have consistently shown that proportional representation is supported by people in Canada. Okay, I'll stop there. I know it's almost lunchtime and this is a bad time to give a lesson.
No, that was fascinating. Thank you. Thank you, Jack. I actually have a question first. You spoke about student votes, and I don't know if you have more specific information on that, but I know from my own understanding of student vote, having participated in it, actually quite a while ago, but that often it mirrors the election results, but they were saying from folks that I was talking to this year, it didn't in a lot of areas, and it was actually quite different and stark what the findings were. So I don't know if you could speak to that.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought that up because that was one of my points. One of the criticisms of students' vote, in fact, in past has been that young people are more likely to skew, let's say, towards progressive policies, and the results will somehow be skewed. That hasn't actually been the case by and large. It's generally tended to reflect what adults have done. It can tend to lead to the smaller parties sometimes getting larger votes. The Green Party in particular has generally done a little bit better with student vote than in the elections themselves. However, I was delighted, well, kind of, to hear that the student vote result in the last election, almost 1 million students in 7,000 schools across Canada elected a minority Conservative government. And that was a surprise to a number of people, but I was pleased that that whole suggestion that there's somehow a left-leaning bias here is something that the people at Civics wrestled with a lot when they were trying to get funding, because they're a non-profit organization, that it was somehow skewed in the direction of one side or the other. So I think this is a pretty strong argument that that's not necessarily the case, and that kids can make up their own minds, and that they don't necessarily vote for exactly the same reasons as adults do. They're mostly policy driven, which adults are to some degree as well, but more so. And that in this case, of the most recent one, it was about cost of living and economic issues. Where if you read, so really actually, I recommend you go to the Civics website and take a look at student vote, because they do an analysis of what they learned on the issues from kids as they were interviewed afterwards, and why they voted the way they did vote. So I was pleased to see that. I don't know if I've answered your question.
No, you did. Thank you so much. MLA Clare?
Madam Chair, I thought that since you wanted to make some other points, I'd ask you, what other key point would you like to make?
Oh, thank you. That's very nice of you. I think the students that voted in student vote, 91% of them said that they were very confident about voting in future, and about half of them, 45%, very confident, so they knew what they were doing in the future. So I think it's a program that I think is really important. I think that, and we talked a little bit about the, that recent poll. I know that you've probably have been presented this before, because I think Fair Voting BC, in my reading, has brought this up. In general, proportional representation boosts percentage of people voting. I think it was about a 5.2% percentage vote turnout across, was it 70 different variables, 59 elections, 80 democracies from 1945 to 2014. They came up with, I think, 5.2% as a rounded number which doesn't seem like a lot, but when we start adding it to the numbers that we're getting, we are starting to see a little bit of an uptick back on voter turnout. But it is one thing that's an incentive, and particularly, again, that is slightly higher among younger voters. So it is another way that get people to get in, start voting when they're young, and develop the habit of voting so that they vote for the rest of their lives.
Thank you. Deputy Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks very much for that. I liked your math about the chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. Neapolitan, because I was more of a chocolate guy, so I just mix it all together and it'll all be chocolate. But
I'm a strawberry guy.
So what would you say now, and what would you say if I told you that you mentioned about the student votes, voting early and being engaged, and I was fortunate enough to go to a school during the election and explain, how our parliamentary system in BC works. Totally apolitical. I wasn't, trying to, convince them one way or the other. But what would you say if a certain grade 5 class ended up having an election, and after the election, some of the kids said that one of the reasons why they voted a particular way is because their teacher had told them that if they voted for one particular party, she may lose her job. What would you say to something like that?
I'm not sure I want to wade into that one. I will say that I will say that my colleagues in general, and my experience, and I have worked, as I said, I did work in a local union office, so I have dealt with issues of some sensitivity, even possibly related to that. Not that I can give any details. Is that we try our very best, and we know that it is our duty to not try and in any way influence or indoctrinate students. That is something that is, it's to be honest, it's unprofessional, and it's in violation of our code of ethics.
I would agree with you, but I'm going to add another one. I won't say which political party, but on a grade 12 social studies board, I've got a picture of the board. Won't mention the teacher's name. One political party, born good, society corrupts people, social changes, people evolving, personal freedoms, and then the other party, right, severe punishment, born evil, cultural, religion, beliefs, basically already predetermining to kids what a political party stands for. Now, would you agree with that? As I hear that, my guess, and it would be only a guess, is that the teacher was writing on board answers from the children and putting them up and not filtering them. That was not the interpretation I got. So my point is that it's great. I totally agree with you getting kids involved early, but I think that it should be totally unbiased. Absolutely. And I agree with you, it is totally unprofessional when that doesn't occur. I totally agree with that, and that's why I think student vote is so important, because it does do that, and it does try. It's scrupulously nonpartisan. They try everything in their power to make sure that all issues are discussed in a way that's respectful, and that everybody gets their viewpoint across without demonizing. And I think that demonizing in politics is not useful in any situation. I don't think that that's a good thing. And to my own take, if I was just writing down what kids wrote on the board, sometimes you do have to edit. That was the teacher, not the student. If it was the teacher that wrote that, then that is problematic. I completely agree with you. That should not be. That's the teacher imposing their opinion on the children, and that's not something we should be doing in that case. You're allowed to answer questions if you're asked about your own personal persuasion. I don't think we should be. We have to pretend that we're completely neutral or nonpartisan. But I would say that it's very important that we keep it open, so that what we always look at is, can the kids learn and make up their own mind? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack, for your presentation and taking our questions. Next up, we have Osha Dabrowski. And thank you for your patience with us this morning as well. So just a reminder that you will have 5 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions.
Just start when I'm ready. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Osha, and I am in favor of proportional representation. I would like to use my time here to explain what my perspective is and how I got there, as well as to give my argument for why previously failed referenda on electoral reform, in BC specifically, of course, are not actually proof of public opposition to proportional representation. So, to start off with, I am adamantly in favor of reforming our electoral system. I believe instituting proportional representation as soon as possible should be our highest priority, preferably before the next BC election. As for what replaces our current system, I believe any truly proportional system would be vastly superior to first past the post, meaning no winner-take-all systems and no ranked ballots unless they are proportional. While I personally prefer a single transferable voting system, I would support any of the mainstream models of proportional representation that have multi-member ridings, top-up seats, or both. As for how I reached this perspective, I remember growing up learning that we live in a democracy. So I assumed, can I time be paused? Okay, so so I assumed that meant that the winner of an election was decided by who gets the most votes. But when I was about 12 years old, I learned that that is not necessarily the case. My father explained how our elections actually work. I learned about how parties with the most votes sometimes lose elections, and how parties with less than half the votes regularly rule with a majority government in some places. I remember being shocked by this, as well as confused about how we're able to be considered a democracy at all. Since then, I have extensively studied electoral reform throughout my political science degree, and I have spent hours discussing proportional representation with professors, other poli-sci students, and people in my personal life who probably wish I would talk about something else for once. But from all these conversations, I have never once encountered anyone who prefers first past the post. Never. Everyone I've talked to either supports proportional representation or comes to support it after I explain what it is. I have never encountered a less controversial topic with as much unanimous agreement as this one. But if people do support PR, then why have all 3 referenda on electoral reform in BC failed? And that's kind of what I want to address here. Well, the problem wasn't that people don't want reform. It was forcing a referendum on a complicated topic that's time-consuming to learn all the details of. People do support PR when they're able to learn about what it actually is, but those who didn't have the time to fully inform themselves were more prone to being influenced by certain cognitive biases. For the first example I'll mention is loss aversion, a cognitive bias that makes us focus more on the fear of loss than any equivalent benefits. For example, imagine you start off knowing nothing about voting systems, and you're met with 2 sides of the debate. One tells you a proportional system will solve a real problem that you may know exists but don't fully understand, and the other tells you a move to PR is ruinous to democracy. You might not want to take the risk. People who are fully informed are aware that there is no risk to PR, none, but it's not going to be obvious for those who don't have the time to fully inform themselves on the details of each electoral system. When choosing between electoral systems, people also face choice overload, a cognitive bias where choosing between multiple options can make you feel stressed and overwhelmed, especially the case in referenda where we had to choose between voting systems. And this makes people feel much more comfortable just choosing the option that they already know. So if you don't fully understand how each voting system works, then you're going to have a hard time making the very high-stakes decision about which system is going to fix our democracy. And you might feel pressure to just choose the system you already know instead of one you don't fully understand and don't understand the implications of. There's, of course, also the very relevant factor of status quo bias, but I'm sure no explanation is needed to explain how a bias towards the status quo is going to make people more biased towards the system we already have. So if there's one takeaway from what I've said, it's that I hope you don't let failed referenda in the past convince you that people don't want proportional representation. That's what I'm talking about. We do. The polls show it. I think that the result of an election should be decided by how many votes you get. And as long as our election outcomes are decided by something other than how we vote, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to ask how much we live under a democracy at all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Osha. Are there any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation. I don't think we have any questions, so you are free, but thank you so much for sharing with us today.
All right, yeah, thank you. I talked about more of a specific thing, so it makes sense. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, we will now break for lunch, returning by 1:15 sharply and starting presentations again then. Everyone. So now we're joined by Robin Prest from the Morris J. Wask Center for Dialogue. Robin, just a reminder that you'll have 15 minutes for your presentation and then 10 minutes for questions. Please go ahead.
Well, do I start this timer myself?
No.
No? Okay, great. So thank you so much for creating the space today to talk about democratic reform. As the chair said, my name's Robin Prest. I represent Simon Fraser University's Morris J. Wask Center for Dialogue. I'll also be referring to my work today as co-chair of Canada's Multi-Stakeholder Forum on Open Government, but I don't represent the Multi-Stakeholder Forum in this conversation. The Center for Dialogue has a long through line to this conversation. Our physical Morris J. Wask Center for Dialogue was the physical home of the BC Citizens Assembly on Electoral Reform, which was chaired by Jack Blaney, who was our university president who founded our center before retiring and going on to chair that assembly. So there's a strong place in our heart in this conversation. Ironically, I won't be talking about electoral reform during my presentation today. I'm going to focus on the aspects of democratic engagement. I think that the system of our elections is very important. I think there are many who have strong things to say about that, and I'd like to focus on attention a little bit more broadly. That includes that, but is more broad, as I was saying. I'll start by talking about some challenges in our democracy, because I think there's a certain moment in time that needs to be named in this conversation. Globally, we're on the back end of an 18-year decline in democracy with the number of countries and the number of people who live under democracies. And at this moment in time, we're seeing what were once considered well-established democracies backslide in ways that are quite frightening. So there's this larger global context. And when we peel that back and look inside our borders here in Canada, there's a number of folks who are paying attention to democracy right now. Andrew Coyne notably just had a book that came out about his concerns about democracy. We have books by Karoloff and other authors that are describing some of the context around polarization and other issues that exist in our democracy. But if I was to name one of the references or one of the resources that has given me the most pause, it was looking at the Policy Horizons Canada report last year in 2024. So Policy Horizons Canada is a think tank of the federal government, and it did a wide-ranging process to look at what are the disruptions that could affect Canadians in the future. And on the top 10 list was democratic systems breakdown as a potential disruption that could affect Canadians. And the time horizons they indicated for when that could come to materialize was within 6 years, meaning by 2030. So that makes me take note. And I think that's a fairly important piece, especially as we start to view the idea of our democracy in regards to Canadian identity and Canadian sovereignty, again, at this moment in time. Within BC, I think we see some microcosms of what we're talking about here. There's not as good data about BC specifically, but of course when fires take place, large wildfires in BC, we see online perspectives that giant lasers lit the fires, that the government lit the fires. When community newspapers are closing, when we see allegations of electoral interference, or when we see violence or threats against our elected officials, that again makes me take note and wonder, what's going on here? What is some of the same old that we've seen over long periods, and what is unique about this moment in time? And it is important to acknowledge that in Canada, our democratic institutions are ranked amongst the most high in the world. Ranked the most highly amongst countries in the world. And BC has many similar institutions, and so by virtue, BC has very strong institutions in democracy comparatively on a global sense. But I think what we begin to see in some of the behaviors and some of the attitudes, the polarization that exists, the ability for disinformation to spread rapidly using technology, when we look at the ability for deepfakes, when we look at the sentiment of the population, and we look at the political culture that exists, I think we also start to see how strong institutions aren't enough to safeguard democracy, because it's people that animate those institutions. And so those institutions can degrade very rapidly where people do not interact with them in the way that we desire. Excuse me. So I'll talk a little bit more about the conditions required for democratic resilience. One of them that really strikes me is the OECD's research on trust in Canada. So the OECD periodically runs a trust survey. On that trust survey, it identified that people who feel like they have a say in what government does are 3 times more likely to trust government than those who don't. And that predictor of trust is greater than the political party people believe in, it's greater than gender, greater than income. It's the number one defining factor that's correlated with people's trust in government. So that there's something fundamental there about whether or not people feel involved and feel like they are part of the governance of their society. That to me speaks to this question of democratic culture. Because if people don't think their democracy is working for them, they will not be there to defend their democracy. And my fear is that democracy could go out with a bang, as perhaps we are seeing in neighboring countries at this moment, or it could just go out with a whimper, because nobody cares enough or feels strongly enough that it's worth supporting because they don't feel like it's working for them. Only 40% of Canadians feel like they have a voice in government. That's stark, that's shocking. That's not a comment on the specific government of Canada. We see that type of sentiment in countries around the world. But I think it is a signal that our democratic institutions, which were largely shaped in the 19th, 20th century, may not be fit for purpose in today's world, with today's levels of education, today's information technology, etc. Okay, so what are the solutions? That's the backdrop of why I think this is an urgent issue to address. Before I move into the solutions, I'll just define the scope of what I'm talking about when I describe a democratic ecosystem, because it includes a voting system, but I think it's far larger than just that. If you look at the processes that give citizen voice and give a sense of accountability towards citizens, of course that includes voting, but it also includes participation between elections. How do people feel heard? How do they give the information government needs to make good decisions? It includes deliberative democracy. It includes a vibrant civic space where we have human rights that are respected and everybody can show up being their fullest selves and express their opinions, where civic education nurtures the next generation of citizens, and where we have access to transparent and accessible information, both through the information the government provides and that ecosystem of journalism, of bloggers, of what have you, that bring information into the hands of citizens, public libraries. So ideas to enhance democratic engagement within British Columbia. I'll provide 8 specific ideas for you, and then a few process recommendations at the end. The first is that I think it's very important for BC to develop a robust strategy for how it embeds public participation. Public participation exists in BC. Sometimes it exists in a very strong and robust way, but it's somewhat ad hoc at the moment, and I don't think it's in a place that's required to do the trust-building work that is called for at this moment in time. If you'd like a comparator for where I think there's a lot of momentum in this area, I would look to the government of Scotland, where the population is roughly the same size as British Columbia, and where there's a range of innovations from a children's assembly on climate change to a local government empowerment act to a parliament that has an active learning function around how it does deliberation and participation in democracy. And there's a blog that they keep as a legislature or parliament that's online that you can read about their learning journey of how they're going through this process together. We can also build on these made in BC assets. We have a thriving civic tech sector in British Columbia. We have some of the country's foremost experts in participation. We have a number of municipalities that have really embedded this work, such as New Westminster, City of Victoria, that are far ahead of where I would say humbly that we are provincially. My number 2 suggestion for you is that we invest in next generation civic education. I have 2 children, 8 and 13 years old. I want them to learn about how government works. I want them to pretend to vote and participate in mock voting exercises during elections. But that's not enough, and it's frankly not child or young person centric. What I want to see my children do is learn how to be active citizens, not just once every 4 years, but every day of their lives, so that when they see something wrong in their community, when they see an opportunity to make a difference, that they're there as active citizens. And we have processes that can assist with this. We have expert organizations like City Hive in British Columbia that do this work. We have a BC curriculum that talks about personal and social competencies that we can build upon in order to bring this type of civic education forward. Number 3, I would encourage British Columbia to join the Open Government Partnership. The OGP is a global institution designed to create structures of collaboration between civil society and government in order to interrogate and advance questions of transparency, accountability, and participation. The province of Quebec is a member. The Government of Canada is a member. British Columbia is not. Although British Columbia has participated in some past events with the OGP, and we do have assets to build upon. Again, for instance, BC's Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act is an example of an asset that we can build upon to advance this work. Next, I would encourage BC, the birthplace of the Citizens' Assembly, to use this tool that we have exported to the world. The BC Citizens Assembly on Electoral Reform was the first ever Citizens Assembly globally. The OECD has identified a deliberative wave that this process has helped to spark. There are now hundreds and thousands of similar processes that have taken place internationally. We have not done a robust citizens' assembly in BC for the past 20 years, except at the municipal level, where we have a surge of 5 assemblies that have taken place over the past 18 months. So there's momentum here. But if you want a way to demonstrate to citizens that you are listening to them and acting on their voices, bringing together a mini public that is demographically representative of the citizenry of BC, selecting them by civic lottery, having them go through a learning process and develop recommendations that you publicly respond to is a tremendous and visible way of saying that citizen voices count and government is listening. I would also encourage the committee to seek out Indigenous worldviews on democracy. It's not for me to say what that is. I will say that I was inspired recently in an assembly I was leading for the city of Burnaby, where an Indigenous elder spoke to the assembly about her worldview on intergenerational decision-making, which then became a recommendation the assembly put forward to its own government. And for me, it was inspiring to think about, if democracy is giving voice to citizens, where is that voice being given to future generations? And if an Indigenous worldview is a way to look at it at correcting an imbalance that exists, that just to me speaks to the importance at this moment in time and of reconciliation in BC, of actually the knowledge and how that can make all of our systems better. We are, according to the citizens and the residents of BC, a polarized province. Folks feel that polarization is getting worse. And dialogue to bridge differences, I think, is a tremendous act of leadership. That can be on issues like conservation that tend to divide us, issues like wildfire resilience. It can be on questions such as toxic drug supply or homelessness encampments. Where issues are the most thorny and difficult and involve the most complex interests, I think we need to lean in a way that people can build empathy with each other and see their voices heard. The rural-urban divide in BC is an area that keeps me up at night, because I think that feeling of you're in the fold or you're out of the fold is so damaging to our ability to have community together as people who live in this province. I would also, within my recommendations to you, suggest that BC right now has implemented GBA Plus as a policy decision-making tool. So policy development within BC looks at questions of how different groups, the most impacted groups, will be affected. We have not implemented an engagement or participation, a democratic engagement arm of that, so that those groups can have voice in processes. So I'll include that as an area where we need to improve how we practice democratic engagement. And my final and 8th recommendation to you from a content perspective is that we need to kickstart this activity. Government tends to be risk adverse, so we need partnerships with civil society and government in order to experiment and to drive innovation forward. Elections cost $100 million over 4 years, according to Elections BC. What would a $5 million co-matching fund look like in BC to kickstart these sorts of activities? The final comments I'll make to you in my last minute are about process. We know from Gordon Campbell, when he created the BC Citizens Assembly, that he viewed there to be an inherent conflict of interest of elected officials creating the rules for our democratic processes, as important as the roles that all of you play are, and I really appreciate the space you've created here. I think that, of course, you will create immediate action recommendations from your work, but this issue of democratic resilience isn't going away, so we need ongoing fora in order to be able to learn, practice, innovate over time. That's not going to end in a year or 6 months. And we need citizen spaces to be involved in this conversation, such as a future assembly that would look at specific issues or the broader issue of democratic resilience. Thank you. I really appreciate your attention and interest.
Thank you, Robin, for your presentation. I will now open the floor to questions. Okay, lots of interest. MLA Shaw.
I was hoping, thank you for your very informative presentation and the numerous recommendations. I was hoping you could expand a little bit more about the OGP and kind of why BC would be a member.
Yeah, so the Open Government Partnership is a global institution. It has both countries as members, as well as what it calls OGP local, which includes provinces, Quebec, Scotland, etc. I think what's important about that structure is that there's a minimum set of processes in place to create accountability measures and to ensure this conversation continues. So for instance, there's a requirement to have a multi-stakeholder forum where civil society and government come together in order to discuss what are the challenges, what are the solutions. It requires the creation of targets and commitments that are then evaluated upon over a cycle. So it provides a little bit of structure and rigor that I think would help, because it's very easy and tempting in order to say transparency, oh yes, we did that. Accountability, yes, we did that. Participation, we did that. And the question of did we do that with quality and with rigor and at a level required by the moment doesn't always come through without that type of process.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. MLA Butterall?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. You discussed and outlined as one of your 8 recommendations, building on the approach of Citizens Assembly and reestablishing a leadership role in that area in the province. I was wondering if you could discuss briefly the linkage between creating that type of citizen-driven process and the government, so that, because earlier you talked about the polarization and folks feeling that they don't have a say, and how do you balance citizen input with government decision making so people don't lose hope if what they came up with in a citizens assembly or similar process doesn't actually result in the government doing what they hoped?
Mm-hmm. It's incredibly important only to commission a citizens assembly if you think that citizen voices have value to add to the conversation through their lived experience, through their values, through the fact that they aren't anchored to a specific partisan or organizational perspective. And so what we've seen in places around the world is that citizen voices can help to deadlock issues sometimes. Sometimes elected officials, for instance, are reluctant to lead on certain issues that may feel polarizing. Sometimes there might be issues where citizens can create more dialogue in ways that aren't possible in partisan contexts, and recognizing that partisan tools and assemblies, they're all important as tools within our democratic tool set. Places in BC where I think that citizen voices could be particularly helpful. I look at issues like conservation we're stuck in this endless war of the woods, and how do we actually make sure that folks feel heard on both sides and find the ability to compromise and to make sure all needs are satisfied. I look at issues like transportation funding, where we've had 20 years of failed attempts to create stable transportation funding architecture because of fear of how citizens will react to different decisions. And so we're better than to delegate authority to citizens in order to be part of those decisions. What's required is for governments to be really clear what's up for play and what is not up for discussion as far as the Assembly's recommendations, what types of recommendations they're willing to accept and what they're not willing to accept, and to have a genuine interest and a commitment to respond. Governments don't need to act on every single recommendation that comes out of an Assembly, but they need to commit in advance to respond to those recommendations. And what that does is drive interest into the Assembly from the broader population, so that that type of dialogue, that modeling of how to have conversations in ways that are less polarizing, actually spreads to the broader population. The evidence-based learning spread to the broader population because it's viewed as an active vehicle for influence and decision making, and that makes people pay attention.
Just thank you for that answer, and I just add this context, which is in a local government setting, through multiple years, multiple different parties in power, the UBCM resolution becomes sort of a local government vote on what they'd like to see, and often they just wither away and end up in a bottom drawer. And so being clear about what the possibility of action is very important. Thank you.
Completely agreed.
MLA Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. Earlier, we had someone also mention citizen groups that get together and meet and talk about governmental priorities or what they see as being a priority. And one of the things that I noted you had mentioned is a civic lottery in order to sort of select these people. When I think of this, I think about jury duty, for example, and have you seen civic lotteries actually used in other communities and countries to actually engage citizens, and what happens in the event that you have individuals who try to just not participate? For example, in jury duty, if someone says, I am really ill, or my mom has appointments, or actually, I shouldn't be giving people the secrets as to how they get out of jury duty, so never mind, I'm going to stop there. But do you have any comments as to make sure that the broadest range of people actually would end up being involved rather than just a select few of the people who actually have the time and capacity to be able to be engaged?
And I should say that civic lotteries have been used on the order of 1,000 processes internationally, and there's a large body of knowledge maintained by the OECD and others on the legitimacy of this work. These types of civic lotteries are typically not coercive. So you might send out a larger number of letters. For instance, we just sent out 20,000 letters to households in Burnaby about participating in our assembly there. Of that, we had around 500 respond to indicate their interest. And then the second stage of the civic lottery looks at information they provided, perhaps around income or education or gender or other questions, and randomly selects a sample that matches the population demographically. So you end up with you can't be flooded in this case by people who are self-appointed or self-selecting or the loudest voices. You get the silent majority, and you also get a group that's broadly representative of the population based on the criteria you've set ahead of time. I have stood in these rooms, I've facilitated these rooms, and the ability of people to learn, to think beyond their own self-interest, and to really dig deeply to understand the needs of others, and then to come up with really astute observations, and sometimes name the elephant in the room, is absolutely extraordinary.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much, Robin, for your presentation.
Deep appreciation.
Yeah, take care. Okay, next we have Tanya Jarzi from the BC NDP. Welcome, Tanya. So just a reminder that you will have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by 10 minutes for the question period.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Tanya Jarzi. I am the provincial director of the BC NDP, and as a registered political party, our primary role, both through legislation as well as through our own internal constitution, is to field candidates for election to the provincial legislature. And I know that you as a committee have a very broad mandate and a responsibility, but given our role as a political party, our submission will focus specifically on that very first part of your mandate, which is democratic engagement and voter participation. The BC NDP has been an active participant in the democratic process in this province. Since 1961, when we were founded, we have consistently worked to engage British Columbians in the democratic process and to facilitate voter participation at every opportunity, which is an important role that political parties play in this process. And over the years, and while I haven't been provincial director for long, I have been a campaign organizer for decades now. There have been remarkable changes in how elections are run and in our ability to communicate and to engage with voters on the matter of elections. And so our submission is going to focus on some of those impacts over the years, some of those changes, and the way that they have impacted our ability to communicate with voters in order to increase participation. Today, I'll be focusing on the voters list, voting opportunities, voter engagement challenges that we face, and the availability of election results and changes related to that and how they've had an impact. I'll do my best to frame this with both the challenge as well as recommendations. And so I'll start with the quality and accuracy of the list of voters. That's our primary tool for engaging voters, which is, of course, key to increasing voter participation. The more accurate the list, the better that all parties to the process, including Elections BC, can engage with potential voters and in turn increase participation. And our 2024 candidates and campaign volunteers reported many neighborhoods across the province where 50% or more of the information on those voters list was simply not accurate. And this was especially prevalent in urban and suburban communities with high rates of development, especially in apartment buildings, the inability to figure out where people were living in suites, whether legal or illegal suites. And while the accuracy improved with the provision of the final voters list, that list wasn't received by political parties until October 10th, which means just 9 days before Election Day. So that creates a significant challenge for voter identification and engagement. It also feeds into that growing narrative out there of problems with voter registration and breeds some mistrust and conspiracy theories about the accuracy of the voters list. And I want to be clear, we have no reason to believe that voter fraud is a problem in this province or in this country. We have no doubt that those who voted in this election were eligible to do so. But our concern is that passive voter enumeration on the part of Elections BC conducted too late in the election cycle create a barrier to voter engagement and to voter participation. And while we have a legislated 4-year cycle, fixed election dates are not guaranteed. And there's currently the barest majority in the legislature, as you are all very well aware. And it would be a real disservice to voters if Elections BC wasn't mandated to conduct enumeration activities throughout the cycle. The Elections Act does not actually require voter enumeration at all. It states only that the Chief Electoral Officer may require or authorize it in all or part of one or more electoral districts. So the solution, the recommendation, is that the Act should be amended to actually require proactive enumeration on an ongoing annual basis. with additional efforts specific to new housing projects, to neighborhoods with higher than average population turnover, and that in on-reserve communities, that enumeration should be conducted in consultation with local leadership. And frankly, I think that the Act should be amended to give Elections BC a specific mandate to increase voter participation, which is currently lacking. Moving on to voting opportunities, times, and locations. They were generally well-planned and served voters well. But the Elections Act doesn't include any metrics or methodology for determining the appropriate number of voting places and opportunities for special and advanced voting. It leaves these decisions almost entirely to the discretion of the district electoral officer. And while some DEOs made an effort to consult on the time, on the opportunities, the location, that consultation is not required. And as a result, there was significant inconsistency between electoral districts, even neighboring districts in the same city, about the number of voting locations in relation to the population, the numbers and hours and voting hours of advance voting. And we heard examples from local campaigns about poorly planned voting opportunities in rural and remote communities, at post-secondary institutions, and on First Nations reserves. And in some cases, there were documented discrepancies that saw on-reserve voting opportunities deprioritized, reduced, or simply abandoned. And there are examples of that I'm hoping you will hear about from communities such as those in the North Island. The recommendation is that the Act should be amended to establish minimum standards for voting opportunities based on methodology that includes a review of communities with lower than average participation rates with the goal of increasing participation. The review should also consider the impact of reduction of voting opportunities over recent elections to identify potential systemic problems. You can't just say, well, this is what voter turnout is like in this community, so we'll just use, we'll base our voting opportunities on turnout from the last election if that turnout was a result of poor opportunities in the first place. There should also be enshrined in the Act a requirement to consult with communities with low participation rates, including Indigenous communities and post-secondary communities, prior to establishing voting opportunities. Moving on to sort of the voter engagement piece of this and the challenges that we all face. No surprise, as we grow as a province, there is an incredible increase in multifamily dwellings, and the sophistication of security in those buildings has had a real negative impact on voter engagement. Speaking with voters on their doorsteps has, for decades, been the most reliable and effective way to engage potential volunteers in the election campaign. It's also the best way for us to encourage them to exercise their right to vote. And as you will have experienced in your own campaigns, that becomes more difficult with every passing year. Being able to reach voters in their home is crucial to engaging them, and engagement by candidates and by their campaigns serves to increase voter turnout. Now, the Act allows candidates and their representatives access to residential buildings, but we received far too many reports from our candidates being refused entry, despite our best efforts to communicate with them the provisions of the Act that authorize such access. And I live in a condo. I get that there's a concern about security, and I can't remember the last time anybody came and knocked on my door. But the Act allows candidates that access for very good reason. Our campaign teams reported so many instances where building security or concierge blocked canvassers from moving throughout the buildings, even when we showed authorizations, showed them the language in the Act, and provided them with a letter from our legal counsel. So, the Act already allows this to happen. Elections BC needs to communicate that proactively with building managers, with property management companies, with strata corporations and co-op housing boards, setting out very clearly an expectation that candidates in their campaigns are permitted access. And as with other activities that Elections BC undertakes, they should provide a notice relating to that, to these buildings in plain language and in multiple languages, so that it can be posted so that it resolves some of the concerns among residents. The committee should also consider fines or other penalties for those who curtail or restrict such access. And the right to access these outside of the formal election period would require an amendment to an act, but I would appreciate consideration for that as well. A 4-week election period makes it very difficult to communicate with voters. While we're talking about communicating with and engaging voters, reliable community news sources are drying up. Accessing multifamily buildings is more difficult. People have the right to refuse ad mail, and many rarely check their mailboxes anyways. There are more cell phones than landlines. People use doorbell cameras to screen visitors. All of these things add up to barriers for candidates and their campaigns to engage with voters. And aside from the legislated access to multifamily buildings, there isn't much in the Act that assists us in breaking through to these voters. It is a very real possibility that an average voter could make it through a 4-week election period and not know anything about the candidates that are on the ballot. They may not even know that there's an election at all. Potential voters have the right to be disengaged, but they should also have the right to choose how they wish to be engaged. Asking voters to provide Elections BC with more contact information and to indicate a preferred method of contact from among a variety of options, phone or text or email, would go a long way to ensuring that voters have access to information about the election and the political priorities of the candidates on their ballot. So, as a recommendation, Elections BC should review with input from the Election Advisory Committee unregulated voter contact. Oh, I'll skip that one because I've got it in my written submission. They should collect more robust contact information for voters as part of the enumeration process, while also allowing voters to select preferred methods of contact, which would then be shared with registered parties to ensure adequate voter engagement. And with less than 2 minutes left, I want to talk about the availability of information on who voted. So recent changes to the Act have reduced the voter information available to registered parties. This especially relates to voting patterns and behavior. Those changes mean that we are no longer able to access and assess voting results in the same manner as before. This is referred to as poll-by-poll results, and I'm sure that many of you are aware of that change, having tried to find that information yourself. So that impacts our ability to effectively and efficiently engage voters during a campaign. But the way that ballots were counted and results were reported also actually impacts a candidate's right to effectively scrutinize the counting of ballots, because we don't know where the ballots were cast, and we're not necessarily able to then scrutinize that vote, which is our right. So the recommendation there is to make the necessary amendments to ensure that registered parties and candidates can access voter information that has previously been available, including poll-by-poll results and information about when and where voters cast their ballot, so that the right to scrutinize the counting of ballots, which already exists under the Act, is upheld.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tanya. I will go to Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks very much for your presentation. You finished up on exactly what I was going to bring up about the access by poll-to-poll vote, but there's a couple things I'd like to ask you about. When you're talking about minimum standards, and you're talking about outside of the writ period in canvassers and candidates, what do you feel about not allowing paid canvassers?
I guess in a day and age when affordability is a real problem for so many British Columbians, it's good short-term work for them to have an opportunity. Having said that, I know that in the campaigns that I was a part of in the last election, we had far more volunteer canvassers than paid canvassers, and where we had those paid canvassers, they were employed directly by the campaign, so they were members of the community.
Thanks for clarifying that. What about advertising in seniors' homes and low-income and supportive housing? Should we eliminate that?
I guess my question is, when you say advertising, I'm not aware of what advertising opportunities there are in housing establishments.
Yes, there's been opportunities where there has been literature left on the day of an election in a seniors' housing, and it has been disproportionately shown to be non-apolitical. So should that be a requirement that there is no political advertising allowed when that occurs?
My understanding of the Act is that advertising is paid advertising, and the distribution of candidate material is not covered by the term advertising under the Act. I would say that it's important for candidates to be able to provide that communications, and any advertising that does exist is quite curtailed by the Act, and there are requirements for things like authorization and accounting of the costs of that.
So would you suggest then that we should be allowed to have scrutineers in those places of elections when those occur?
If what you're referring to are what I think we call special polls under the Act, I believe that in most instances, scrutineering of special polls is allowed under the Act.
Is it? Okay. And I had one other question, if I may. When you talked about appropriate voting areas, I know that there's been discrepancies on those opportunities for voting, and you mentioned First Nations. There's also other ridings that I know of that have had those discussions. Is it the committee's purview, or is it the legislature to be able to have those questions in election to BC so that those discrepancies get modified or rectified in the next election?
I think that I understand that the Chief Electoral Officer does report, and in fact did report to the committee, and that would have been an opportunity to ask the Chief Electoral Officer those questions. What I would suggest is that the Act could be amended to actually require consultation and minimum standards for voting opportunities.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. MLA Clare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Tanya, for your presentation. You've had a lot of points in there that I found quite refreshing. And a question I had is, in your campaigning, did you encounter people who had voting cards but were not actually citizens or otherwise eligible to vote? I know that we did encounter a fair bit of that, where Elections BC had distributed voting cards, and if the person had shown up, they would have been voting illegally, but they would have been given a tool which would have given them credibility to be able to vote. I wondered if you encountered anything like that.
It was not my experience, but having said that, my role was less on the doorstep and more providing guidance. I provided guidance to 14 campaign managers and their candidates through the campaign. but no, I wasn't made aware of anything reflective of that.
It came up. I've had people approach me and say, look at this, here's my voting card, and I'm an American citizen. I've been a PR here for 22 years. And I thought, wow, okay, that's interesting, because it would have been pretty, you could check, but I definitely shared your concerns about the lack of availability of information and the change that prevented access to the polling data, which has been a staple of elections for a very long time. And as we all know, if we're going to beat each other, we're going to have to know the information that will allow us to do that. So thank you for your presentation.
Of course.
Thank you. MLA Shaw.
Thank you for your presentation. Really good points, obviously, that I think most of us can share some of our frustrations with any of these, really. I'm more so interested in voter engagement in apartment buildings, and you mentioned that one of the solutions is for Elections BC to communicate more effectively or maybe proactively with, for example, building managers or owners to ensure that they're providing timely access to candidates and their teams. I'm wondering if you could tell us what that would look like, maybe some details on what that kind of engagement would look like, and also, and pardon my ignorance, are there currently penalties for non-compliance? And if there are, what would a stiffer penalty look like? If there are no penalties, what would you kind of like suggest as being a penalty?
So on the penalties piece, I would say that there is, in many aspects of the Election Act, a lack of enforcement. Generally, whether that is unauthorized or illegal communications on behalf of campaigns or on lack of access. So there are no penalties for building managers or property owners to for them to prevent access to candidates. I mean, carrot, stick. I would like to see Elections BC required to communicate well in advance of any election the opportunity, the requirement of them to provide access. That would take some work on their part to identify property managers, but even going through and sending mail to all residential property management firms across the province would help. Again, as with other communications that they provide, they should ask building managers to post information about this in multifamily residences and in other places where there's a lack of access. I would also suggest that one of the biggest challenges around that was, an on-site residential manager who was terrified that they would get in trouble from their boss or the Strata Council president if they did what was right. And so communicating with Strata Councils and co-op boards would also be helpful in that regard.
Emily Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation as well. My question relates to the mandating Election BC to increase voter turnout, and I'm just wondering if you have some description of what that mandate would look like, what would happen if they didn't increase voter turnout, and additional. I'd just like to hear your opinion on that. Just expand a little bit more for me. Thank you.
So I don't think that, there would be a penalty to Elections BC if voter turnout dropped, but right now, Elections BC isn't required to try and increase voter turnout. And so they don't actually engage. They do some research, but it's my understanding that they don't do things like proactive enumeration. They've got this great program, which is the Future Voter Program that you may have heard of, where, students, children of 16 years, between 16 and 18 will be asked to register as a future voter so that they get rolled in to the elections list for the period of time that they're available, but I think that there's more that can be done, and enumeration is a significant part of that.
Thank you.
I had a question as well. On the pieces about, you mentioned advertising and signage, which raised for me that I know amongst many campaigns there was a lot of illegal signage and lack of movement, whether it was by Elections BC or municipalities, with it varying from municipality to municipality. I wonder if you had any thoughts on the enforcement on that piece and anything that you would recommend changes on that.
Yeah, I had kind of left that to the side because I know that the second part of your mandate as a committee is a review of the 2024 election specifically. But what I would say is that our campaigns were significantly frustrated when, for example, a candidate would have delivered door-to-door unauthorized campaign literature, no authorization statement, no contact information for the candidate, or signs that were either unauthorized or placed illegally on vacant or private property. The district electoral officers would receive the complaint, say that they had advised the other campaign, but take no further action. So from that perspective, I think that some enforcement, and I believe that Elections BC has the ability to enforce those things under the Act. I don't know whether the problem is that the DEOs, the district electoral officers, didn't have the time or didn't have the confidence to do so, or whether they were being withheld from doing so. But enforcement of those issues is significant and is important and should occur. And hopefully when you get to the second part of your mandate, we'll have an opportunity to explore that more fully.
Thank you. MLA Botterill.
Great. Thanks very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. You talked about enumeration throughout the cycle, and what I wondered about is if you could just describe a bit more of that, because it seems to me that would go a long way to addressing or starting to address a number of these issues, to have that accurate information. I can't count the number of times where we would be at the door, and because we didn't have accurate information, it raised a concern by the person at the door that we were somehow fudging things or making things up, or where did we get the information from? So maybe you could talk a bit more about how you see that unfolding.
So what I will say is that my understanding of Elections BC enumeration activity was that in August of 2024, they sent a mailer to all residences that they had listed in the voters list with the names of the individuals and a QR code, asking people to click the QR code and confirm /add /change. That's a very passive way of enumeration. And it's far too late in the cycle. And it was one of the reasons why we didn't get the final voters list until 9 days before the writ, or before Election Day. So in my mind, there could be an annual process. And it could be targeted. So they could send that mailer out annually. They could go to communities where there's new builds. They could they could focus on purpose-built rentals. They could focus on communities where there are known to be significant number of suites, legal or illegal. And frankly, the best way to engage voters is the same way that you all do as candidates. It's to go to the doorstep and to ask the question. And we haven't done door-to-door enumeration in this province in a very long time. And certainly in some communities, I think it's warranted, and I think it would improve that. But what I will say is that waiting until 4 weeks before the writ is too late in the process for enumeration.
We have one last question from MLA Clare.
In terms of snap elections, how do you see a process that would be workable. Say, I mean, we could have had an election now if things had gone a little bit differently with Blurgate, and I wonder how you see the process fitting the snap election, because in our system, the idea of a fixed election date is really something we've imported from the United States, and it doesn't really fit with the parliamentary system that we have, because part of the power of a government is to be able to call an election when it sees that it's to its advantage. So, boom, snap election, waiting time. How do you feel about that time lag for the period of the election? Do you feel it's short, long? Is it about right?
So I would say to start that ongoing enumeration would at least address some of the concern about the unpredictability of an election date, despite the fact that there is a legislated date. But in terms of the length of the campaign period, as somebody who has worked two of the two longest election campaigns in current memory, I would argue that long campaigns are also problematic. The 4-week period that we have right now includes 2 statutory holidays. And so I would not be opposed to extending that, in part because those 2 statutory holidays have a great impact on service provision for things like mail, which does also impact our ability to communicate with voters. But as somebody who survived a 78-day campaign, I would argue that is far too long.
Do you think would be the right pocket for the duration of the campaign?
So as a member of the Election Advisory Committee to Elections BC, we have had a conversation about extending the period to address some of those concerns regarding the statutory holidays and the way that the dates fall, that perhaps restrict access for Elections BC to things like printing of ballots in a timely fashion. And so we are looking at a recommendation through that Election Advisory Committee to extend it by several days.
So an additional week?
We have not, the Election Advisory Committee has not settled on what that looks like, but we are having that conversation.
Okay, well, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Tanya, for your presentation and for taking questions. Next up, we have Karen Kirkpatrick from Centre BC. Karen Kirkpatrick.
Thank you very much. I'm going to Karen caught that for you, so thank you. I appreciate being here very much. Thank you to the committee for this important work that you're doing and for the opportunity to speak on something that's clearly very timely right now. I'm here on behalf of myself as well as on behalf of Centre BC. Democratic reform shapes not just how we vote, but how people feel about their own voice in the political system. So this committee's work, bringing together members from all parties, hearing from citizens from across the province, is exactly the kind of inclusive process that we need more of in our democracy. I always felt that when I was an elected member here, that the best work that was done was actually through these cross-party committees. I found that we've often found that there was more common ground between the parties than we had realized, and I'm sure you're probably finding that too in your discussions, is that there's a lot more you agree on than you might realize, and I think that's important. So just some personal experience and why I'm here. So I come to this conversation not just as the leader of Centre BC, but as someone that has run both as an independent candidate and has run as part of a political party. So as a former member of the BC Legislature for West Vancouver Capilano, I have spent years directly engaging with people in my community and people on political issues across British Columbia. And what I've heard time and time again, and I'm sure many of you share this, is a level of frustration And the frustration isn't with politicians necessarily, it's really with the process and with the system, and feeling that there's a lack of their ability to have their voice represented in politics. So the core problem, and the reason that we're here today, is we want to talk about that electoral process, that electoral system, and how can we get people more engaged. There was a previous presenter talking about the lack of voter engagement. And I think when there's more of an ability to really feel that your vote is going to matter and your vote is going to be counted, there is more of an opportunity to get excited and to learn more about what the candidates bring to the table. So to be clear, the system that we have today doesn't do that. We're still using a first-past-the-post system, and that can allow candidates to win with a minority of support, and it undermines public trust and engagement. So in this last election, and this is significant because I went back elections previous, and I think it's most heightened in this last election, 34 MLAs were elected with less than 50% of the vote. 5 MLAs of those were elected with less than 40% of the vote. And yet, 2 dominant parties, neither of which received a majority of the vote, hold almost all of the seats in the House. So let's think about that. In the ridings where that happened, more people voted for a person that didn't win than voted for the person that did win. So this creates serious legitimacy, especially in a very polarized environment right now, where people no longer just disagree, they actually fear what will happen if the other guys get elected. So now, today, we see that people are voting against something as opposed to voting for something. So 3 problems that we recognize with the first-past-the-post system. First, MLAs are frequently elected, as I said, without majority support, and that weakens their mandate. And second, new political parties, smaller political parties, face near impossible odds in having their voices heard. So even where a party may get 10 to 20%, if that support is spread out across the province, as opposed to being concentrated more in certain ridings, those parties are still shut out of the system, yet they may actually represent a significant number of British Columbians. And third, as I said, is voters are often voting against something rather than voting for their values. So this is strategic voting, a worry about vote splitting. So it's making people feel cynical, unheard, disengaged. In the last election, there were a lot of people who sat out the election because of the lack of options in the center and options on all sides, is that people were voting against something. They were trying to guess who was going to win the election. They were listening to the polls, and that really impacted where people were putting their vote. So first past the post often yields outcomes that are counter to voter intention. Polling shows that half of the voters make their decision primarily to block a party that they oppose, which is not democracy. It's damage control. It's not the openness and electoral system where people feel that they want to participate and where there can be more productive conversations happening instead of the divisiveness that we hear, and particularly not just in British Columbia but all over the world in terms of the last few years of elections. So you're here looking at, is something broken? What's broken? And then the biggest part of that is, what can we actually do to fix that? We do believe that there's a clear way, without blowing everything up and overhauling everything, to make some changes that are going to make it a better system for British Columbians. So we don't need to abandon single-member constituencies. Many British Columbians value this, and it's a very important part of our current system. You have your constituents, you have a relationship with them, and when you're in the House and when when you're advocating in your caucus room, you know where those intentions need to be, and the people in that community have an expectation that you are their MLA and that you're going to work for them. So knowing who your MLA is paramount to proper representation. But what we need to do is we need to look at how do we make in each of those ridings, how do we make that vote count more fairly. Our recommendation is to look at bring in a preferential ballot system. The preferential ballot, many of you know it because you see it in political parties in terms of electing your leaders. It's also known as a ranked choice voting or an alternative vote. How it works is that voters rank their candidates in order of preference. If nobody gets more than 50% on the first round, the lowest candidate is eliminated and their votes are redistributed. This continues until somebody crosses the 50% threshold, representing more than 50% of the people in the riding have actually voted to elect this person. So what does this system do? It encourages broader appeal, and I'd say civility in the kinds of conversations we have in politics now. It allows voters to vote for their true first choice without the fear of vote splitting. We heard so much of that in the last election, and it really, that fear of vote splitting, I think, undermined the democracy in our last election. It reduces polarization and strategic voting. It's democratic, it's familiar, and it's already used by the major political parties in British Columbia and Canada to elect their leaders. The premier is elected by the people as the MLA, but there's a ranked ballot system that elected him as the premier. It is also not something that is so complex as we really find with proportional representation, is that people can actually understand what it is that we're proposing. So because the major political parties can use it, and it's fair for them to use it, why shouldn't British Columbians be able to use that when they're electing their MLAs? Now, preferential ballots are not actually a new idea in British Columbia. It was introduced in the 1950s, and it was recognized as being just what we're saying here, a fairer and more representative way to vote. The biggest issue at the time, as I'm sure you can imagine, is the manual nature of vote counting in the 1950s, where it would sometimes take months to actually know what the outcome of the election was. But we are fast forward to now. Today's electronic tabulators would make the counting seamless. The preferential vote system was abandoned not because it worked, but because it was ahead of its time from a process perspective. I do want to clarify that we are not talking about proportional representation. Proportional representation moves closer to a more balanced distribution of voter representation, but it doesn't achieve a decisive mandate to govern where the preferential ballot really does. And the preferential ballot still accomplishes the election of local MLAs in their ridings, the same way that the first past the post does. The only thing really is when you go into the ballot box is you're going to have a ballot that looks a little bit different. A second thing that we'd like the committee to consider, to think about, and it goes along the same lines as how do we have better representation for British Columbians, is a seat for party leaders with broad support should they not be elected as an MLA. We want to ensure that every party leader whose party earns more than 10% of the provincial vote is guaranteed a seat in the legislature. Now, it ensures meaningful representation for a large number of voters. In the last election, had another party received 10%, that would have actually represented 210,000 British Columbians' votes. Now, 10% is still a high bar. The Green Party did not accomplish that in this last election. They were just under 9%. So it still is a significant benchmark or a significant thing to get to, but it really would give an opportunity for broader representation. Of course, leaders can still run and should be running in constituencies, but if they don't win their constituencies, their supporters should not be shut out of the democratic process entirely. Now, I will say the clerks in the House probably hate me for suggesting this, because the reality is that you could actually have another one or two members in the House outside of the, and we know how hard it is to find offices at this point anyhow. So just in closing, British Columbians are asking for a voting system that reflects their values, not ones that punish them for their honesty. And by introducing a preferential ballot system and guaranteeing representation for parties that have province-wide support, we can restore confidence in the democratic process. We can encourage a more respectful and representative legislature. And we can also make room for the diversity of voices that British Columbians are hungry to hear. These proposals are grounded. We believe they're practical. We believe they're achievable, particularly with the advances in technology in the voting systems. And they will preserve those things that work in our system now, but they are also going to fix some of the things that are broken. So I'd like to thank you all very much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and thank you for the good work you're doing on behalf of British Columbians, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Karen. Deputy Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. That was great.
Oh, well.
Thanks very much.
I'll go now.
Yeah, you can go now. Yeah. I would disagree with you on a couple of points, so Karen. I think in some ridings, you're probably correct when you say that people are voting against and voting for. But I would suggest in other ridings, that's not necessarily the case, and you would probably agree with me on that. And I would also ask a question, not that I'm against it, because I think it's fair, because as you mentioned, we're already using it across Canada in our leadership campaigns for the leaders. So there shouldn't be any reason why it couldn't be used here. But I'm wondering, in a scenario like, for example, in this previous election and in previous elections before us, where without the fairly strong support of a third party, there's a pretty good chance that the person that won the election would have lost because of, I guess, the voter sentiment. So how would you be able to encourage people that are in those scenarios to be willing to accept what you're suggesting?
Well, I think that, it's British Columbians that need to accept it, and I think it's part of democracy. I will agree with you 100%. Though there are some ridings where it's so decisive in terms of where people are looking to place their vote that it wouldn't be. You would have the process, but you would still have the same outcome. But if you're looking at, as we've all seen with the leadership races, is sometimes the person that we think is going to win is not the person that wins at the end of the day because of the ranked ballot. And although people may be dissatisfied with that, it still actually shows that there is more support. And it's not going to be everybody's first choice, but it's somebody that they were happy with, and that they still feel that their vote counted. So I don't know if that answered.
Well, it does, if I can add to that, but what also we lose in that scenario is what happened in the past, where if you didn't have the support of 50%, and the last person was dropped off the ballot, you voted again. So you get an opportunity to have a conversation or at least a speech, because I've been at those and I know how the dynamics can change very quickly. Well, you don't get that opportunity with a ranked. It's a one-shot deal. So people don't get a chance to change their mind, and they don't get a chance to, I never thought of that. If that person is now dropped off, I thought that they would be number one, and they're actually number 3, and number 3 is gone. Now it's between 1 and 2. Maybe I'll change my vote differently, right?
No,
but you can't do that if you've got advanced polling and everything else. That's impossible. So what do you think of that dynamic? I guess that's just something that happened in the past, and we're just not going to be able to experience that.
But you can't change your vote anyhow after you cast your vote.
But I mean, you used to have multiple voting.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yes, you used to have that, but now, I mean, in the leadership races, it's just all calculated. So there's good and bad to that, but I think that British Columbians, and I'm hoping that a process like that would allow more research to be done up front to make sure people are making the right choice when they go into the ballot box, that they're making an educated choice.
Do you think that there's an opportunity to try that at a municipal level?
I think if it works, in the ways that it works, which I think it would work provincially, I don't see why not.
I'm just using it as an example. If there was municipalities that would be willing to try it to see how that would affect, and then maybe that would put more people at ease in the province by saying that, yes, this was an effective method of voting and that there was public engagement and that we had a true representation of what people felt.
So you want a municipality to check it out before test it out?
Yes, 100%.
I'll let you take that back to your mayor.
Okay.
MLA Clare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The preferential ballot system that they used in the 1951 election was a thing called instant runoff, where they had multiple choices. And is that what you're proposing, is the instant runoff system? Because what my colleague MLA Stamer was suggesting, I think, is you go back and have another vote. And I don't think that's really what people want at all. That'd be tremendously expensive. So is that the type of system
No, you go into it's just how you vote now, but when you go in, your ballot is going to have 2 names, 5 names, however many names, and you can choose one of them if you want to, or you can choose 3 of them in the order of your preference. But it's a one-shot deal. When that gets tabulated at the end, you're not going away and thinking about it again.
So in the case where someone decides to load up a ballot with multiple candidates, would you be in favor of having a bond placed for each candidate, for example, to ensure how serious they are? Because I know in the recent federal election, for example, there were attempts made to add multiple candidates onto the ballot to make the ballot almost unreadable and to cause a great deal of hindrance to voters to choose what they saw as the real candidates. And when you had multiple candidates with one fiscal agent for all of them, that seemed to be a significant distraction and could cause a lot of confusion.
I don't believe that this system would impact that. I think you're going to have that regardless in in a democratic process. And I know some of the ridings that you're referring to where it was, we may just think it's ridiculous, but I mean, it's democracy. And you need to be able to, and this again isn't completely related to this, but there does need to be a barrier to entry because we do want to take this process seriously. But it also can't be such a high barrier to entry that people who are truly serious and want to be part of it don't have the opportunity to participate. But with this system, you don't have to, if you've got 50 people, you're not ranking 50 people. You can just say, I just want this one person, I don't want anybody else, or you can say, I just want these 2, and so I don't think it would impact that.
Okay. And I just wanted to follow up on one other aspect, was the comments about every party leader must be guaranteed a seat in the legislature. Now, were you saying there's a minimum threshold for this? Because there were certainly party leaders and parties which are very unpopular for obvious reasons. I remember seeing lists of political parties which would be probably not meeting these thresholds. And I think this could cause a bit of a spaghetti type of situation, a spaghetti parliament. One of our earlier presenters referred to Italy and Israel, for example, some of the elections that they've had. So you have this minimum threshold. Is this 10%, you were saying?
Minimum threshold is 10%, but that is certainly something that the committee could take a look at and make a recommendation if you feel it needs to be higher. Think about federally right now, the impact that something like that would have in terms of who's sitting in the House and who's not sitting in the House right now.
Well, again, though, which riding would that leader be representing?
Well, that is the one difference, and that's why I look to the clerk to say that would be a challenge, because if that person, because it could very well be that somebody legitimately wins their seat in a particular riding, so this isn't an issue. I mean, the fact that this would be something that's not going to, be occurring on a regular basis, but they would, if that person did not win their seat, and they were a leader, it would be, I want to say a leader at large, I'm not sure what we would call it, but it would be an across the province because their votes were across the province. So it would allow that person also, as a representative of that more disparate voting population, to be able to spend time in other parts of the province. So it is a little piece of what a proportional representation might look like, but this is it's a different and very unique.
Preferential or proportional?
Proportional, because you are, and this is in very certain circumstances. And as I said, if you look even at the Greens in this last election, a very viable party, they did not meet that threshold. So it's still a tough threshold to meet. And the majority of leaders are going to win. If they're popular even on the broader across British Columbia, likelihood of their winning a riding is pretty high.
There was another party that didn't meet that threshold in the last election, but it didn't get any seats. Anyway.
I'm going to leave that one for you, MLA Claire.
MLA Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation. I found it to be quite fascinating, and I enjoyed the read, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
I note that you have mentioned the use of a preferential ballot. It keeps everything intact the way that it is and also gives individuals the opportunity to simply just rank who they think the best person should be as their elected representative. My question to you is, do you still see the opportunity for strategic voting to occur with a ranked ballot? And would moving to a ranked ballot or preferential system end up harming the representation of parties such as my friend in the Green Party, for example, who may be one of the individuals that ends up getting kicked off the list compared to those in the majority?
Mm-hmm. Those are good questions. I think MLA Botterill, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, is that there would be more opportunity. The NDP, I believe, with just under 9% of the vote, only got 2 seats in the House. And so it would be actually more likely that there would be better representation for those parties that are valid parties. There's hundreds of thousands of people voting for them, that they would have more opportunity. Now, in some ridings, there may still be that this is not going to eliminate vote splitting altogether, because it also depends how many. I mean, you may only have 2 candidates running in a riding, 2 candidates from the I was going to say the main parties, the larger parties. So it really depends, but I think it would only help to actually smooth out the voting and for people to say, okay, well, I'm going to vote for this person first, and maybe I am voting for that person for a vote split reason, but then I'm going to vote for this person because I really like their values and I align with them, and chips fall where they may, I guess, in terms of Election Day.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Karen, for your presentation and for taking our questions today.
Thank you very much,
you.
MLA Center.
Okay, so next up we have Sivya Kimayo. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Hi, my name is Sivya Kimayo.
Sivya, okay. And so, Sivya, you will have 5 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions.
Okay.
Okay, so please go ahead.
Thank you. I prepared a little speech. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I didn't grow up here. I grew up in Belarus, a country that the first democratically elected president turned into a dictatorship, where laws on human rights are empty words. I had spent over a decade from high school to my late 20s in movements that were trying to restore democracy in Belarus. I was threatened with expulsion from my university for being politically active. I was arrested for peaceful protests. I was interrogated by the KGB. Yes, we do still have that. Living in a democratic country was not something I could take for granted, but something I wanted and had to fight for. and I'm glad to have that here now. 6 years ago, I moved to Canada thanks to the opportunity given to me, to my family by the Canadian government, which we truly appreciate. At the age of 32, I participated in the first democratic election of my life, which was the 2024 provincial election in British Columbia. Having followed federal, provincial, and municipal politics, it did not come to me as a surprise that prior to the election, we lost one of the provincial parties in the efforts to consolidate votes on the right, and a bigger party from the left siphoned votes from another smaller party on the left to avoid the loss. We've seen a similar dynamic in the federal politics where the multi-party system is kind of at risk of becoming a two-party one, and I don't think that anyone in this room who believes in democracy wants that, especially considering what's happening across the border. I've had many conversations with my friends and family and even strangers who were saying that they feel pressured to vote for one big party to keep another one from forming the government, even though the party they're giving the vote to does not represent them well. I think it's obvious that the current electoral system is failing Canadians by reducing our options to choose from. The current situation is becoming highly divisive when electors are faced with effectively two choices. Needless to say, like to me at least, it erodes democracy. Unfortunately, it's a feature of the first-past-the-post system, and it's not a bug. Proportional representation adopted by many democracies is a better system that gives people a chance to be represented without the risk of wasting the vote. I want to thank Fair Vote Canada for their efforts to make elections more just. And I'm not going to dive into the technical details of what version of proportional representation system is better, but I urge you to follow the advice of the experts and implement it in time for the next election by forging a multi-party agreement. Thank you. That's about it.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? No. Thank you so much for sharing with us today.
Thank you.
Wonderful afternoon. Okay. Next, we have Jerger Rosenberg. Welcome, Jerger. So just to remind you, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions.
Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Jerger Rosenberg. I was the youngest candidate to ever run in Canadian history when I sought a provincial nomination at 17. And again at 18, I was the youngest candidate in the recent federal election. Through my political activism and campaigning, I've gained firsthand experience. I'm going to go a little closer. I've gained firsthand experience with different electoral systems and voting ages, both here in Canada and abroad. These systems don't just shape how votes are counted, they shape what gets discussed. They influence which issues are prioritized, who feels represented, and how citizens engage or don't engage with their government. I happened to be living in Germany during their last federal election, and the contrast was striking. Germany uses a mixed-member proportional MMP system that allows for a wider range of political voices, more parties, and a truer reflection of voter intent. Their system isn't perfect. The closed party list can allow for a weaker connection between voters and representatives, and the 5% national threshold, while stabilizing, can still result in wasted votes without a ranked ballot. They also use first-past-the-post for constituency seats, meaning that local misrepresentation isn't solved, it's just corrected afterwards at the national level. But even with those flaws, MMP is still significantly better than first-past-the-post. You'd have a hard time finding a German wanting to switch to our system. And ranked ballot proportional systems, like single transferable vote, or STV, are better still. STV allows voters to rank individual candidates with multiple representatives elected per riding, promoting both proportionality and local accountability. It removes the need for strategic voting and fosters more authentic representation. STV also lets multiple candidates from the same party run without splitting the vote, giving voters real choice over which individuals best represent their values, rather than leaving those decisions to closed-door nomination processes. Under first past the post, candidates are often forced into unnatural alliances, not because of shared values, but to avoid splitting the vote. This narrows the spectrum of views and stifles important debates. It distorts political identities, discourages cooperation, and fuels polarization. But under proportional systems, especially those using ranked ballots, parties can remain distinct, run alongside each other, and still form governing coalitions based on common ground, not artificial opposition. Even within parties, it allows for far more diversity of thought and freedom for representatives. It promotes constructive debate over destructive polarization. That means governments formed on compromise, not division, and policies shaped by consensus, not calculated wedge issues. And STV isn't new to British Columbia. In the 1950s, we used ranked ballots for provincial elections. In 2005, nearly 58% of British Columbians voted in favor of adopting STV, a strong signal of the desire to change our broken system. While it didn't meet the imposed supermajority threshold, that level of support showed British Columbians want a system that better represents the diversity of our views. Even if we keep first past the post, then at the very least, party nominations and leadership races must be opened up and run by Elections BC through transparent, publicly accountable primaries with consistent rules. Voters deserve a fair say, not just between parties, but within them. There's another way to strengthen our democracy that's long overdue. Finally giving young people a real say by lowering the voting age. What stood out to me in Germany wasn't just the voting system, it was the culture of engagement. Even among people with little interest in politics, people were far more informed about government elections than what I see here. That's largely because young people have far more input in the process. The voting age is already 16 for local, state, and European parliamentary elections, and high-quality civics education is standard across public schools. The result? A culture where participation is expected and turnout in the last election reached 82%. Compare that with BC, where turnout in our last provincial election was just 59%. That 23% gap doesn't reflect apathy, it reflects a lack of access, a lack of trust, and a lack of early engagement. This isn't theoretical for me. When I speak to young people in BC, I see the same potential and desire to engage. But under our current system, they're often locked out. I've spoken to 14 and 15-year-olds who are more informed than many adults, but whose only role in an election is to watch from the sidelines. By the time they reach 18, many have already received the message that their voices don't matter. That's why all major political parties in BC, across the spectrum, have already lowered their internal membership and voting age to 14 or 12. Letting young people vote isn't some fringe experiment. It's an acknowledgement that young people are capable of serious, thoughtful participation. We trust them to vote for leaders and candidates, to help shape party platforms, to work, to drive, and even to join the military. Let's remove arbitrary barriers and trust them to help shape this province's future too. If young people are trusted to vote within political parties at 14 or 12, then lowering the voting age to 16 for general elections, while a starting point for reform, is not the finish line. If we want a democracy that truly represents its people, we should be lowering that barrier even further. And if someone earns the trust of voters, age shouldn't be an obstacle. Let people decide who represents them, not arbitrary age thresholds. The Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees all citizens the right to vote and run for office and explicitly prohibits against age discrimination. You don't magically become a person at 18, and neither do your rights only kick in then. Voting age is a political choice, not a constitutional necessity, and we should choose inclusion. Both nomination contests I ran in used ranked ballots, which encourage more civil, policy-focused debate instead of divisive personality politics. The voting age was 12, and young people directly participated. They organized, fundraised, debated, and voted. Their presence brought energy, fresh ideas, and accountability. But in the general election, those same youth were excluded, not because they stopped caring, but because the law stopped caring about them. The potential didn't disappear, it was simply ignored. And yet, during the last provincial election, politicians from every party talked about youth, our future, and the challenges we face. If those words were more than mere slogans, this is the moment to prove it by giving young people a real voice at the ballot box. And of course, every time lowering the voting age comes up, someone mentions the drinking age, like ballots and beers are some package deal. They aren't. I've been on the ballot twice, and I still can't order a drink. Those laws aren't connected, they never have been, and I'm not here to campaign for cocktails. The choice before this committee isn't just about electoral mechanics. It's about inclusion. It's about trust. It's about whether we believe our democracy should evolve into the 21st century or stay locked in the past. The best time to strengthen our democracy was decades ago. The second best time is now. BC was the last province to lower the voting age to 18. Let's be the first to go further. Thank you for your time, and I'll take questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Emily Clare.
Madam Chair, thank you. Vielen Dank für das Präsentation. Thank you for your presentation. I thought it was interesting you pointed out about the drinking age 16, and the voting age in Germany is also 16, and they have the drinking age at 16 for softer drinks, not whiskey, I believe, and schnapps. But when you're talking about wanting a lower voting age and the responsibilities that come along with the vote, are there other aspects of society that you think 16-year-olds, for example, should have to share with those who are regarded as adults, were they to have the ability to be enfranchised?
Well, 16-year-olds already have large responsibilities. I personally started working full-time at 14. You're expected to figure out your whole future, sign up for college. You can join the military at 16. You can consent to sex at 16, and with some exceptions, 12. There's already so many responsibilities young people have, and as society is progressing, we're slowly moving the curve younger and younger for all these expectations, but then we're not giving them the same rights. I remember when I was 15 and I was filing my taxes, I had to pay $2,000 of income tax for a government I had no say in. I don't think that's right. You don't have to have everything all start at once. We have a slow phase into adulthood. That's how our system is. So having the voting age younger when people are starting that rather than at the very end, I think makes sense.
Well, I share some of your points. I was in the military at 16 myself, and I do think that there are 16-year-olds, probably such as yourself, that have a great deal of engagement. But is that the case for all 16-year-olds? And is this, and I mean, we can also point out that not all adults have that engagement too, but is that something that you think most teenage potential voters would be ready for that responsibility at that age?
I think that's the case of the chicken or the egg coming first. Because in Germany, young people, 16, 17-year-olds, were highly engaged. Everyone I talked to knew about the government, they knew about politics, because they were expected to. Here, they're not. And then because at 18, when they start being allowed to vote, they're in a transition phase where they're moving out to university. They don't get that kind of transition where they're getting taught about politics. We don't really have a good civics education here in BC. So by starting it early, we'll then get them to start wanting to engage because they'll have that emphasis of, ooh, I'm 15, I'll be voting next year. Let's start learning about how the government works versus now where it's all kind of a mess.
Thank you.
Thank you. MLA Botterill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. You discussed, and the early part of your presentation, the electoral system in Germany, and an earlier presenter today made the case that proportional representation, and specifically in Germany, fosters extreme parties in government, and I wondered if you could give us your observations on that.
Yeah, I was actually listening to that. It doesn't. All it does is allow people to have the representatives they want. We can dislike extreme parties. I don't like extreme right parties. But if that's what the voters pick, that's democracy. As representatives, you shouldn't be picking and choosing who your opposition is. And on the other hand, look at the United Kingdom, the country our system is based off of. Reform UK, which in many ways is a far-right party, is currently polling at around 25 to 27%. But that means they'll win a fairly large majority of seats with only around 25% support. In Germany, that just means if a party gets 10%, they get 10% of the seats. In first past the post, maybe they get 10% and no seats. Maybe they get 10% and get an absolute majority. All it's doing is making the playing field fair for all parties and all candidates.
Emily Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And now I'm afraid to ask a question because clearly the proponent here is very, very knowledgeable on a lot of topics, which I would say in contrast to MLA Clare, I don't know how many individuals in their advanced age might know some of the things that the presenters talked about. But that being said, In your package, you talked about the different electoral systems. You talked about reducing the age in which an individual can vote. I note from Elections BC, it was 1952 that the voting age was moved from 21 to 19. Clerk could tell me when it was moved to 18, but that being said...
1992.
Okay, thank you. You see an encyclopedia right here. I guess one of my questions relates to moving the age from 18 to 16 and whether or not that would be enough to engage young people in the democratic process. I'm not saying what my opinion is on reducing the age, but is there more that could be done outside of just reducing the age that would actually encourage young people to participate in the democratic process?
Well,
from your perspective, sorry.
Yeah. Well, lowering the voting age to 16 is a good start. It does get people thinking about it, so they're more likely to engage early, and the people who are already engaged then get their voice. But on its own, it's not going to get the turnout to go up. It's not going to fix our democratic deficiencies and lack of voter knowledge. We need high-quality civics education, like what Germany has. Like, even as an exchange student, I was expected to go to politics class and learn about German politics and government. Everyone there did. Here, in my 12 years of public schooling, we covered politics and government once in grade 8 during the 2019 election. That was it. And it was very, very base level. We need to actually be teaching our youth this, or we're not going to have a democracy, because if people don't understand democracy, they don't understand how it works, they don't know why they need to fight for it, democracy will die. So we need to implement large education reform to teach young people about democracy and the value of it.
So if I'm understanding that correctly, you would want to see a reform to our education system to make sure that it's integrated into K to 12, for example?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for presenting to us and for answering our questions today.
Thank you.
Okay, next up from Third Bridge Foundation, we have Amir Bajikian. Good afternoon, Amir. So just a reminder that you'll have 5 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions.
Sure. Thank you so much for the time and for the opportunity. So the reason I'm here today is because this is an opportunity to address some of the fundamental issues with our electoral system. The electoral system and the democratic process that we had served us well for decades. But right now we're in a period where erosion of trust is a serious issue. And erosion of trust happens for various reasons. When people feel powerless to get meaningful changes, meaningful things done through the democratic process, and that's when where the danger is. And unfortunately, the system, as we speak, relies on stability and drifts towards stagnation, and we take what we have for granted. Therefore, when stuff happens, we want to react to it, but we got to be proactive. First, I think education, as the previous speaker mentioned, is crucial, is important. Unfortunately, the current electoral body that we have, Elections BC, even though it's robust and the way it does things, I wish Elections Canada would follow that role model. But when it comes to addressing issues and answering people's questions, it only reacts. Like when there were questions about why ballots were taken home by people, or why we use why we don't use pen instead of pencil, things like that. We got to address those before things happen. And the other thing is that we have a government, we have a parliamentary system, and we got to basically be able to explain to people in simple and clear and concise terms why it matters for them to participate and how it can make a difference for them. And this is something that Elections BC and our democratic establishment should take a lead on. For instance, when we have MLAs like we try to do infer bridge, like what does it mean to be an MLA? What is the role of provincial government? It's not to open an embassy and to deal with your passports, but it is to deal with your school system, your roads, your police, things like that. But in simple and plain terms, not just through the election campaign, but also before the election campaign, between the two elections, it's important to have that presence in our communities. And of course, budget is an issue, so I hope you guys would cover that. And the other thing is that when people live, people should not think that their vote doesn't matter depending on where we live. Unfortunately, we had a referendum before that was so complicated, and to me it was designed to fail. And people were confused by that, and people don't like confusion because of that erosion of trust. They think that politicians are trying to betray them and they're not telling the truth. We got to, I think, consider means, whether it's proportional representation or something else, so that when people live in a certain part of province, they don't think that their vote doesn't matter. They actually see that they can still make a difference. And what New Zealand did in that regards was they adopted a system, and then they had a referendum, they adopted the system, they tried it for a couple of elections, and then they reviewed that. We can easily do that here. But erosion of trust is very important. I would like to conclude by talking about it from a personal perspective. The reason I got involved in politics was because in my homeland, Iran, there was electoral fraud. And electoral fraud, that's when people went to vote in a very flawed system that's not democratic by any means. But they had hope, and they voted, and their hope was betrayed. And when people lose hope, that's a very bad thing. That's dangerous. You folks here, you're representing your communities with integrity, but please think about the long term, not the short term. One day you'll leave this office and you will not be in this position. Think about the greater good, and think about bringing hope to the system, not about cutting corners and basically creating more polarization. Think about collaboration, and we got to build a system that encourages collaboration rather than polarization. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. Are there any questions for Amir? Okay, no questions, Amir, but thank you so much for your presentation.
Take care.
Next up, we have John Rich. Welcome, John. Just a reminder, you will have 5 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions, so feel free to get started when you can.
Great, thank you. I didn't submit a written presentation. This is just very much a personal presentation on my own, coming from my own personal background. And it's even a little less organized than I hoped, because you gave me two less hours to prepare, so I used my sticky notes. So I've got no special expertise in electoral systems. I'm not an academic, but I've been involved in social and political affairs most of my life. I'm 80 years old. I probably started getting involved in local affairs where I live on Bowen Island a little over 50 years ago. And I've done that for most of my life in one way or another. I think we need a change in our electoral system. Our society is divided. I see that in being 80 years old. I can remember when I was young how less divided it was. There's too much blame. There's too much hostility now. And we need a change. We need it to be more inclusive. We need more communication. We need more dialogue. I was reading a magazine last week which made me think about this presentation. There was an opinion piece, and there was a headline that said, "Voting is the most effective climate action." And I thought, well, that's interesting. That's a bit catchy. The article didn't say much. It said, "Don't be a terrorist." Well, I wasn't actually thinking of being a terrorist. But, and some of you may have tuned out when I say climate action, because, you know, it's a very polarizing thing. take out climate, put in fair taxation, put in distribution of wealth, put in health services. That statement isn't true. Voting is not the effective way to change things. And that's an unfortunate situation in a democracy. Our first past the post system doesn't work that way. It doesn't empower people, it doesn't encourage dialogue, and it doesn't bring in diverse ideas. And I don't think anyone thinks voting is the best way to take action on their particular interest or issues. Most people vote for the least bad thing. So just go back to my personal history. I've been involved in environmental issues and social justice issues, as I say, for over 50 years. Other people who have other issues would have followed in the same footsteps that I have. My issues have been advanced by lobbying, protests, legal action, forming advocacy organizations. I've spent over 30 years representing First Nations on their claims to rights and righting of historical wrongs. I've been a board member of at least 5 different environmental organizations. And we have had success through those efforts, much more than I've ever seen success by voting for the least bad, first past the post party. I'll just make one comment on, I said I'm not an academic, but I can recall 2 referenda that I voted in. And the first one was about 20 years ago, a very complicated proposal for having 4 MLAs in much larger ridings, as I recall. And I voted against it. I thought it was too complicated, and it just wasn't the best idea. Well, the next time came around a few years ago, and I voted for it. And I just realized that it didn't have to be the best idea, it just had to be a better idea, because what we've got now is not working. No system is perfect. I'll just wrap up. I've got 58 seconds. I think it's a mistake to focus on past referenda. And I think there's lots to criticize about various proportional representation systems, but the existing system is also far from perfect, and I'd say much less perfect than pretty much any proportional representation system. It's not working. Change is needed. People want diverse views to be heard. They need to be at the table. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Are there any questions? Emily Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a comment and tell you that clearly Post-it notes are your indication of maybe not being as prepared, but you didn't need to be to make a compelling case. So I appreciate your thoughts and your availability to be here. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Deputy Chair.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for your presentation, John. So you might not have been in here earlier when we were talking about some of the challenges with information. And how do you feel we're able to get more of our messaging out so that people can make an informed decision when it seems like there's so much disinformation? Do you think that that's a part of why we're having some of the disconnection with our voters and the belief that, you know, that they're being not represented properly? Do you think that that's part of it?
Well, I think you've posed a very, very complex question, but just trying to bring it down to what we're talking about here is that I think that the government is doing the right thing by having this committee and inviting people to come and talk about their concerns. I hope it'll lead to some change, because I think that with the change, people will be more satisfied. I mean, when I say people vote for the least worst alternative, nothing could be more dramatic than the last federal election. I know we're not talking federal politics here, but we saw the collapse of both what you'd call left-wing Green Party, the NDP, what you call right-wing. Everybody collapsed into 2 big hostile tents and didn't want to talk to one another, and voted for people that we didn't know or didn't like. I mean, I'll be straight with you. Some of you won't agree with my views of the world, but I've been an environmentalist for 50 years. And I voted for a guy that wants to build an energy powerhouse. Really? So that's one of the problems with the system. That doesn't answer your question, I know. I think the answer to your question, how do we communicate better? If we had a proportional system, when I went to vote for somebody, and I don't know who it would be, I'm not at present a member of any political party, I have been in the past, I'd be looking for who's going to represent my interest as an MLA, and hope that that other people would do the same, and we'd elect a diverse bunch of people. We are a diverse country. We've got diverse views, and we'd be way better off sitting in the room talking about it, and we find out we're not as hostile as we appear to be.
Or as different as we appear to be. As different as we appear to be.
Yeah, so well, that's it. I mean, I don't do social media, but I hear about it all the time, and people attacking people. Sure. And you know, I think if they were sitting in the same room having a coffee or a beer, they'd probably find that there's a lot in common. I talk to lots of people that have completely different views than mine, and we don't get in a fist fight or anywhere near it.
That's right.
So,
I like it.
Emily Botterill.
Thank you for your presentation. I guess, you know, as you've watched things unfold both in the most recent provincial election and in the federal election, how can you offer some thoughts on how you'd see proportional representation more likely to get people sitting over a beer and coffee and solving problems rather than this is my words, nobody else's, internecine warfare you sometimes see in the House, where my colleagues, not these colleagues, but other colleagues in the Conservatives and the NDP are tooth and nail, and we end up having the Speaker split a tie vote, and we're not trying to find the middle ground, we're just going to go for it.
How we get people in general sitting down, having a coffee and having a good discussion is a very big issue. But in terms of focusing on electoral reform, that goes some distance to help. Because if we see that our elected representatives are representing a variety of views and getting along, making compromises, I mean, that's the whole art of getting things done, is making compromises, getting consensus so that there's an ability to do things that don't just antagonize half the people or a third of the people. So I don't know, I mean, some of the questions, I mean, I think your question and the last question are asking how do we solve social ills, and this is just a piece of it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, John. We'll now take a break till 3:30, not 3:40, 3:30, and come back for the next presentation.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So we're ready for our next presentation, which is by the University of British Columbia, Wolfgang Linden. Wolfgang is busy. We are ready for you. That's why. Welcome, Wolfgang. Just a reminder that you'll have 15 minutes for your presentation, followed by 10 minutes for questions this afternoon.
I understand that.
Please go ahead.
Is my voice clear this way? Okay. Well, first of all, thank you all for sitting on the committee. I think we're dealing with a really important issue, and for giving me a chance to share my position. I will do three things today. First of all, I'll tell you a bit about my background, about how I got to the thoughts and beliefs and positions that I have. Then I'll talk about one of the terms of the committee's name, namely threats to democracy and what we can do about it. And lastly, the role of electoral systems within this idea. I'm a local resident. I acknowledge that I live on the territory that's traditionally Musqueam, of the Musqueam people. And in terms of background, I think it's worth mentioning, A, I'm retired, B, I'm not a member of a political party, I don't have an employer to whom I owe any opinion allegiance, I'm not a member, an elected member of an advocacy group, and so I do feel free to speak. Now, with respect to the first point, I am an immigrant, and I spent the first 8 years of my life in Germany, attending every election that I was allowed to attend, and learning about what it's like to vote in a hybrid system. Practically, what this looked like is you have in front of you, if I repeat something that's terribly obvious, please just give me a sign that I'm boring you. But I have two options. I can choose a member of parliament who's a person who has a larger riding than you would have here typically, but it's a named person. And I can choose a party. And I can split my vote. So I could choose the blue party because I liked that party to get a few percentage points and hopefully seats in parliament, and I might choose a member from the red party as my member of parliament because I appreciate this kind of person. That felt a hell of a lot better than voting in Canada, where I can do one vote, and if it is not the first past the post, one of the abbreviations I'll use, FPP, throughout, then I will lose my vote. So that has never felt good. It leaves a really foul taste in many people's mouth, and that's well documented. And I'm afraid it makes people apathetic about politics and political participation. So another point which I've actually really never had heard about publicly, but it's my personal opinion, is that when you have a hybrid system like this, the party can nominate people for seats in parliament that are individuals who are not particularly great in front of a camera, but they could be highly competent, hardworking people with integrity who will do a great job. They're just not super duper quick-witted necessarily. And in an FPP system, they don't have as much of a chance. Okay? So, and I mean, you all got elected, so you know what it took in order to get the votes and how much presence you had to have and how convincing you had to be. Okay? So that's my position on voting, and just as a matter of personal experience, there's no question for me that for this very reason, having experienced both systems, I will be a strong supporter of representative systems, PR systems, and I will back that up with more information. Now, as to my second point, or second topic, I have spent my whole professional life, I'm a psychologist, trying to do advocacy for better healthcare, and even after post-retirement, I'm still working on a variety of committees on behalf of the less privileged. And in addition, I've gotten more and more scared about the fragility of democracy. Looking south across the border scares the hell out of me. I don't know whether I should be this frank, but I will be. And we are not as dramatic north of the border, but we've got our own problems. So in order to look at this, I've studied voting patterns, and I've learned, first of all, that's a long-standing observation, that ballpark 2/3 of people vote, 1/3 doesn't. That's sad. If you have an opportunity to make your voice heard, you should use that opportunity. It's hard for me to understand why somebody wouldn't. I've also looked at who doesn't vote, and the by far strongest group not voting is young people, especially first-time voters. The seniors are the most likely to vote. Nationally, the rate hasn't dropped very much. Provincially, it's dropped a lot over the years, from ballpark 70 down to about 55%. And that's sad because obviously there's some really important issues that provincial governments have to tackle. So then I said to myself, okay, is there anything we can do about it? And I wrote an essay, which I published in April just before the last federal election in The Conversation and website Medium, and it got about 4,000 reads, and it's about tips on how to make election more likable, more attractive. And one of the points, simply to me, is make it a social event. It's one thing I proposed. Always vote with somebody, vote with your friends, and if at all possible afterwards, go and have a beer and enjoy the fact that you just had a great chance here to do something that, not everybody in this world can do. The second point that I was concerned about based on this exercise is that of the young people. Why do they not vote? Well, which made me wonder, what do they know? What do they learn? So I managed to locate a friend of a friend who's a retired school principal, and I asked him, I said, how are people taught in high school about civics and election systems? And he was actually a very strong proponent and had done a lot of work in the school where he taught up north. He's retired now, and it developed quite a few programs, and I got my hands off on the BC curriculum. But he also gave me a hint that it's not equally well taught everywhere. And I have two children who are now adult children, and they went to school here, and they did not get put on fire during civics class. So I said, okay, I really want to know, how is this taught in schools? So I wrote a very polite letter to two civics teachers, social studies teachers in local high schools, and I asked them to meet with me because I wanted to know, how do they teach it? What do the kids know? None of them would meet with me. I simply got ghosted. I don't know why. Maybe they have too much work to do. I don't think the letter was not polite, wasn't respectful, but clearly there is a big gap in what they were willing to stand up for. They wouldn't, talk to me about this one. So there are some issues here. Another issue that I mentioned in the essay is that people think that their vote doesn't count very much. Well, you just went through a provincial election where one riding was won with 21 votes, and that was just enough to give that extra vote to the party that became the majority party in Parliament. There are many other examples, but this one is particularly recent and telling, and you've heard the story, you've lived it. So I think it's not that hard to make a case that your vote actually does count for a lot, especially when a lot of people don't even vote at all. So all of that brings me to what is the role of electoral systems in this, and I already told you where I stand, so there's no surprise here. But a few things I would like to stress. The first one is a question. Don't know whether you want to try the answer to this. What do Kazakhstan, South Sudan, and Iraq have in common? They have more women in their parliament than Canada. Those are not exactly what I would list as the most developed country. So Canada ranks about 50th out of 200. And we have very clear demonstration in the research on the topic that when you have PR systems, you have substantially more women representation in Parliament. I happen to care about that. Okay. Also, I have copies of the handout or of the report that I also submitted, and that comes with the references for everything that I describe as an observed fact. Also, there are a number of countries that were not democracies, and when they became democracies, every single one of them adopted PR, not FPP. There are numerous countries that were FPP, and they turned to PR. None of them has ever turned it back. And 3/4 of the world runs a PR system. 1/4 doesn't. Right. So given these features, I have a number of recommendations, also looking back at history. The first one is, of course, please ask your colleagues to vote in favor of PR before the next election. And there are tons of arguments. Second point is we don't need another citizens' assembly. We had one. It was valuable. I'm very appreciative of the time and effort the members put in, and they made some very clear recommendations. Unfortunately, I think they also made an error of favoring one system that is the hardest to explain type of PR, but it's still got 58% of the population supporting it. Very impressive for something as critical and as massive, if you want, and it's important. Next, don't confuse the issue of which type of PR with voting for PR in the first place. This should be a distinct decision because it is clear, it is simple, and don't make another referendum. I don't know whether you remember what the last referendum looked like. When I saw it, I would throw my hands in the air. It was absolutely awful the way it was constructed. It had no chance of winning. It was totally biased. Okay? And people simply couldn't understand what they were asked to do. Okay? So these are the key points, and I would like to leave you with one number. That number is 70, and it refers to the average of surveys that have been conducted where the population is asked, which electoral system do you want? 70% said PR. And the 30% that said otherwise is roughly split into, I don't know what the heck this is all about, versus I'm against it. Now, given that you're elected politicians, you get to vote on a lot of difficult topics, and I'm sure you'll find many of them it's hard to even get 51% support for. So think about how often you will have a chance to stand for an issue where you know ahead of time you have 70% of support of the population. Thank you.
Thank you, Wolfgang. Are there any questions? Okay. Emily Botterill.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I just wondered, I mean, your presentation is very clear in terms of your perspective and your rationale. You began the presentation talking and talking about the time we're in, and I just wanted to hear your thoughts in how you see moving to proportional representation before the next election, which is what I understand you're recommending, as how you see it improving the political climate in BC.
Well, I would be repeating arguments I've made, right? Sure. First of all, if you have more voters, actually that's a point that's in my written submission, if you have more people voting, that also goes with more people being invested in government, being engaged. They do more for their community, and they trust their government more. It's quite consistently documented for PR systems. There's a lot to be gained.
Great.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? All right. Thank you so much for your time, Wolfgang.
Yeah.
No questions.
No question. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Jonathan Burkowitz from Burkowitz and Associates Consulting, Inc. This is 5. This is 5. Welcome, Jonathan. So, just a reminder, you'll have 5 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions.
Thanks for the opportunity to share my opinions about electoral reform. And when I explained to people that I was speaking about electoral reform, it came out of my mouth as electrical reform. I hope I don't say that today, but it does occur to me that they're both current events. So, thank you. And I tried to figure out why I only got 5 minutes to speak with you, and I suspect it's because I'm a statistician and you're a little nervous that at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on a warm summer day, you're going to hear the word statistics, possibly theorem, and the word impossible. Thank you. I have a PhD in statistics. I run my own consulting company, as you've heard, and until a week ago, I was a faculty member at UBC Sauder School of Business. I taught statistics there for about 37 years. Also relevant, since 1986, I've been part of the CTV news and election team at the predictions desk. So I've worked on every BC provincial election and a couple of federal elections. I'm the guy, one of the guys who says you can claim that person is, or you can say that person's declared elected. I want to briefly address the weaknesses of proportional representation, and I want to do it with paying attention to statistical principles, and I'm going to give you an example as well. And I'm also going to introduce you to a foundational mathematical theorem which explains why it's impossible to design a perfect voting system. I also want to introduce you to a new word, possibly a new word for you, and that word is psephology. P-S-E-P-H-O-L-O-G-Y. Anybody know the word? It's the scientific study of elections. So here are the 6 main weaknesses of PR, proportional representation. The first is fragmentation and coalition governments. When you have multiple small parties, coalitions are needed, and they're unstable. Often they lead to frequent elections, and they require complex compromises. And statistically, this is like adding too many predictors in a model or an algorithm. And I'll give you an example. Do Netflix algorithms make good recommendations for what you should watch? Probably not. There's too much variability and unreliability, and that's analogous to making legislative decisions. Secondly, weak local representation. If representatives are chosen from party lists rather than specific geographic areas, then voters are disconnected from the representatives because they're not tied to any local constituency. The first past the post often provides stronger geographic ties between voters and elected officials. Third, the empowerment of extremist parties. Extremist or fringe parties can gain seats when there is a small minimum voting percentage threshold for representation. And so these small parties can influence mainstream policy and even become coalition partners. Also, the parties that fall just below the threshold get 0 seats. The parties that are just above could receive many, and that violates the principle of proportionality. The complexity in voter conclusion issue. Some forms of PR are complex to understand and very difficult to administer. And this reduces voter transparency, it increases spoiled ballots, and it decreases and discourages participation, which is the opposite of what we're all trying to achieve here. And this violates the principle of the model needs to be interpretable. Third is weak accountability. Voters often vote for a party rather than an individual, especially with closed list systems. Individual politicians may feel more accountable to party leadership than to voters, weakening democratic accountability. And finally, slow decision making. When you have coalition negotiations, it can slow down policy making, makes it hard to pass reforms. The case study, which if you'd like to hear about, I'm going to run out of time now. If you'd like to hear about it during questions, the classic case study, I know it very well, is the case of what happens in Israel. And the theorem in 18 seconds is known as Arrow's impossibility theorem, named after Kenneth Arrow, the Nobel Prize-winning economist, who said, "No voting system can convert individual preferences into a collective decision while satisfying a set of seemingly reasonable conditions when there are at least 3 options. It's impossible to design a voting system that is fair on all the conditions we would wish to have it be fair on." Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan. Before we go to questions, I love stats, so I'd love to give you an extra 5 minutes if you can like to chat about what you mentioned already.
Thank you. Yes, I would love to. We both understand what margin of error is, so I live my life in a constant state of uncertainty. Professionally, I don't have to be accurate. Personally, I want to be accurate. Can I tell you about the case study in Israel? It is an example of a nationwide closed list proportional representation system. There's only one electoral district. Voters choose a party, not individual candidates. The threshold is very low. It's at 3.25%. So the system's weaknesses have meant there's been great political instability and governance challenges. In the 77 years since Israel's independence, there have been 37 governments, and that is, on average, roughly 1 every 2 years. But that's only an average. In the past, let's see, from 2019 to 2022, Israel had 5 national elections. And the weaknesses are very easy to see. Extreme party fragmentation. You can have 10 to 15 different parties represented in the parliament and the Knesset. It's very difficult to form stable majorities. And so when you build a coalition, there can be ideologically competing and incompatible parties. The coalitions are often fragile and often collapse. There is disproportionate power for small parties. Small parties can hold a balance of power, and so they can demand outsized concessions for support, and that's really the current situation. There's a weak link between the voters and the representatives, voter influence, it's the leaders of the party who choose from the list who gets what, election fatigue, paralysis. It's not a great system. So it is one of only a few, one of many different approaches to PR, but it is clearly a system that doesn't work. And I just want to remind you then also about the Arrow impossibility theorem. What are the fairness conditions that you would want? Well, the system should work no matter what the individual preferences are, so it should be kind of universal. If every individual prefers A over B, then the system should say, well, A should beat B. The ranking of A versus B should only depend on individual preferences of A and B. C should be irrelevant in this. And you think about the Bush versus Gore presidential election, and Ralph Nader was the C in that case, and his presence there changed the result of the election. A fourth one is no single voter should have the power to determine a group's preferences. That's the condition called no dictators. And the fifth is that the collective ranking should be consistent logically. So if A beats B and B beats C, you would want A to beat C. That doesn't always happen. And if you want an interesting example, think about how the International Olympic Committee picks host cities. In the year 2000, Sydney and Beijing were in the running to host the Olympics. There were 3 other cities, Manchester, Berlin, and Istanbul. And in their ranking, the way this is done, whichever city has the lowest number of votes gets dropped, and then they keep on going. So the first 3 rounds, Istanbul, and then Berlin, and then Manchester were dropped off the list. In each of those rounds, Beijing had the most votes. And it came down then to the fourth round, Beijing and Sydney. Sydney won. And you say, how can that happen? How is that fair? When all the way along, Beijing had the voters' preferences, and then it flipped. Beijing eventually did get the Olympics in 2008, but there's a classic example of how voting systems really have a lot of flaws. And I do want to recommend for you, because I am a retired professor, I can still give homework. So check out the Arrow Impossibility Theorem, Arrow, A-R-R-O-W. It is a great piece on Wikipedia, and it's a reliable piece. It dates back to 1952. And I also want to recommend a book called Gaming the Vote. And it's the subtitle is Why Elections Aren't Fair, parenthetically, and what we can do about it. The author is William Poundstone. So if you're doing your own homework, as well as listening to all the presentations made by those of us who are making presentations, you'll find that book, I hope, as fascinating as I did. And lastly, I'll say my wife's really glad that I had the opportunity to come and talk about voting systems to you, because she says, really, I don't want to hear about it. Tell somebody who does want to hear about it. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you so much. I've been taken back to my statistics class in first year university.
Did you have a professor like me?
Yes, I loved it. I got an A+ in that class.
Fantastic.
So, yeah. Are there any questions? No? Sure. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks so much for the presentation. When you were talking about determining the factors in an election and calling them after looking at the statistical data, what influence did the advanced polling have in changing so much of those initial results? Why wasn't that? It seemed to me like there was a discrepancy on where those numbers were going to be, and there was a bit of a shock to that. What happened?
The question is, or the issue is, when do the advanced polling numbers get reported? There is a consortium among all of the television networks. The votes counts come in from the polling stations, and it depends when they're counted and when they get reported in. So we don't get them in necessarily the chronological order that you might think, that the advanced votes come in first and then the day of election votes, they kind of get interspersed. But what's remarkable is, this is certainly something I've seen provincially, it's remarkable how the popular vote from just a few thousand votes counted is very, very close to the overall popular vote. Of course, they're riding by riding differences, but that's the power of statistics, which you would understand, that small samples are remarkably adept at predicting overall results.
Interesting.
MLA Botterill.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Some time ago, I watched a movie called Master and Commander, and the star in the movie was an actor by the name of Russell Crowe. And there's a scene in that movie where they point out in a decision about which choice to make that they were going to select the lesser of two weevils, and it was quite a hilarious part of the movie. I think you've decisively demonstrated that the Israel model of proportional representation exhibits probably every flaw possible of a pro-rep system. So I'd like to turn that around and say, okay, well, if you were in the position of having to choose the lesser of the weevils, which proportional representation country would you look at?
The ones that work are countries, I think possibly in Scandinavia, maybe New Zealand. They work because there's a tradition of not unanimity but consensus building in the country, and we don't have that. The United States doesn't have it. The UK doesn't have it. Italy doesn't have it. It needs a tradition of an electoral system that people have grown up with over the generations and have that confidence in. One of the reasons that Israel has a problem is it's hard to get out of proportional representation that they have. Lots of reforms have been suggested, but you need voter buy-in. And it's this sense of how much trust does the electorate have in the system as well as the government. Switzerland works well because it's done on a very localized canton by canton system. We don't have that tradition in a lot of the former British Empire, British Commonwealth countries. We've been much more fractious, and so first past the post has been what we've grown up with and what we understand. It's very, very difficult to change that mindset, and that's why I think that proportional representation here, we haven't addressed whether it's even possible to implement, but even the concept of it from past referenda about them, people say, don't understand it, don't want to do this, it's just too different. So those are the challenges. So you can look at the countries where it works and say, why? And you say, it's a smaller population, less disparate. That's my approach.
Thank you. MLA Shaw?
I'm trying to figure out if MLA Botterill pretty much summed up my question, and I think that he did. So, thank you, Chair.
Yes, MLA Clare.
I always had trouble with statistics, but I did manage to win a beer in the election with my staff because we bet on the point spread. And what we did was a very simple statistical analysis of door knocking. And we did 14,000 doors. We talked to approximately 6,000 voters, and the proportions we had were very clear as to where people wanted to put their votes. And when the balloting came out, that's what we got. It was within a 2 or 3% in every case. And I thought to myself, now I understand statistics. And I appreciate the statistical analysis of this, because I've had colleagues when I was in education for 32 years, post-secondary as well, and the mathematicians will say the numbers don't lie. You know, everyone says there's lies, damn lies, statistics. But statistics, if you're doing everything right with a constructed validity, it's going to work. And I think I want to thank you for flagging a couple of things that I want to look into a bit further. So I appreciate the homework.
That phrase, lies, damn lies, and statistics, we don't know who originally said it. It's been misattributed to lots of people. But the way I understand it, it's a little like Neil Armstrong. People say they misheard what he said when he landed or when he took his first step on the moon. There are lies and damn lies. On the other side, there are statistics.
There.
That one's too easy.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a question. So you've you've deeply highlighted the issues that can exist and how statistics shows that. Do you have any recommendations on what we could do differently to improve the system?
To improve the system? I wouldn't change the system, the basic system. I would try to change how we involve the voters. And as the previous speaker talked about, trying to get more people engaged, that's the big challenge. Not the system itself, but getting people involved. When you look at polling, and you say, what is the right question to ask? Who are you supporting in the election? I'm supporting Party A. That's not the right question. The question is, are you voting? And who are you voting for? Are you actually going to go out and vote? And so what we don't understand is that gap between what we say and what we do. And there's also that distance between what is in your head when you walk into the polling booth and what is in your head when you're actually confronted with that ballot. So as a teacher all my life, as an educator in every aspect of my life, voter education is what we need to do. And that involves gaining the trust, the respect of the electorate. So they have to trust what the governments are doing.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your presentation and
You're
taking our
welcome.
questions today, Jonathan.
Thanks a lot.
So should I just skip? Next up, we have Hassan Morali.
Good luck with that.
Welcome, Hassan, and thank you for joining us today. Just a reminder, you'll have 5 minutes for your presentation, followed by 5 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much to this committee for the honor of presenting directly to you today. My name is Hassan Morali. I've had the pleasure and privilege of running and participating in many civic engagement, civic education, and youth programs and student initiatives over the last 15 years. I can categorically say that the trope of careless, uninformed, and apathetic young people could not be further from the truth. Like all British Columbians, young people are interested in shaping their future, their own future, but the odds are stacked against them. People are working harder and longer than their parents did for a lower quality of life in an increasingly unstable world. From domestic economic pressures to transformations in local communities to global events to the existential threats of climate change and technological development, the demands and precarity of modern life take up more time and energy than ever. To put it bluntly, people are sick, stressed out, broke, busy, and exhausted. Factors external to our democratic processes are not the only reason, though, why BC is experiencing democratic backsliding. The internal workings of our democracy here in BC are not adequately serving the population. From my personal experience running and participating in civic engagement and civic education programs, I can tell you that British Columbians who are disconnected, dissatisfied, or disillusioned with democratic processes and outcomes are more likely to be democratically disengaged. A resident who doesn't know their city council members by name or think that those city council members care about what they have to say, doesn't know who to turn to for help or give feedback to about problems and changes in their community. A person who sees their quality of life decline is willing to look to non-democratic alternatives to solve the problems of a failing system. And a voter who sees no influence of their voice or vote on public policy feels that democratic processes are performative and perfunctory, not powerful. Although it is an enormous factor, the problem is not just one of a poverty of civic education and information about democratic processes, governance, and public policy among the general population. The problem is that most people do not exercise their democratic muscles regularly. And when they do, they don't have confidence that it will actually make a difference. I want to be clear. We need to be radical about changing the culture of democratic engagement in BC. No half measures or performative gestures will do the trick. We are not immune to the anti-democratic, authoritarian, and yes, fascist influences emerging both at home and abroad. Voter turnout has been trending downwards. Public confidence in government is plummeting. Our end goal should be an engaged, informed, powerful public with the ability and confidence to participate in decision-making processes through democratic means with a reasonable confidence that while they might not always see the exact outcome they want, they have confidence in those public processes and in their own political power and agency as a resident or citizen or community member. Our goal should be high rates of engagement in open, transparent, democratic processes, a strong understanding of and confidence in the systems and processes that constitute our democracy, and high confidence that each person has a say in their own future. To achieve these goals, I suggest the provincial government take 3 actions. The first is to invest resources in democracy building. That includes investing public money into strengthening and expanding public participation, investing the time of both elected and non-elected public servants to strengthening democratic engagement, and investing the considerable expertise of the civil service in advancing democratic engagement. The second action I would recommend is to prioritize democracy and democratic engagement in government policies and initiatives. Centering democracy and engagement is critical, and that can take many different forms, including but not limited to consultations, communication that is active, multilingual, multi-formatted, and personal, stakeholder engagement, public engagement, targeted outreach to underengaged communities, direct democracy, participatory budgeting, direct consultation with affected groups, culturally safe and culturally sensitive consultation with traditionally marginalized and unengaged and underengaged communities. The third action I would suggest is embracing innovative methods in democracy. That can be something as simple as providing food at public meetings, paying people an honorarium for their time, utilizing digital engagement options, ensuring that hybrid options exist for public meetings and processes to expand accessibility and turnout, providing childcare at public meetings, improving accessibility not just for folks with disabilities, but for everyone to participate and engage in public processes, and hosting meetings and public sessions in alternative locations and having someone to guide them through that. My experience has put me in the laboratory of democracy. There are so many creative people, groups, and organizations in BC that are using innovative techniques to engage and consult people on topics that affect them. These methods have been proven and have data to support their own efficacy. Organizations such as City Hive, the Morris J. Wask Center for Dialogue at Simon Fraser University, North Shore Community Resources, and others are leading the way in the fields of dialogue, facilitation, and engagement. There are countless organizations in BC exemplifying these practices through their work on the environment and climate change with youth and young people, advancing various forms of justice, and working with students. What I hope you'll find encouraging is that these engagement methods work for any person of any age, and not just young people. The skills are transferable to different generations, but expecting the democratic methods and practices of yesterday to be sufficient for today's life challenges would be short-sighted and restrictive. We need to expand our democratic imaginations about how democracy can work. Why can't election days be paid public holidays? Why can't British Columbians get a paid day off every month or every week to participate in their communities? Why can't British Columbians have not just the opportunity, but the civic duty or responsibility to participate in democratic decision-making processes? Why can't people younger than 18 vote in elections? I'd like to end my remarks to this committee by commending it for the critical work it is doing and emphasizing the importance of its mission. Democracy cannot just be for the wealthy, the educated, the well-connected, and the enthusiastic. To truly work, democracy must pervade every nook and cranny of our society, from the workplace to the school systems to the voting booth and the public session. To put it simply, meet people where they're at, give people the time and resources to meaningfully participate, and value their input and respect their time. And thank you for letting me go over time.
Thank you so much, Hassan, for your presentation. Are there any questions? MLA Shaw.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the actions that you'd suggested was publicly funding, initiatives that promote democratic engagement. And you'd mentioned, and my apologies, I may have missed a couple, but you'd mentioned the public service as well in that regard, and I'm wondering if you could maybe provide a specific example of what that would look like maybe an example. Yeah.
Excuse me, sure. So I think this is a pretty good example of consulting with members of the public. I don't have any special standing with the government. I saw this on social media thanks to MLA Botterell's Instagram post and weighed in. But it's going out and engaging and consulting with people and not waiting for them to sign up to speak at a public meeting or expecting them to know how to participate. I think examples that the government does regularly on new initiatives like stakeholder engagement initiatives where they'll host open meetings or town halls or public input sessions, and doing so in places and ways that are accessible and convenient to the average person. That makes a huge difference. Also, people, lawmakers such as yourself, being accessible to the public. I've seen young people meet their city council members and talk to them and say, oh, this person cares what I have to say. And so bridging those gaps and going out into the communities and meeting people where they're at is one example.
MLA Clare.
MLA Shaw asked basically the question I was going to ask, and about things like cost and all the rest of it, so I'll withdraw. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you so much, Hassan, for your presentation and for meeting with us today.
Thank you.
Have a great afternoon. We will take a short recess. All right, welcome back, everyone. So we have our next presenter, Jessica Walton. Oh, you need okay, sure. We'll just take 2 minutes. Just a reminder, though, you'll have 5 minutes to present when you begin, and then 5 minutes for questions. Are you ready? All right, thank you, Jessica. As I mentioned, you have 5 minutes to present and then 5 minutes for questions, so please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Walton, though some of you will know me as Jessica Larson, a former employee of the Legislative Assembly of BC, who worked as a constituency assistant for a number of MLAs, an organizer for the BC NDP, and campaign manager for the federal NDP. It has been 5 years now since I cut ties with partisan politics in the aforementioned parties. I, like so many others from marginalized groups who failed to keep our mouths shut and maintain the status quo, no longer have any interest in participating in partisan politics. I have since become a business owner, worked as a recruiter and recruitment manager for Elections BC and Elections Canada, respectively, and have spent my free time doing nonpartisan political education on municipal, provincial, and federal politics, gaining interest from many local figures and local media. From my time as both a partisan and nonpartisan organizer and staffer, and as a disabled woman who came up in politics as a young person, I know I have insights that will differ from many you are hearing from throughout these hearings. While I wholeheartedly agree that we need to change our electoral system to proportional representation, that is largely a band-aid solution. I'm going to use my short time here to instead discuss the total lack of care for voter outreach, the murky waters of partisan versus non-partisanship, and the culture of elitism, negativity, and undemocratic behavior that leads to voter suppression and a lack of political engagement, especially from disenfranchised groups. Voter outreach is largely left to Elections BC, who is understaffed, poorly financed, and still relying on outdated methods, which are often only done at election time by staff who frankly do not know what they're doing. I know this because I recently worked with them, and when I inquired about their outreach efforts, which they refer to as enumeration, the answer was bleak. But I don't fault them. I fault you, our elected officials. Young people, newcomers, the disabled, the homeless are just a few groups getting screwed over. I've seen it with political parties as well. While local organizers may have the best intentions, both on the partisan and nonpartisan fronts, without centralized support to reach these groups, and not just at election time, but in between elections, many of these individuals are left uneducated, disenfranchised, and will resoundingly either not vote or not make an informed vote. The amount of times I heard old school politicians blame low youth voter turnout on apathy just goes to show how little they care about changing any of that. We all know it's bullshit. When you show people they don't matter, why then would they turn out for you? There is an argument to be made for partisan politics that it is much easier to pull vote if you have a smaller number of voters. You face less opposition and you have to hire fewer staff to get the job done. But how is that working out for you as your memberships become smaller and less happy with you, as dissent grows, as political parties in this province quite literally fall apart before our eyes? Now, I don't have to tell any of you because I know you all know. But to put it on record, there's an immense problem of nonpartisan employees being expected to perform partisan activities. Having worked in multiple constituency offices myself, I know that partisan organizers are often sent to nonpartisan staff, calls are received about partisan issues, and MLA's focus is always politicized. Staff safety and support is an afterthought if they're lucky, and the poor young people, women, and people of color, the hard workers who actually care about their communities, are overlooked and ill-equipped to make any real impact. Sure, not all MLAs are made equal. Some may make more effort than others. But having connected with staffers from across parties, these issues do not only exist in one, but in all. When MLAs save up their budgets, for example, to send out mailers right before election with little communication between elections, what kind of message does that send to voters? Based on the number of those we find in our apartment recycling bin every time that happens, well, you can connect the dots. Even in preparation for this committee, I reached out to municipal councillors from across the province, and many had no clue this was happening. When even engaged folks are unaware of what's going on, how can you expect the average person to participate? I want to spend as much time as possible on the toxic culture of politics in this province. And while we have the obvious examples of grown men arguing in the media, and again, we all know the kinds of things that are said behind closed doors at conventions, caucus meetings, and the like, it is no surprise that if the average person turns on question period, anyone with an ounce of self-respect would be embarrassed by the behavior of many of our elected officials. I know the response, especially from my former friends in the ruling party, is to hold up tokenized individuals to say, look, things are getting better. But though a small number make it through to positions of power, so many others are sheep to the slaughter. And I ask you, those of you who think you've made it, to consider not just who is in the room, but who has been pushed out. The longer you continue to fail to make politics accessible, affordable, approachable, the longer the system will fail, regardless whether we change our electoral system or not. If you're feeling any discomfort at this point, sit with it. Look around next time you're with your people and consider who isn't there and why we don't want to be. We don't need more men in suits or women with internalized patriarchy. We need more everyday people, smart people, good people from different walks of life feeling empowered and welcome to participate at all levels. If politics feels more like an angry children's sports day where teams are pitted against each other, there's infighting that ruins it for most people, and a select few desperately cling to power, justifying bad behavior for the sake of maintaining that power, we're all screwed. Want better elections? Take the partisanship out of them. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you. MLA Clare.
Thanks for your passionate presentation, Jessica. I wondered about your statement about, I guess, constituency assistants being used for partisan purposes. And I mean, there are different ways of doing it on different sides of the House, but was not the side you were in, is that not covered by a collective agreement which strictly limits that?
Constituency assistants are meant to be nonpartisan staff, and I believe they did change the title of that position since I was one. But yes, we were meant to be nonpartisan, we were unionized, but that was not always the practice. And again, this is not just something that happens with one party, it's something that I've found in my experience talking to other constituency assistants from across the parties, provincially and federally. It's happening everywhere.
But the collective agreement under which you were part of, and I believe is still the case, although I haven't seen it myself, I have had a fair bit of experience with collective agreements, but it specifically says that they are nonpartisan.
I'm just curious, what is the intent of your question?
Well, I'm just trying to determine what exactly the issue is if people are abusing a system that is set up to not have that happen. Because the evidence you're giving appears to
Let me give you an example.
Okay.
Would that work? Okay.
Sure.
So oftentimes we would get calls from political organizers during office hours. And there was an expectation that nonpartisan staff participate in partisan activities. And every single MLA knows that that happens.
You were getting calls from partisan political
organizers. So you know how ministry staff have a partisan tie specifically?
Ministry staff.
Ministry staff are partisan
there's
employees.
There's usually both. There's partisan and independent, as I understand it.
So ministry staff in a minister's office are partisan employees.
Yes.
You know that?
I do.
Okay. So is it right for nonpartisan constituency staff to be getting calls about partisan issues during work hours from those staff?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Does that make it clearer for you?
Yes, but I don't see...
Or is it appropriate for MLAs to expect constituency staff to engage in any partisan activities during office hours?
Let me give you an example so you can understand how I see it.
Sure.
In my office, I have 3 constituency assistants. One is the chief of staff. And we have issues which we need to have dealt with because people come to our office and they're looking for help and we try to help.
Yeah, I know what casework is, thanks.
Okay, but let me finish, please. So what ends up happening is they will bring an issue, say it's for ICBC. We have a constituent who has a grievous
I'm not
injury.
talking about ministry issues.
No, I am.
Which, okay, that sounds like
so
what you're getting to.
What we are required to do is to take everything to the ministers now. Everything ends at, like, there's a pothole in the road, we have to call the minister's office. So we end up talking to political staff all the time.
But not about partisan issues is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's not what we're doing.
I'm not accusing you specifically of doing it.
Well, I appreciate that.
Also, I'm pretty sure you're new, so.
Well, I'm not that new.
Any other questions?
I control the questions. Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, I appreciate your experience, Jessica. Not so much some of the language, even though I've used that type of language myself, but
I like to speak in plain language.
I understand that, but it's also some of those words were actually swear words, and I don't appreciate that. The second part is I also don't appreciate trying to generalize on statements on MLAs as a whole, because you don't know me and I don't know you. And
That's okay. I was actually referring to the MLAs when I was there, if that clarifies things for you.
Fair
feel
enough.
Better.
And I would suggest you're right when you talk about partisan, nonpartisan. That shouldn't be taking place. But I can also offer a bit of what MLA Claire is talking about, is that we have to trust our staff just as much as they have to trust us. And I'm never going to be asking any of my staff to go outside of the wheelhouse and do anything that they're not comfortable with doing.
Well, that's great.
Let me finish. If we're going to be doing something that's going to be in our constituency, we've already determined ahead of time whether it's going to be a constituency responsibility or a conservative responsibility, and whether they come on their own free time is totally up to them. And if they don't want to, it's certainly not going to be used against them. So
I'm just curious if you have a question.
Yeah, my question to you is that you were trying to phrase it in as much as that the system is broken, and I don't necessarily believe that. What concrete ways do you think that we should be changing the way our organizations run, regardless of what the ministries do, but the rest of the government?
I'll make sure to include that in my written report that I'll submit later, but I'm just curious if there was any other questions from any other parties.
Time's actually up, so that's the end of questions.
Since I came here early, I was just curious if there's time for any additional questions, since it seems like the gentleman just kind of told me their opinions instead of having time for questions.
I don't see any further questions.
Okay. Oh, sorry, was there another question?
Emily Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation that you made. I guess in some of the comments that you made about the various things that are happening in the legislature, do you have any commentary about how we might be able to better engage young people or different demographics? As, for example, myself, I'm one of 4 Black elected officials elected to British Columbia and British Columbia's history. So just wondering if, from your experience, you have any suggestions on how we might be able to make British Columbia and the legislature and our democratic systems more accessible.
I would love to see more inclusion for sure as well. You know, it is difficult to fit in all of my concrete examples in 5 minutes or in 2,000 words, which again, I will provide that written report to you folks later. But one thing I'm trying to say is that if we didn't focus on so many partisan issues while in between elections, we could spend more time doing outreach to marginalized groups. And, you know, I saw that even when I was in student politics. And again, you know, I'm a young disabled woman myself. And these spaces are not safe for us. And I'm sure I don't have to explain that to you. And the problem is often the people who don't see that issue and just want to sit on their high horse and tell us status quo is fine, they don't agree with me. That's totally fine if they want to believe that. But many of us know that it's very difficult to break through that barrier. And even when you do, it's often the people who have to compromise some of their values in order to get there. So I think creating safer spaces for those of us who identify as marginalized and spending more time on nonpartisan voter outreach. My presentation, to me, is about why we need issues-based politics, not partisanship. Thank you for your additional question. And thank you for the extra time, Jesse.
Okay. Thank you. I don't see any further questions, so thank you, Jessica, for joining us today.
Good luck.
All right, so that was our last presenter for the day. Is there any other business that anyone would like to discuss? We don't need adjournment. Just thank you to everyone who presented. This concludes our meeting today. I will seek a motion to adjourn now, actually. Okay. I got a mover, a seconder? Second. All in favor? Okay, this committee is now adjourned. Thank you.